young carries, which is really cool. So I do think that's pretty exciting. For every team, there's so many good stories to think about it.
Meanwhile, when you were touching on the lane swaps too a while back ago, I just feel like CoreJJ, in all this like applause that we're giving to all the younger players and like how cool it is for all their stories, CoreJJ is
Grandpa
playing.
Core.
He's playing insane right now, and I only feel bad just because like Impact has the spotlight right now, and he deserves it. But CoreJJ, do you remember a couple years ago, everyone was flaming him, and they're like, "Core's washed up. Why do we even still have him?" And I'm like, he right now is playing some of the best league that I've ever seen him play.
Yep.
Like he is actually just insane. And you mentioned them like 2v2 or 2v1, excuse me, killing the Wukong. That's so much on Core's, like Core specifically wrapping around and getting the engage and getting these like flash crash downs on everyone. I just feel like he right now deserves so much praise, and it's just because there's other members on TL that are also getting a lot. That I feel like the story of him going from people literally calling him washed and like calling for his head and his job to by far being best support in the league.
I mean, I think that's kind of league in a nutshell, though, right? I talked about this a little bit on the broadcast after 100 Thieves won. Like literally before 100 Thieves beat C9, everyone's talking about how top 3 and everyone else below that stands no chance, and those teams are garbage. And I feel like there was a lot of negativity around 100 Thieves as well about like, oh, what a disappointment. Like Sniper fell off so hard. He was good in spring. It's too bad he couldn't be good in summer. And like all just one series or one day can completely change how the narrative is about you as a player or a team and how the community perceives you, right? And so it was just like I had such whiplash, I felt like, in after that 100 Thieves series, where it felt like the community in spring was really, really hot on Sniper and loved him and was really positive. And then I felt like I'd been seeing so much negativity about 100 Thieves and about him. And then immediately into like Sniper's the GOAT. I love this guy, like right because they beat Cloud9. And it's just like that one day, that one thing can completely change how people perceive you. And League, I mean, really all sports, all esports is so much like, what have you done for me lately? And I do think, to be fair, Core did have some pretty down years. And I think, criticism of him was warranted. Maybe not like calling for his head or whatever. I don't know. People always go too extreme, but it's really cool to see how good he's been doing.
Yeah, and I know when I was playing pro, that was something that, I had to learn. And I think, I don't remember exactly where I first heard it, but I remember the advice that stuck with me was like, don't listen to the loudest voices, like the people who think you're the best or the people that think you're the worst. No one's really right. You just kind of got to judge yourself based on what you know.
Yeah.
And so, I imagine Core's someone that's not taking it to heart when people are like, calling him super washed or whatnot. Because to me, it feels like he's been pretty steady. He's just like, putting his head down, doing what he can. And he's been, very active in the league scene as well. I don't know if he still does it, but for a while he was making those like support guides on YouTube. He was really a big proponent of Champions Queue. So he seems like a great dude. And it's cool to see him doing well.
All right, so we talk a little bit about 100 Thieves FlyQuest. That is the matchup that's going to be happening this Friday at the YouTube Theater. If you're in LA or you want to come to LA, maybe you can go to that series, support 100 Thieves, support FlyQuest, and see who comes out on top there. I think, even with all the positivity about 100 Thieves and how exciting that series was, almost everyone is still going to feel like FlyQuest because they've shown us, a full year of strength is the heavy, heavy, heavy favorites. But it is always weird to come out of a series where you're like, 100 Thieves has no chance against Cloud9, and then they beat Cloud9, and then you're like, 100 Thieves has no chance against FlyQuest. Like it feels weird, even though I feel like logically, if you just look at all the games they have played, you should always be predicting FlyQuest, right? Like FlyQuest has looked stronger by far throughout the course of the entire split.
Sniper on pros even was like, as of today, I feel like we can beat everyone. Yeah. But they all were like, yeah, we didn't expect to win. They were talking about, yeah, we went into the series versus Cloud9. we also, didn't, weren't expecting this when everyone's going at them like, oh my God, yeah, we weren't expecting this. Like, not really us either.
Yeah.
But now after the win, they're like, we can beat anyone. I love that. That is the attitude that you should have. That's definitely like I can see them like rolling on the momentum and actually having one of these super crazy fun lower bracket runs that have, to me, I feel like actually happen way more frequently than you would expect. How many times have we had some big lower bracket runs where people get momentum and they have confidence in the way that they play the game? Their read on the meta gets like completely dialed in, and 100 Thieves feel like they have a very flexible read on it. Maybe too flexible with the Garen Vi.
Maybe too flexible.
Like that one was so flexible and like broke in that one. But I love that they have the confidence, and they've even been able to be like, all right, well, we went far enough, and that's the line. That one didn't work.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll make some adjustments there. But I just you want to root for underdogs inherently. I feel like in most things. And they just they do have a lot of confidence in each other now, which matters the most. Every single one of them in post-game interviews mentioned we're playing so well as a team now, and everyone emphasized team in every single answer that they gave, and it's just like the most wholesome. So I'm rooting for them. I'm predicting against them. I'm rooting for them.
Yeah, I would definitely say Fly as well, but I could see it going either way, I guess. But I don't know. I would pretty heavily, if I was a betting person, I would put my money on Fly, absolutely, because I think that, beating C9 is going to give 100 Thieves a lot of confidence, but not to discredit them too much, but I feel like C9 really, really underperformed in their matchup against 100 Thieves. Because even with some of C9's jank comps, they were still outplaying 100 Thieves in a lot of the portions of the game that really, really mattered. But then C9 just was fumbling. They just refused to build Merc Treads against Maokai. They were getting caught everywhere. They were just having these comps that could not win fights when, with a regular comp, you would win the fight. JoJo's Corky was getting caught out like it was his job. And I think that FlyQuest probably won't give them that. I think, 100 Thieves will have more confidence, but will it be overconfidence? Do they have that skill to measure up to FlyQuest if Fly is playing well, right? I think that remains to be seen. I still would expect FlyQuest to be the stronger team. On the flip side, though, maybe if 100 Thieves comes really prepared, maybe they have something planned for top lane. Whippo not on Renekton looked a lot weaker than Whippo on Renekton. Also, maybe Fly lets down their guard a little bit versus 100 Thieves, because they're probably going into finals weekend thinking way more about their TL rematch than their 100 Thieves match. Obviously, they're not going to write them out, but they're probably just all mentally more prepared for TL. So maybe if they slack and 100 Thieves really steps up, it could go their way.
It was actually super funny on pros because Inspired was like, oh yeah, now we have to change our prep. And Jack goes, how much did you prep for 100 Thieves? And he says, not at all. There's zero prep done. So yeah, they definitely have to fully change because they 100% of their time was spent thinking it was C9.
I mean, I watched that whole series with Inspired, and I very much got the impression that he was thinking like that basically, we just have to play standard and draft strong team fight comps, and we can't lose to 100 Thieves. Like that was my impression of his read from how he was talking about it and stuff. And I think that's what a lot of people thought Cloud9 was going to do, just like draft some scaling, and then you'll just, you better individual players, so you'll win like that. So it'll be interesting to see what Fly's prep actually is. I definitely don't expect them to do anything like crazy early game stuff. I think they're going to draft, team fight scaling. We saw them do that a lot already. When they played C9 last time, it was like, Smolder and Ivern and like, Zeri and Ivern and just like all these like scaling late game team fight 5v5 style comps. I think FlyQuest is going to bring that to 100 Thieves and basically force 100 Thieves to try to outplay them in those 5v5s where I think, FlyQuest is really, really, really good. So that I think is going to be the big challenge for 100 Thieves, either you try to do something crazy, like you try to cook up some really aggressive drafts and try to create a massive lead that they can't overcome, or you have to match scaling with scaling and be able to play the map as well as FlyQuest and be able to set up for objectives as well as FlyQuest and be able to, do all these things, which I think is really, really hard because I think, if you're looking at it like pound for pound, like player for player, you would definitely favor the like individual skill on FlyQuest. So that's my expectation for what FlyQuest would do, and that's my expectation for, why I would favor FlyQuest. But you really can't count 100 Thieves out entirely. Like you said, I counted them out definitely against C9. You never know. Maybe they can make the miracle happen twice. I'm also really excited because I'm getting to play-by-play this series, which is going to be pretty hype. So
Nice.
I've gotten to do some play-by-play at a finals weekend. And it's my greatest challenge yet because it's Quid versus Quad.
Oh,
It's
Quid versus Quad for 5 games.
It's Quid versus Quad, and it just makes me constantly remember I only messed up and mixed them up one time all split long.
Yeah.
And we were looking at each other, and then you were like, "Ugh," and then I did it too. I haven't done it all split long either.
Yeah.
It was that one game. Okay, it's never gonna happen again. It happened one time. It was like a once in a blue moon thing. Honestly, though, you say maybe 100 Thieves can make the miracle happen again. Maybe they can make it happen 3 times.
Maybe they're
maybe
DRX.
they're
gonna win Worlds.
yeah, maybe they can make it happen 10 times.
Have you ever seen Deft in the same room as Tomo? I haven't.
true.
We will though.
I'm so looking at how these teams have been playing. I feel like their bot lane meta reads are pretty different because I don't know. To me, bot lane makes no sense right now for what people are picking. There's been such high priority on MF and Ziggs.
I hate MF.
Yeah, MF seems real bad. I think that she's not being picked in good situations for her whatsoever. Like I think just the rest of the champs in the meta don't really. She's not good with or against most of them. And so looking at what FlyQuest has been playing, they've been playing a lot of Ezreal. They've been playing a lot of,
Ash.
Kai'Sa, Ashe. I mean, I guess they're not so much Kai'Sa, but just bot lane meta in general. I don't know. I feel like people are kind of being whack. Every game Kai'Sa has showed up, she's looked so OP. So I want to see more of that.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that is because Kai'Sa has been picked in really good Kai'Sa angles. When they're like, all right, we have full dive and there's really good dive targets. And then they're picking Kai'Sa, whereas the Misfortune, they're just picking Misfortune even when enemy team has all kinds of stuff to, interrupt her and she, doesn't have the best angles. For FlyQuest, I actually have liked like their read on bottom lane because they're the team that I feel like every time I'm looking down all of their past drafts and it's like, oh, yep, this Kai'Sa angle is the one where they've got Ivern on their team to shield her up with redemptions where she goes, and Rel is going to be her big engage. And then they're always picking like Ezreal when they have mid lane Aurelion Soul, so they're going to be able to have the big Aurelion Soul ultimate, and Ezreal for the range and poke. And then when they have Zeri mid, then they pick the Ashe because they want the Ashe engage on that side, and so they get more utility there. Since Quad is going to be the one that's going to be the hyper late game carry, I'm just like the balance just makes so much more sense when I'm looking down the lines of all these like, past like 20 that they've done. It looks so much more balanced and controlled, just like as a full history sheet of drafts. Yeah. And then you pull up Cloud9's page and you're like, what the heck is going on here?
We don't need to talk about that.
Wait a second.
We don't need to talk about that.
They're not in there. 100 Thieves obviously is also way less like controlled and, like formulaic, I would say, than looking at these ones for FlyQuest. And so that's why I completely agree with you when you're like, yeah, I expect the standard from FlyQuest, go team fight. It clearly shows that they have this formula that they have used even beyond all playoffs. It makes a lot of sense. Like every step is logical where you're like, okay, you're starting out, even if you're starting out everyone from the same place and you're like, slam the Renekton, first pick for Whippo, only deviate when they ban it and then we have to make some adjustments. But then they go through the other steps of like, okay, well, do we have Enchanter Jungle Ivern or do we have Inspired on Engage? And is Quad actually going to be on the hyper carry late game of Zeri, or is it a mage with, Azir / Aurelion Soul type of stuff? And then they make adjustments to the bottom lane based on that carry. And I was like, wow, cool, I can see each step and it makes sense.
Yep. I mean, I think very much what you're talking about with FlyQuest draft is they are taking into consideration the 5 champions that they have versus the 5 enemy champions, where I think a lot of times when drafts go wrong, they're taking into consideration, how does my lane matchup go, right? And it's like, well, LeBlanc is gonna beat this guy's ass, right? Like I'm gonna beat him 1v.
Garen into Nasus.
Well, wait, the support showed up. That's not fair. Like, wait, how do we win 5v5? You know, like, wait, they have a Maokai? How do you do that? You know? And I think that's often where things go wrong. It's the same. I was talking a lot with some people about MF because I just think MF, I hate MF. I think this champion almost always looks garbage. You have little to no individual agency. It's so reliant on really good setup to get bullet times. And it feels like if you don't get a good bullet time, you don't really add a lot of damage in the team fight because you're relatively low range. You don't have a dash, so it's easy for them to engage on you. You have to play pretty far back. But I know a lot of pros who do really like it and think it's really strong are telling me is that it's more like it. The way that they talk about it is almost like how people talked about Lucianami, where they're like, you have a strong lane and then no one can contest you mid lane. And like, that's the main thing that people were telling me is that it's like, oh, you go BT one item. And then when you're on BT one item, no one can 1v1 you basically. Like, and so you just like guaranteed have prio in mid, and it's more about how they felt it like unlocked the map for them and stuff. And so it's interesting because, you know, I can see that, and I can see how that can allow you to maybe get more towers or create an earlier gold lead or get an objective lead. You know, if no one can kind of match you 1v1 when you have BT, no one can like one-shot you if it's another AD carry or mage or whatever, and you can just heal everything back up. But I just really, when I look at these 5v5s and when I look at some of the games that lose with MF, I'm like, man, if you were playing something else. I remember, I think it was in the TL Fly series, I want to say the one game that Eon was playing MF, and the other team had Asol, Renata, Renekton, and I think it was a Mumu. And at no point in the entire game did it look like Yon could press bullet time and do anything. Like, I was just staring at him in every fight, and he's just like strafing back and forth because you have to wait for every single tool to be used before he can press R. And every single time he presses R, someone flash ults him, someone flash stuns him. You know, like there's a Renata ult that's flying at him, and it's just like, Jan is such a good team fighter, and if he was just playing a normal AD carry in those situations, I felt like, you know, he would have been able to do so much more. So
yeah, I think to me, MF is the champion you want your auto-filled player on, not your star carry, because she scales better with how many threats you have on your team, right? I much prefer MF if my team comp is like Camille, Jarvan, Galio type stuff, just my whole team diving their backline. It's similar to Jhin in a way where you can follow up with that ult. Yeah. But if you're playing with 3 tanks plus an MF, they're only thinking about you. And your ult is the main way your team is killing people. And it's so easy to stop that if that's the only thing you're worried about.
And even the rest of the way that MF's kit plays, like that's why I also, you mentioned autofill. MF and Jhin are like my autofill AD carries because they're so much more like caster based. And I'm like, okay, yeah, either I have an ult angle or I'm going to do the auto and Q bounce and that's my burst. And then I'm like, all right, I'm out of here. You know,
let me straight away.
Exactly. I'm like, I'm literally, I'm freaking out of there. Or, you know, I'm like, oh, you know, I can rotate real quick. I'll come up for grubs or something, you know, and, you know, make use of that. But when you have these players like Berserker or Yon, I'm like, they can do stuff way better than an autofill AD carry on those types of champs. You know, that's why they got to where they are. It's definitely look a lot better with the extra ones.
Yep. All right. Well, I think that's going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and more. And make sure you send us your questions on Twitter with the hashtag TheDiveLOL. Next week, after finals, we're going to do the Divies, and maybe we'll do some community questions and stuff in there as well. We'll do a little finals recap.
And the bet payoff.
The bet payoff.
At least one person getting
some terrible face paint.
Some terrible face paint. Maybe 3 people.
Yeah. Or maybe it'll be beautiful.
Hopefully.
It won't.
Because we'll be doing it.
We'll be doing it, and we're going to be awful. Finals start this Friday. Yes, you heard me right. This Friday at 1 p.m. Pacific, 100 Thieves is going to be taking on FlyQuest. The winner will play TL in the grand finals for the LCS championship on Saturday at the same time. Make sure to tune in. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all there.
Swapped into C9 player cams, and they're all just like...
Yeah, you have never seen them that nervous, I think. I have never seen that.
Yeah.
Like, they're all just, like, super stressed out. They're like, fuck, man, we're supposed to be winning the split. How are we losing? We're going to be 4th place. Yeah. And yours?
Just dancing on them, just like doing whatever.
Just
the heck I want.
Fortnite emoting.
Welcome to Pros. We have Inspired, APA, and not JoJo. We have Sniper.
It's me,
Bro.
guys. It's me.
Congratulations. What happened?
Thank you. I mean, I don't know. We were just playing our own game. I was playing my weak side pretty good, and it turned out good for us. You know, like none of us had like stupid deaths like we did versus TL. And yeah, I mean, we just played our own game and we won. Feels amazing.
Inspired. I know you were on desk all day, but I haven't been able to listen to much of it. What were your thoughts on the series?
I mean, I did interview with Blabber and Sniper before the game, and Blabber was very confident. And I also thought, like, surely C9 is gonna sweep them 3-0. Like, I just didn't see WinCon. Like, I knew that River is a magician. Like, maybe he will do something.
True.
He will maybe do something, and he actually did. Like, it was crazy. He was just like finding angle after angle, game after game, and everyone from you guys just played pretty solid. And C9 just seemed so lost.
APA?
No, I mean, I'm on the same boat as Inspired. Like, I gave you guys a little bit more leeway. I expected a 3-1 C9.
Okay.
But yeah, I was not a believer. And then I was just really not a fan of the C9 drafts. And I think you guys just like all played solid. Like, a lot of these playoff games will come down to who's the weakest link. And I don't think you guys really had weak links, except game 2. But like, you know,
Game 2, it was the game.
Ignore that game.
Like,
We can ignore that game.
We were all talking
Did he
about
practice
it.
Garen?
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think that was the second time playing Garen. Second or third time, one of those two, you know? Yeah, I mean,
We could tell.
he had
But, like,
confidence though to play.
Other
you know?
than game
That's all.
2, it looked like no one was a weak point. Like, everyone had good games.
Yeah.
So, like, it just looked like you guys all played solid, and then C9 was just crumbling.
Yeah.
River said he didn't
agree.
expect to win going into the series. Where were you? What was your feeling?
I mean, I honestly thought we were gonna beat them because,
Why?
I mean, I always thought like Donatos always struggled to play on stage, or like he just wasn't playing as aggressive as he normally would from scrims to stage. So I thought I already had like that advantage there. But on top of that, I was just like typing in all chat. I got it from APAs. And I mean, I can tell he was getting inside of his head because of that. So
Yeah.
I just knew it was going to be a top gap and we were going to win the series.
I couldn't tell. Do you think they had just muted you? Because we were showing it all on the cast. So like I knew you were feeling it, but they like weren't responding.
I mean, I think
Or were
JoJo's
they?
a question mark.
Oh, JoJo had chat on. He must have had chat on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I mean, JoJo seemed like the one that got affected the most, though. By the draft.
I think most people.
Kind of, yeah. I
Like,
was targeting him.
Yeah, like
you
one
were really
line.
targeting.
Oh yeah, everybody was watching it.
Yeah. I think most people will see like one line and then just mute. Like, I think that's what happens with me.
Yeah.
So like a strat that we're doing on Team Liquid is we have the other people type now. So like Impact typed my message out in the series. So I asked like, it was like after game 3 or something. I was like, no Corky ban, or like, why'd you give me Corky? Something akin to that. And like, no one's muting Impact. Like,
Yeah.
it's Impact. Why are you muting him? Yeah. And so I think like you and Bopo responded.
I don't mute, but I don't know. Like really often, I just don't see the message. Like later, I go on Twitter and I see LCS posting that you were typing some in game. I don't have you muted, but I just don't pay attention to the chat at all. That's I just not notice it when you type something.
So like that's the strat you have to use now. Like just have Quid talk some shit for you.
I mean, Quid's too like he's too nice of a guy.
Yeah, he's
though,
too
you know?
nice.
He's
Like
not
no
gonna-
one's gonna expect it from him.
True.
Yeah, when Impact wrote it, I was like, wait, Impact wrote it?
Wait, did you see it in game when Impact typed it?
Oh yeah, when Impact typed it, I saw it. I mean, it was before minion spawn, so then I see it. Like during the game, like let's say after a team fight, I'm not looking at chat. I don't care about. But before the game, like when it's like 20 seconds, you're coming out of base and he types something, you usually just see it there.
Yeah. Okay, got you. I see.
Yeah, you're so locked in. I
so
want to
funny,
talk.
actually.
I want to talk a bit more about the series though. Game 1 was pretty close. Like, can you remember? Or is it too much adrenaline? Or can you remember a little bit what happened game by game?
I think I definitely have a lot of adrenaline right now because this is my first time making it to the international stage, you know. But I just remember playing. Wait, who was I even playing? I was playing like
You were playing Cassante,
yeah.
Game 1.
Yeah, I was playing that matchup and I don't know. I was just like even farming with them. I was down like 10 CS maybe, but we just had the better hands. We knew how to. We did have the better
down
hands,
like
you know.
30, 40
Okay,
CS.
no, we're not talking about that.
30, 40 CS,
sure,
that's
sure.
okay.
Yeah, sure. I was down quite a bit of CS, maybe 20 or 30, or 50 or 50 perhaps. Well, by the end of the game, yeah. But we just had the better hands, I thought, in the team fights, and I don't know. We had good macro.
Yeah.
We knew how to team fight. That's all that.
Well, this
we
was
need
the
to win.
Ziggs Maokai game into non-flash LeBlanc.
Oh, okay, that was
Yeah.
Yeah.
JoJo just
also.
kept he just kept Wing forward and getting.
No, I think that
W'd.
game, I think
just
Renekton like
permacut.
came mid and took a super blast cone on the top of the mid, and then A like found like 3-man engage with Renekton in it
Yeah.
when they were trying to kill the Ziggs, and then you end up going through the river and like collapsing on them, and you guys got Nash off of that, and then it was just a
GG.
clean win.
Was it the mid fight when that
Yeah,
happened?
yeah. When Renekton was trying to like flank on the Ziggs, all of them just flashed on Ziggs or stuff like that. So yeah, that fight was pretty awfully played by them.
Yeah, I don't know how Renekton didn't end up like killing Ziggs.
Yeah,
or
I don't know either. Like I was watching that when he got comboed by Ice Star, I was like, okay, Ziggs is dead, and then he wasn't. So
Yeah, maybe it just hand stiff. I
Magic.
don't know. They're
Just hand stiff.
They
yeah.
just lost their
Yeah.
hands and brain. I felt like. This
And then
series.
game 2, there was the Garen with Vi thing. In retrospect, do you think if you guys have Ivern Garen, I know Inspired said Ivern
yeah,
Garen
who was
just free
calling
wins
for
the
the
game.
Vi? There is no way River was like pick me Vi. For sure it was you guys, right?
Okay, we didn't say anything about the Vi. He honestly just thought it was like a Vi angle, so
Really?
he just picked it. And then after the game, he's like, "Yo, no Vi, no more Vi." No more. not with Garen at least. Like it's so troll picking it with him.
I think
That's what
River
you're
played
saying.
fine that game, but I'm just watching it. I'm just like, man, this character is so useless. You're playing Vine to Nasus Ivern. Holy,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Garen Vi as well. You know, that's like the worst combo.
yeah,
I feel like.
so useless together.
It was the goofiest looking game. Just like Nasus getting super fed in the mid lane, just maxing Q against the Garen, and then just all physical damage trying to kill this like
It was like a
super armored up
solo queue
Renekton.
game
Yeah.
straight from bronze.
That was actually a bronze game. Like I'm not gonna lie. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Game 3, JoJo plays LeBlanc again. Did it surprise you that he went back to the LeBlanc?
It surprised me, and then I saw that he had flash, so I was like, okay, maybe he'll turn on his brain finally. But I don't know. He just kept on dying every single time in like these fights. River was always going on him.
Yeah.
Ayla was always marking him as well, and then I just did my job and flash W'd. Yeah, like
You had so much focus. And did you expect JoJo to be playing LeBlanc in this series like this?
I mean, Jojo needs someone to control him and he speaks, because I just don't understand what is he thinking with his champions. Last playoffs against us, Yon loses on Yon. Another game, Yon again. Against like really bad team come to play Yon against. And then in this game, he has a last pick LeBlanc against Renekton, point and click CC, Rel, point and click CC with Q flash, and Maokai. Like that's the worst team comp you can play LeBlanc against.
Yeah.
Why do you pick LeBlanc?
Yeah,
Someone
actually.
just needs to tell him, no bro, you are trolling, you are not picking LeBlanc here. But I guess they don't have anyone like that there.
What do you think the angle was there?
I don't remember the draft exactly.
That was the Corki one, because they blind pick Zeri. We were
Yeah.
expecting
Yeah.
them to last
I
pick
felt
They
like
Zeri.
picked Ivern when Zeri Corki was up. Then there was a blind pick Zeri, and they 5-picked LeBlanc when Corki was
I
up.
really thought he was just gonna go Corki, to be honest with you. Like he played 4 games straight of Corki versus
Yeah.
FlyQuest. So I'm
And
like,
that was like actually
so
Corki game.
surely he plays Corki. Like he
Yeah.
played 4 games with it already. And it's just like, you can just handshake the Corki Zeri matchup. That's what I was doing yesterday. Your Corki should win lane a little bit. You got Scourge, sure, but like,
But you have Ivan, so
Yeah.
like you will be strong.
so you'd still be fine. But then he just locks in LeBlanc, especially in my opinion versus the Maokai. Like, it's so easy for Maokai. All you have to do is point your mouse,
W.
click W. There's no skill to it.
Yeah.
So I was really surprised by the LeBlanc pick. Even though I think he started the game off 3-0. Like I was like, at some point he's gonna get caught because it's just inevitable at that point.
Yeah.
And then you just killed them again and again. What was
Yeah,
the
exactly.
confidence level like after game 3 then?
Okay, to be honest, everybody was like telling me to calm down. Like
you were dancing on stage.
you saw me dancing on stage. I was like just freaking doing some Fortnite dances. Or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I was like super hyped. My ADHD was like really going off the charts.
Okay.
But then everybody on my team was like, guys, like just
Like,
calm down, sniper. Like we're 0-0 right now, just play normally, and we're gonna win. So yeah, I just calmed down a bit.
You could definitely see it. Like they showed your player cams, like you pretty much just Fortnite dancing, like you said, and then they swapped it to C9 player cams, and they're all just like,
Yeah, you have never seen them that nervous, I think. I
Yeah.
have never seen that.
Yeah.
like they're all just like super stressed out. They're like, fuck, man, we're supposed to be winning the split. How are we losing? We're gonna be 4th place, and you're just.
Just dancing on them, just like doing whatever the heck I want. on stage.
emoting.
Yeah, I
I was
was
doing whatever I want.
during the game, especially game 4, when you guys had like a 1,000 or 2,000 goal lead, 3 dragons. That's a moment I see a lot of maybe even younger teams, like when you know that you're like moments away from winning. Sometimes teams get a little hesitant. Who was the most chill? Who was the most excited within the team in the like last 10 minutes?
It looked like
game 4?
Quid was so excited, by the way. I won't lie to you. Like Quid was like permanently just like his Zeri game in game 3 and his Yone game in game 4. There was moments where he's just like, you guys are slightly winning a team fight, and he just flashes in completely. Like in my opinion, was trolling, but it's just like, it's one of those like you're so hype, you're like, let's go, I'm
We're
going
gonna
in.
win. You know, we're gonna win. No matter
And then he
what.
flashes in, he's like, Where's my team?
I went in with them. That's all I'm gonna say. I was the only one to go.
Yeah, you were always there.
Yeah, flying in. But yeah, what was the atmosphere like in the last 10 minutes of Game 4 to close it out?
To be honest, I was just like, the entirety in my head, I was like, okay, like we're gonna go to Worlds, we're gonna go to Worlds. I just gotta make sure like I'm in the game and I'm present. And everybody on my team also felt the same way too. Nobody really like got overhyped until the last second. Everybody just started screaming, like they were going crazy, you know. So yeah, we were all just calm, you know.
I mean, it's everyone but Rivers first time. Like your first time, Quid's first time, Tomo and Ayla, same thing. First time going to Worlds.
Wait, Ayla as well? Didn't he go to Worlds before in Osh?
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
Oh.
I don't
He
believe
was
so.
really close. He was really close in OS, and then Fudge beat his team, and then he came to NA.
Oh, I see.
So it's all you guys first going to Worlds. So I imagine, like, I know when I went to Worlds last year, I was like I said this on broadcast, but I was just giddy for the entire week. Like I woke up, looked myself in the mirror, I'm like, I'm a Worlds mid laner. So I could feel like I can relate so much to how that like just atmosphere is. Just you're so jubilant and happy.
Yeah, exactly. You're just so hyped the entire time, you know?
Yeah.
Like, especially at nighttime, like you can't fall asleep.
Like honestly, Cypher, even you right now, you're so just.
Yeah, bro, I'm just like moving every 2 seconds. Nah, you guys don't understand. Like,
Don't worry about it. We understand.
yeah, okay. Actually, you guys do.
Yeah, what was your
you guys
first
did.
Worlds experience like? It was
I
Rogue?
made it very easy because it was four seeds in Europe that were making Worlds, and we finished first in the regular season, so we basically had guaranteed Worlds before even playoffs started.
With
So,
Rogue?
Yeah. So like after the last game of regular season, we finished first in the split, and we already knew we were making Worlds, so we were guaranteed like very early. So that was chill. There was no pressure on us.
Yeah, sure. There was not like this qualifying moment where it's
And
you
then-
lose and you're out or you win and you go in.
I think Tomo's story, Sniper, is actually the same as mine, by the way. I don't know if last year I'm Academy, I'm subbed in, same way as Tomo subbed in, and then we make Worlds. So it's just like from Tomo's perspective, Tomo's probably thinking to himself at the start of the split, he's like, oh man, I'm just playing in
I
Academy.
was like, oh, how do I win Academy? How do I win Worlds?
but now,
so true.
But now it's like Tomo's like going to Worlds.
Yeah.
Like has to be such a crazy switch up for him. He has to feel so happy.
Yeah, exactly. APA and Tomo, I feel like had the same exact story, and I wanted to bring that up as well because like Tomo has such a big part of our team, and I feel like without him, we wouldn't be where we are right now. Just because like, I don't know, his comms are really good. He knows exactly what he's doing, like as a job and stuff, and I feel like he's just the perfect ADC to like have on your team, in my opinion.
I feel like he fits your team really well because everybody else is just go in. He's a good Kai'Sa player, but he's also just like generally reliable in team fights. So in a sense, you're also a pretty easy team to have an AD carry play for because like in how many fights are they going on Tomo? Like you're always just up in Berserker or JoJo and they're just having to play defense.
Yeah, I feel like you guys are not scared to make frontline for him. That's for sure.
Of course, yeah, of course. Especially me. I'm going in there, you know, like.
You're the frontline.
To me, the story of like you guys this entire split and pretty much year has just been River finding these like angles and then you guys trying to follow up. And I feel like that's where, not to dog on Meech, but that's where like Meech failed a little bit. And then I think, like you said, just that's where Tomo's excelling right now. Like that game for Kai'Sa is a perfect example of every time River found like those magician engages that you said, he just like, he's Kai'Sa ulting in and he's just going in.
Yeah, 100%.
I want to talk about the TL Fly series in a bit, but I don't want to finish on the 100 Thieves C9 series just yet. I talked a lot about JoJo during the cast and the LeBlanc picks that didn't work out, but I just know that online people are going to be looking for like heads to roll on C9, assign blame. Like, what do you think just didn't work for them, not only in this series, but maybe this year?
I don't know. In my opinion, they didn't have anyone to take responsibility and like tell them what they should be playing. Because to me, it seems like the players didn't know what they are good at, or the coaches didn't know what their players good at. Like in my opinion, this team had so much potential; they could easily win LCS, but they just never played towards their strengths, and they seem just lost. Like I just don't understand how is it possible they do that badly.
Yeah, I mean, like I kind of forget what Berserker was playing in your series, but at least in this series, he's on.
He played MF and Ziggs as well.
Yeah, he's on like MF Ziggs, which I don't think are. I think they're good characters in the meta. Yeah. I don't think they're Berserker characters.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
100%.
Like Berserkers to me is like. I mean, he did play a game of Kai'Sa, but he ended up banning it.
Yeah.
And then he's like Kai'Sa, Zeri, he's the type of guy that can 1v5 a team fight. And the entire series, he's just on champions where you just can't 1v9. Like,
Yeah, like-
how do you 1v9 on Ziggs?
Against us, it looks weird because he's picking MF, then he's picking Ziggs, and then when they are almost eliminated, then decide to go Zeri. But they don't even try to get the Zeri angle. They legit just pick AP jungler with a Zeri bot lane blind. So it's like you put Zeri bot lane, you know that no one is gonna help her because you have AP jungler that is gonna farm, and then you hope he's gonna carry. Why you don't do it when you play Ivern this series? You put JoJo on something stable mid like Corki when he's self-efficient, and then you give Berserker Zeri and put everything around him. Surely he will carry the game. Like we have seen him do that. He was playing in the Zeri Yumi meta. He was playing in the Zeri Lulu meta. He was carrying games. And right now he's just playing Ziggs in the elimination game. Like when they first picked Ziggs, I was like, wow, it's actually gonna be 3-100 Thieves.
Well, that was the weirdest thing for me, and I'm curious if you guys were expecting different, because they had already won the game where he was on Kaisa against the Ziggs, and both were up in game 4, and they just locked the Ziggs.
Yeah.
Was that just, were you kind of happy about him just first picking Ziggs in game 4?
When I saw Berserker locking Ziggs, I was like, okay, we're gonna win. Like this guy's
Okay.
not a hyper carry, you
So
know.
it was
like,
not just me.
it's not just you, you know. Like I agree with you as well. I really do think if he's on hyper carries, it makes the game like harder to win against C9.
Yeah.
But because he's not on hyper carries and he's on like Ziggs, I can actually do something. You know, I can actually just go on him every single fight and just win.
And it's not
our
like
team
he's
the game.
good at Ziggs anyway. Like his Ziggs is like
He
mediocre
missed a lot
Ziggs.
of
It's not
ults.
that good.
Like
for sure.
he's not good on Ziggs. It's not like you are playing this champ. They're just playing it because it's popular in the meta or something.
Yeah.
I think to touch on what you said about JoJo's picking the Blanc, I think the Blanc in both those two games were just like the matchup itself in mid is good, but to pilot it, especially versus Maokai, in my opinion, is just so difficult. Like you have to play so well to the point where I mean you can probably pick anything and win at that point.
I mean, and Ziggs too, because it was literally Maokai, WQ, Ziggs ulted. That's actually all of LeBlanc's health.
Yeah,
So he
like-
can't even. He pressed Q on Maokai once, and it's like, oh, you're too aggressive, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
every single like team fight in the mid game, it was just JoJo W4 to get a little bit of poke. River snap engages on him, flash Dobies or just Dobies, depends on what it was.
Yeah.
And JoJo would just die. And it's like, I don't think JoJo was even playing poorly. I think he, like, in his second LeBlanc game, he started the game off 3-0. Like, he's playing solid to start the game off like that, but then it's just so hard to pilot that character in the drafts. Like, I think JoJo played fine, I just don't like his character pick.
makes sense. What did you think about Blabber inspired?
Oh.
I think he did his job honestly. Like Ivan game, he did fine. The game 2, game 1, he had to play with
Nidalee.
LeBlanc. He played
Nidalee
Nidalee
LeBlanc.
LeBlanc.
Not the best.
Not the best. Yeah, I don't think after that game, I'm pretty sure what they were thinking is that Nidalee was an issue. In my opinion, LeBlanc was an issue. Like I think Blabber is pretty good at Nidalee. He knows how to get early efficient clears, and he's good at playing for objectives with it. And it also fits his playstyle because he's not really good at playing frontline. So Nidalee is just good. It's zone control for him. If you just pick him Nidalee and put JoJo on AD mid, I felt like that was the strongest Cloud9 could get. But after game 1, they lose. And they think Nidalee is a problem, so they never pick Nidalee again. And they pick LeBlanc again. That, in my opinion, was the biggest problem. So they were just lost on that. He played fine on Ivern. In game 4, I feel like Skarner is not the type of champion that I want to see Blabber pilot.
It was not at all.
Yeah.
I was so happy when you picked it, bro.
I feel like it's not the Blabber champion. And game 3, what did Blabber play in game 3?
Ivern again.
Ivern.
It was Ivern LeBlanc.
Oh yeah, Ivan LeBlanc. So what can he do, bro? Like,
Yeah.
Ivan LeBlanc, like, he can't do anything.
And then MF is his like hyper carry that he
like,
shielded.
I don't think you can put any blame on him. I think he did what he could in this series.
Man, it's interesting. I know this is a little bit off topic, but if I think about last year's C9 when they were winning, he had this meme about being like undefeated on Maokai. He played a lot of Sejuani games.
Yeah.
But you did also mention that you don't think he's very good at frontline. What was happening
I think
last year? that
Maokai
was
is a little
working?
bit different frontline. Like Maokai is a broken champ because he's a frontliner while also having zone control and high range with engage and disengage. Like the champ is just broken. And good early game because level 1 you can't outsmite him, so you can't even invade him, and he can invade you, and he can gank the lane, and he has phase rush so you can't catch him. I don't know, the champ is just broken. So like if you're a competent player, I feel like you are always gonna be good on Maokai. And on Sejuani, I didn't feel like he was like any specific. Like I feel like he's like a playing tank in the team comp. He was not really scary. He was giving a lot of free damage and not really playing his job really well. So about the Sejuani, I'm not sure, but Maokai, in my opinion, is just so easy that
Okay. That makes
no one
sense.
can play that.
I do think one thing about C9, like I know we're picking apart kind of each player.
I think
but
it's fine. I mean, I'm curious. I think people are curious to hear what you have.
I think one thing about C9 is their team fighting, actually, in my opinion, is not that good.
Yeah.
I think like they faced you guys, and I think you guys from like massive goal deficits were out team fighting them. They faced you guys, and even though they weren't getting the same gold leads that they were getting against FlyQuest, you guys, in my opinion, were still out team fighting them.
Yeah, of course.
So I feel like just a team as a whole, it just feels they don't have the same idea of team fighting. Like I know when I was facing FlyQuest yesterday, and I'm thinking to myself when Quad's in there, I'm like, okay, my front line cannot give free damage, because if they give free damage, Quad's gonna literally pentakill us, and that's what quite literally happened.
Actually happened.
Yeah, it quite literally happened. Like we gave a little bit of free damage, and Quad pentakilled us. So like you face certain teams, and you can feel their team fighting prowess, and then you just face C9, and even in
Don't feel
scrims,
anything.
and it's like, you know, like someone's always doing something wrong in the team fights.
You guys were 5,000 gold down in the first game. Did it feel like it?
Wait, 5K down?
5K down.
Wait, when
Yeah,
was this?
in
Was
game
this
one.
Like, oh, in game one, we were,
Yeah.
oh my gosh. Wait, 5K down?
They'd taken
What
like
No
the
way.
3 outer turrets. They had the CS lead top lane,
Oh, they did
which
have
I
the
know
CS
you
lead,
didn't
actually.
remember about.
Yeah, I mean, I was down maybe 20 or 30 CS, but we forget about that.
Yeah.
How the matchup goes.
What is your scouting report on Thanatos? Like even coming into the series, what were you hoping to take advantage of in that matchup?
I thought he was like pretty good top, especially in scrims. Like he's just always playing aggressive. He's never afraid to make certain plays. But I don't know. I feel like C9 as a whole as well on stage, just like they're just so afraid to fight or
They're
like
definitely nerfed.
just do anything, you know?
Yeah, they're hard
like,
nerfs. Yeah.
it's the same thing with Thanatos. Like I feel like because in the Gnar game as well, he was pretty ahead, you know? He had like 3 items on Gnar, but he was just like never pulling the trigger. He was never like flanking for some reason. So it was just always really easy to like mark him. And I don't know, going into the series, I just thought like, I just need to do my job, not give him 3 kills in lane for free. And like we're gonna win the series like that, you know?
Yeah. If I try to take all this in and sum it up, it almost feels like we're saying Cloud9, it's a combination of factors. There's some stage nerfs that happened probably because of the expectations and how they were under-delivering on those.
Yeah.
Team fighting, not very cohesive. Meta read, probably not that good. Not playing to the player's strengths.
Yeah.
And they were still 4th best team. They're still better than a bunch of the other ones.
Facts.
But
Facts.
we got the top 3 right here.
Exactly.
Series yesterday. That was a banger series.
yeah.
Did it feel like, I saw a lot of comments online saying that that was one of the highest level LCS series that they've seen. Did it feel like a really high level game?
It felt like we had to do, at least from mine, I don't know about him, it felt like we had to do correct steps. We had to like check off boxes. You know, if we're going in enemy jungle, we have to like, we would literally have to ask aloud, does Bwipo and Quad have TP, depending on what characters they're playing, because Bwipo is always on Renekton or Wukong. And then even though Quad wasn't on like flanking characters, you know, you still have to like kind of ask just in case. You know, we're asking about TPs, we're checking for vision. We're like, I feel like we had to do each and every correct step to advance the game. And then the times we didn't, they would instantly capitalize on it and just like, we'd just get wiped.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I don't think it was that high low. I feel like the team fights, both teams were making quite a lot of team fight mistakes, in my opinion. Like, I think game 1, in my opinion, we should have won. We had better team fighting comp with a good position in the game. Game 2, they should have won. They had better position in the team fights and they lost. So like, that's like a little bit mixed. I think, in my opinion, it wasn't that high low. But I think macro-wise, I think it was good. Like no one was really overextending on side lane. Everyone was playing with tempo. I could tell that both supports were like always on the correct side of the map. When we were weaker, we were always trying to defend tower and slow down the game to not like bleed as much gold as possible. And I don't know. It seemed like a hard game, but I expected a bit more from TL. I feel like it's gonna be a bit harder. But it was a hard game.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to watch it?
I was watching, well, I saw the first game, then because it was like my off day kind of, I was just like kind of chilling. I watched
You don't care about
guys.
your opponent?
No. Then I ended up watching game 3 and game 4, and
Yeah.
I saw that the series was very close and that both teams were like just team fighting really well.
Yeah.
And I think what APA was mentioning as well, whenever like FlyQuest has an opportunity to go for a certain play, they'll just instantly pull the trigger, and if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, like they know how to lose slowly as well, you know, and slowly come back to the game. But it was a really good series to watch.
Yeah. I thought it was super entertaining. There was one crazy stat that I probably care about that you guys might not care about, but Quad had a penta, a quadra, a triple, and a double in the same game. It's like
Is there a name for that?
there's a baseball term called hitting for the cycle when you get a single, double, triple, and a home run, which is super rare. And it's the first time in LCS history
Really?
that a guy did all that.
Wow.
So like in the stats, it shows as like 4 double kills, 3 triple kills, 2 quadras, because like a penta would count 1 for all 3. But
my
like
gosh.
that's so ridiculously
Yeah.
unlikely to happen, and he did.
Yeah. Respect to him then.
I mean, respect. Yeah, that was a good Zeri game. Okay, YouTube play in the YouTube theater. You were bantering
sir.
really quickly before we turned the cameras on, and I want to try and pull you back to that moment. What were you going to say, Inspired?
Yeah, you're gonna say something actually.
I don't know. I don't feel like I need to banter 100 teams. It's just gonna be a free win.
Okay. I mean, I respect FlyQuest as a team, to be honest.
Yeah.
I feel like they play really well as a team, but so do we now. Like, cause like we're turning on things, like we're actually communicating to each other. So I do feel like we have a good chance versus FlyQuest, but it'll definitely be a very close series.
Yeah.
That's one thing I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect 100 Thieves to win today, so I'm surprised already. I expected to play C9, so I guess I will have to change my prep a little bit and look into.
Did you have any prep for 100 Thieves?
No.
You just didn't think about us?
No. I mean, I was already like, okay, they went game 5 against Dignitas. No way they
Yeah,
beat
we're
C9.
gonna
So
beat-
Dignitas basically won more than C9 did today.
Yeah.
Honestly, I thought the same thing as well. Like, I really did think that C9 was gonna put on a show, but I don't know. They're all just choking.
They were not there.
Wow, that,
Today,
I actually
like,
didn't think about that. Dignitas went further in the series against you guys than C9 did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you play better? This is interesting. Did you play better in this series than you did in the Dignitas series?
100%. Like,
Okay.
I'm sure you guys were watching the Dignitas series.
What do you
like,
think
It's
you did
also,
better?
was feeling very
the
disgusting the
stage
entire time,
stage
you know?
practice. Like same for us. We
Oh,
played
yeah,
against
true.
Energy before we played C9. C9 played only 2 best of 5s this playoffs.
Playoffs.
Yeah. So what do you think you did better this series then?
I think, well, it goes back to like playing against you guys as well, where like my weak side was like really terrible in the last series and the
Yep,
TL series as
little
well.
bit.
Like, bro, you literally messaged in all chat something about like me going 20 deaths. So
Yeah.
just working on
I was telling you it wasn't a race to 20 deaths.
Oh, yeah, something across those lines. Yeah, that was actually pretty funny. I was like giggling on stage. I think just not dying to stupid ganks, to stupid plays, and kind of just like playing weak side well and playing team fights well as well is like what I really stepped on when I played against C9 that I just didn't do against Dignitas or TL.
Yeah. Anything with the rest of your team that you feel like improved as well?
We're just communicating as a team. We're actually playing as a team, and like we're just making plays together in general. So that's definitely something.
I do agree that stage time, like especially playoff stage time, matters so much. Like last split, like literally just last split on Team Liquid, I think we evolved so much as a team. Like I think the first time we faced FlyQuest, we ended up losing, and then we go through all the teams in the lower bracket, and we end up facing you guys in finals, and we win, in my opinion, pretty convincingly. So I feel like getting that extra stage time gives you just like improves the team as a whole and gets rid of any of the stage nerves that anyone ever had.
100%. I agree with that. Yeah.
What about playing another best of 5 against the same team in the same playoffs after you've lost to them? This was a weird stat that I pulled.
And that feels really good for the team that lost the first one.
Yeah,
and
they're
it feels
actually-
bad for the team that already beat them.
They're 6-5. The team that loses the first best of 5 is actually 6-5 all time now. So it was 6-4 before because you've beaten Dignitas twice. So technically you did it like against the stats.
Yeah.
What are some of the difficulties of beating a team for a second time? Because we're not guaranteed to have a rematch actually with the way. No, we would be. You're going to rematch someone no matter what because you've already
yeah,
played
Facebook
these
these
guys
guys,
twice.
yeah.
That is
But
true.
yeah, what
That
were
is
some
very
of the difficulties of beating like Dignitas earlier this week the second time?
I feel like Licorice got like a lot better throughout the, or in the series we played against them, like the second series, rather than the first.
Yeah.
So I think that definitely had a lot to do with like them just playing well and them kind of just sending us to game 5, you know? So Licorice was definitely a very big part of that team, just like winning. And yeah, I feel like it was mainly just him. Everybody was like playing fine, but they just realized that they had to do their jobs and they can actually stand a chance against us, you know? So
I think you also can just identify like
Yeah.
what the other team did to win, and it's very obvious. Like, I mean, like in our game 4, Quad was like 20 kills, so like very obviously Quad was doing something crazy on Zeri that game. So I think when we go back and review like while we lost game 4 to FlyQuest yesterday, where it's just gonna be like, oh, we let Quad do this and we let Quad do that, and it's just probably just gonna be us talking about just the mid gap. So, so I think that's like the benefit to me, like experiencing from last split, because when we lost to them, like obviously we're focused on our early opponents, but once we ended up making it back to them, we're like, okay, so this is what we did poorly last time, and this is what they did so well last time that beat us. And then we adapted what they did well. We're like, okay, this is our defense to what they did well now.
Yeah,
summed
I
it
feel
up
like
perfectly,
If you play
actually.
against a decent team and you beat them, they will for sure know why they lost, and they will improve on that. And if you already beat them, there is not much you will learn from the games. So I guess the team that lost just have an advantage.
Yeah. Okay, that validates what I was thinking. I think it is an advantage.
Yeah.
This is going to be your first stadium that you get to play in YouTube Theater on Friday against FlyQuest. How's it feel? What are you expecting?
What am I expecting?
Yeah, I know APA was telling you a little bit about the first stadium experience that he had. You want to?
Yeah, so when I was going into summer finals last year on TL facing NRG, like I've only played at like the 50, it was like 50, 100, I don't know how big the stadium is.
I think up to like 200 or 300, but sometimes it's 50, sometimes it's 300.
It's not that big though, in all reality. Like, it's just not the biggest thing. And I would think to myself, like, I would have a little bit of stage nerves here at the very start. And then, like, when I went to the big stadium in New York, it was like such a crazy experience to me. I don't know how many people were at that stadium, but like just hearing the crowd roar when you're walking on stage, like, you know, you're gonna announce, it's like, welcome sniper, and like the crowd's like just cheering you on. Like, it just feels so good in yourself. Like, it's one of those moments where it's like, you know, this is what you worked for this entire year type of moment.
Yeah, I think I'm just like super excited to just play in a big stadium with a lot of people watching us, and I don't know, I'm just trying to be there for the moment, you know? Like, I'm just trying to be as present as possible and just take everything in. Yeah.
Awesome. Inspired. You're pretty used to it, actually. What?
Not actually. Like, I played only 2 times, no? I think with EG we made it to Houston and then Chicago finals. And other than that, every final that I played was always played in the studio.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I only played 2 times in the split finals in like a big arena.
That was one of the craziest moments, though, that we've had in any final.
Yeah.
It's your EG final with the Danny, Baron Steel Penta.
That
What was that
crazy
like?
one. Bro, it was so loud and the whole stage was shaking. I couldn't believe my eyes because I was watching it from gray screen. I was there. I'm like watching it. He gets a mash. I'm like, he gets first kill. He gets second kill. He gets third kill. I'm like, what is going on? It's like straight from TikTok. I don't know. The Jinx, Duncan, 2v5 and Nash and get Nash. After that, we just knew we were gonna win finals. Like, there is like no way you lose after that.
Man, that is. So I've never talked to you about this, and I know it's a little bit back, but not many people expected EG to even beat Team Liquid. But then you swept them after the Danny Penta.
Yeah.
And then you carried the momentum all the way through to the finals. Was it actually like that play that you feel like catapulted it? Or did you think you'd made a bunch of improvements behind the scenes, that you were a better macro and you'd really figured things out?
I feel like the team I play on, we usually are really good at figuring out the meta for playoffs. So like, well, I knew we were a good team at the beginning of the playoffs, and then when we lost to Team Liquid 3-2 in the first match of playoffs, I think the thing that we were talking about happened. Like, we realized why we lost, what we should be playing, and on what we should not be playing, and then we just sticked with that for every best of 5. And we're a good enough team to, with the knowledge we got from the first best of 5, to just keep playing well, keep playing the style that is working for us, that is good in the meta, and we just won every game.
I had another somewhat random thought, and it's fine if this is totally off. I think, APA, the way you get gold on the map reminds me a little bit of how Danny got gold on the map. Do you see any similarities in that?
A little
I didn't watch how
bit,
Danny played,
but
so I don't know.
not that much. I feel like I think it's a bit different because he's a mid laner and they use TP way more. Danny was like an ADC that you actually have to. It's like you have to carry him around the map because it's an ADC. If he is already top, there is no way he will ever end up bot. And if you are playing around the hyper carry ADC and he's top, you know, enemy team basically knows that anything that happens bot side, we are not contesting because we have our scaling hyper carry on top side. While if you play like right now with Corki and he's top getting gold, he's a TP up all the time. So it's not like you can just go bot and dive whoever is there because Corki will just TP and ace you. So it's a bit different, I think, playing with the hyper carry in mid lane or AD.
Yeah, that makes sense. But
I mean, I didn't really watch much of his EG team with Danny, so
Yeah.
it's hard
Actually,
for me to draw a
we played
comparison.
scrims against APA right before that
Did you?
playoffs. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Was it
Yeah,
Maryville?
it was day before we were in the hotel. Day before our TL series, we played scrims against APA, and I was telling Jojo that we should pick TF first game, or like just prior TF really highly, and if they take it away, we should play Diana Yasuo. And Jojo was like, okay. I mean, I played some Yasuo, so then we played one game of scrims before the game against Team Liquid, and we played scrims against them, and we just picked Diana Yasuo. We won like 15 minutes, and we're like, okay, let's go. We're gonna pick Diana Yasuo. And then in game 2 against TL, we just locked it in 4-5, and they didn't see it coming against TF, and we just won the game.
What year was it?
Damn.
2022.
So I was on my college team then.
Yeah.
Bro, you're just bullying me at that point.
We were bullying it. Like we played 2 games, 2 15-minute stomps, and we're like, okay, nice. Now
I was into academy then. I'm tier 3.
It's the confidence building one right before you go on stage. That's awesome. Okay, we're going to plan. I know for the people watching, we're hoping to do another episode of Pros after finals. But in case we don't get to talk to you again, this has been a pretty cool year of LCS. Give you a second to think about like a favorite moment of the year, either for your own team, something in scrims. I'm just kind of curious as we're kind of ending the end of the episode. Like what do you want to remember about this year, aside from qualifying for Worlds, which is obviously going to be the highlight?
Yeah, I mean, I can just start. I think, I don't know, just getting to play LCS in general has been just an amazing experience for me. Like, I feel like every single day, I'm just trying to do as much as possible to like, just become the best version of myself. So just staying in the moment, just everything, you know? I don't have like a moment. It's just, just being there and just playing as an LCS player.
That's awesome. Thanks. APA, do you have anything?
I think it's kind of a funny one. When we were in grand finals versus these guys, when we're up 2-1, you could like, it was like same thing today where we saw like Sniper dancing and they looked across the stage and like C9's like super stressed. We were singing like a TikTok song together.
Oh my
God.
It was the like Chippy Chippy Chappa Chappa
Oh,
song.
that's the Quid song right there.
Yeah,
What was that song?
I know Sniper knows of it, but we're like actively like just singing that one in comms, just like having a blast because we're super confident going into the series. And then you look across the stage and like Jensen and Spy, just everyone's like sweating for their lives, like
Oh, no.
making sure that like they're trying their best to win the series, and we're just
just dancing.
so like that's probably like
Just a nice like team building moment.
yeah, just
right
such a
before great
fun
moment.
experience.
Anything for you, Inspired?
I think beating C9 in Spring Split 3-0, because they were like the super team going into playoffs, and this was basically the first series that they lost, because they lost 3-0 to us and then they lost 3-0 to TL. So yeah,
You guys broke them last split as well.
Yeah,
then, huh?
we broke them last split. We 3-0 them in playoffs, and then they go loser bracket, get 3-0 by TL. Did they win any game in playoffs? I think
No,
they didn't actually.
not
They
versus
just lost
us two.
2 series in Spring Split. And this summer
Yeah.
split as well, first game against us, we completely broke them. So they banned Lila Smolder for the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah.
And they lose again. So didn't they actually play 4 series this season in playoffs, and they didn't win a single one?
Yeah, they're
no.
what like
Did it
2?
actually happen?
I think they're
They-
2-12 then.
They
in
finished
playoff
third.
series.
I need to check Spring.
I'm
because
pretty sure their first game in no, they played someone.
They would've won
played-
something.
They played against 100 Thieves. They played against 100
Yes.
Thieves
3-0
in
done.
Spring
they
Split.
did beat you.
And then then
That one time.
then they
oh,
played
exactly,
against us and they lost, and then they played against TL and they lost. And this playoffs they played straight up against us and then against 100 Thieves and they lost both. So they actually played only 5 series in playoffs and
Wow.
only one.
That's like nothing, no? Playing that many series?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You won the series that mattered more. The first 3-0 in Spring. Who cares about that?
Exactly.
It's this 3-1.
It shows the
exactly.
improvement.
Yeah.
Shows the improvement.
So your favorite moment is just.
Yeah, for sure beating.
Is
the
it more
C9.
about beating C9 or about beating JoJo?
Oh, like beating C9 because they were so cocky. Jojo was thinking that he's gonna win the split. I'm like, bro, you are no one with me. I made you. Like,
Oh, he made him, huh?
and then he's being so cocky. And then I beat him this split as well. So like, I don't know what to say.
You're feeling good.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
He's
absolutely.
always acting cocky though. Like he's still like, even after they beat us, he was like, bro, it was a free win. We should have won.
Oh
we are
my
so much
gosh.
better.
Wow.
But it's funny. I like it.
Yeah.
I feel like he's not that cocky. Because, like,
Right now, for sure not.
okay, definitely not right now, yeah, that's for sure. But, like, before, he was always, like, messaging Quid really nice stuff.
Oh, I mean,
just, like, all
he's
that
just-
kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, he's not.
Maybe it's just, like,
I mean, we are friends, so he's just cocky towards
Oh,
me.
okay,
But
I
I think
see.
if he doesn't know someone, he's not gonna like act like that, I guess.
yeah.
Can't expose my DMs with Quid.
Oh, bro. No, man. Oh, my gosh. He's been telling me all about them, by the way. Every single day. He's like,
Yeah.
oh, look at what
It's a daily thing now. You two just
Not
trash talk
daily,
each other on
They're like,
recently.
Discord.
they're like lovebirds, by the way.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of it on Twitter.
We message each other a lot. It's not like those DMs. I can't I'm not exposing myself here.
No,
Okay, so
it's-
that's chat that no one gets to see.
I'm very friendly with Quid.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to say before we wrap up?
This episode was amazing. Thank you guys for being here, everyone. It was
Thanks for being
very
here,
nice.
man. Congratulations on qualifying for Worlds.
Congrats to
Yeah,
you.
thank you. Appreciate
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
Awesome
guys.
stuff. And LCS Championship Finals weekend is going to be great. Reminder, tickets are still available for the championship if you want to see Sniper versus Inspired. The winner of that goes up against APA's TL. That's at riot.com/LCS Championship. Pros is also available on Spotify. I think this is going to be the last one that I host this year. It's been fun. Thanks for joining me, guys. Again, I know all of you are multiple-time Pros guests, so thanks for doing this and taking the time, especially with such a big weekend coming up. So, great weekend of games. One left. We'll see you guys there.
Yeah.
We come to this place for magic, to the Riot Games arena, to laugh, to cry, to care. Because we need that, all of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the lights begin to dim and we go somewhere we've never been before, not just entertained, but somehow reborn, together. Dazzling images on a huge LED screen, sound that I can feel. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Our players feel like the best part of us, and stories feel perfect and powerful. Because here, they are, the LCS. We make playoffs better.
I will not back down. If you hit me, I'll hit you back.
Just let me cook,
We're gonna 2-0 them very easily.
Oh, he kind of like stole my whole flow.
Hello, Los Angeles! The 2024 Summer Championship is about to begin.
Oh, Inspired is spotted. They're going to try to go for him on the side, but on the other side, it's Busio engaging on Tomo. Tomo taking a lot of damage. He doesn't want to go through the magical journey because Bubo's waiting there, and River's knocked down as Masu and Quad go forward. Bubo flashes in. The skies descend, and it's right onto the head of 100 Thieves. But they don't have a lot of wave clear. They don't have a lot of pressure. In goes Inspired. It's a three-man ulti, and you have to think that could be it for game number one.
Mimi gonna be here. Mimi far.
We have to fast.
Yeah, he should be dead, guys. No altar
Enemy
flash.
coming,
No
enemy
altar
coming.
flash.
Can you put the ward? Can you put the ward?
Just kill Rumble.
Kill
Kill
Rumble.
Rumble if we can.
Mimi no flash.
Rumble dead. Rumble
Mimi no
dead.
flash.
Yeah. He's 1 HP. I have flash. It's all you, Quid.
Nice.
Did someone go bot?
I'll base go bot. Yeah. I'll
that's
just
good.
base go bot.
Okay, I have Zhonya's. Wait me.
I can't join fight.
Yeah, careful, guys. Wait me.
It's fine. It's fine.
It looks good. It looks really good. I'm going more.
Okay.
Look Kaisa,
me
look
too.
Kaisa. Look Kaisa, guys.
Oh, wait.
Killing the Jax. We have to kill the Jax.
Yeah, I got the Ziggs. Okay, Ziggs no flash. Ziggs no flash.
Okay, maybe this lane.
Holy.
Holy.
Nice one, Masu.
Yeah, nice, nice.
Nice.
Well played, guys.
Yes, coming top side.
Don't be scared here. Don't be scared here, Bill. Be scared here, Bill.
Good fight,
Yeah,
good
just
fight,
kill.
good fight, good fight.
You want
They're
second?
coming.
You want second?
Maybe I will die.
I think it looks hard.
I kill him, I kill him. Kill.
We're fine. Q2. We killed them all.
We kill him.
Holy quad.
Play yourself now.
It's already good. It's already good.
It's already good.
Holy, the Conqueror, Corky. Okay, looking for Zach.
Oh, what?
You have sonority.
It's fine, just fight with me, okay? Fight with me.
I think I'm running.
That's fine, you can run. That's fine.
He's killing everyone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's fine, you can run if you need to.
Sorry, bro.
It's fine.
Didn't see. I mean, I thought you died.
I have dash down, so I'm pretty tanky.
Nice.
Low HP.
No cleanse, no cleanse.
I'm coming with shield here.
I'm coming, yeah. When you have spell, I have spell.
5 Seraph, I can bait him.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, kill this guy and
Fine.
yeah, that's fine. Just kill Nexus.
Yeah, that just ends.
Nice.
Actually, can I kill Ayla one more time?
Yeah.
One last Ayla
Okay,
kill?
let's go.
Ooh.
Wait, one more kill?
Wait.
I've ulted 5. I've ulted 5.
Yeah.
But 5 again. 4.
Nice.
No
nice.
flag.
Yeah, another one. Yeah. Give me.
I'm ulting.
Who gets this one? Who gets this one?
Masu flashed it.
I'm a god at deciphering stuff. Unbelievable.
Nice, guys.
Nice job, guys.
Sorry, Masu, I showed you that game.
Let's go final.
Let's go final.
Welcome to Waiting Room, LCS Championship Day. The game I feel like we've been waiting for all year, the rivalry of the year this year is FlyQuest versus Team Liquid, the 4th series they're going to be playing against each other. We've got Sven joining us as well once again.
What's up?
How you feeling?
Good.
You excited?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah! There we go!
I mean, like, this is deja vu. It's happening again and again, the Team Liquid versus FlyQuest rivalry this year. So we need to see FlyQuest fight back. I know I've seen some fans in FanFest.
Well, what about yesterday? Were they not fighting back?
They were destroying.
Have you heard the term, DeMonte's trying to coin the term, the slingshots in full effect?
What does that mean?
Because you lower bracket and then you slingshot
and then you, like,
up through them, much like Team Liquid did to them yesterday. So reactions from yesterday. Masu had the Rookie of the Year presentation. Wondered if that was going to affect his nerves. It didn't really. And then Bwipo played really well, I'd say, in Game 3 and won Player of the Series.
Yeah, I think the big thing for Bwipo is obviously we had the Renekton coming through. He beat the Renekton one-trick allegations with the Rumble game in particular. I thought it didn't seem like 100 Thieves were expecting them to pick that on 5. Played it, had a phenomenal game on that. So yeah, and you could tell this meant a lot to Bwipo, right?
Yeah.
And now he is once again in another grand final.
And he said this in the interview before the series and after the series. He wants to simplify it and just focus on his own work, basically just being himself and not trying to overcomplicate it. And you really saw that during the series where, I mean, a lot of it was Renekton, but a lot of it was just
one game.
Yeah, it's just one game.
Okay, that's fair enough. Maybe I'm just blending them all together like that Endomorphs thing. But also just like his laning phase was good. There were a lot of times where Sniper was going for a solo kill. He backed away from it. He ended up the Rumble game, an astronomical gap. So you get games like those, and those are the Bwipo games that we remember and actually cherish.
Yeah, so that 3-0 means FlyQuest goes from the lower bracket into the championship game. Let's check out the bracket to see what has happened throughout this LCS championship playoff. The miracle run from 100 Thieves was not to be. They fell yesterday to FlyQuest, and it's a little similar to the way Team Liquid and FlyQuest played in the spring, where the first series, FlyQuest beat Team Liquid in a banger 5-game series. That was actually in the first round of the playoffs, though. This was the winner's final. But again, we have the rematch of Team Liquid and FlyQuest waiting in the final.
It's kind of crazy, because I remember in spring when the upper bracket games versus Team Liquid and FlyQuest was the bloodiest series. So both these teams, incredible team fighters. FlyQuest are for sure hunting for it, so I know just asking people around, the fans, analysts, everyone's expecting a 5-game series today.
And they both know each other so well too, right? Which is the fun part. A lot of times when we've seen these two teams go up against each other, they know each other really well, and a lot of it comes down to the actual set plays that each of them can perform, and less about mistakes and more about just both of them playing at their best.
Yeah, let's talk a bit about how the Team Liquid roster was built, because it's definitely been a bit of a road for Impact and CoreJJ as the two stalwarts of Team Liquid, so to speak.
Can I just say that my favorite thing about this graphic is it starts in 2018, so this starts actually after Core wins his
World
title.
And 6 years after
Impact wins his World's title. But yeah, and then you see APA and Jan were both in high school.
Sven, I love this. It's like Umti, generic Green Wings, probably a part of that 7-minute disgusting performance. Into APA, Teen Ang, 16 years old.
It's crazy that APA is 16 at 2018, which means he was 11 years old when Impact won Worlds.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Just think about that, right? You're like, what, 3rd, 4th player or something like that?
I mean, it means Impact was pretty young when he won Worlds, actually.
Yeah, it's also impressive.
Also, CoreJJ, I know we made a big deal of it when Solo played a game at 30 and Double played a game at 30, but CoreJJ could win an LCS title.
That guy's built different,
At
though.
30 years old. He is. He's never been able to stop playing League of Legends. He just always plays. He never wants off days. He always wants to practice.
Got to challenge Braun. 38, 40. Keep going.
Look at this amount of experience.
A 10-year gap between Boozio and CoreJJ.
Yeah.
So look at that. 11,
That's a long time.
Yeah.
11 LCS finals appearances for Impact.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, that
Not
was the
bad.
most impressive thing to me that jumped out on this. I mean, Impact having 859 total games is also kind of absurd.
Yeah.
But to have 11 LCS finals just speaks to his longevity.
I mean, you throw in the OGN Champions title, the World Championship title. Like, this is just LCS specific, but the experience is oozing from him. And that kind of goes into the conversation of the team. The fact that level of experience being on that stage, who can better explain to you what it will feel like than CoreJJ and Impact?
Absolutely. And as a quick recap, this team is undefeated in matches all summer. They've played every team in a best of 3, beat all of them. They dropped a few games along the way. But the last time they actually lost a match was in March to FlyQuest in the spring playoffs. So they have had a long run without really getting knocked down by anyone. And they really cleaned up on the awards balloting as well. They got coaching staff of the split. They had 4/5 of the first team. Umti felt like really left out because he was third team jungle, but just an incredible year for them overall.
Last time FlyQuest beat Team Liquid, it was with Jensen's Annie. In the spring playoffs, first round they played each other.
Oh my God, I did not
Annie's
even
the
Think
key.
about that.
That's the
Annie
key to-
Viego was what they played.
That's the key to success.
That's how long ago it was.
Should Quad play Annie?
That's not what I'm saying. But
I'm sure he can. I have
Probably
confidence.
can.
I have confidence in Quad. He could play any.
But just even seeing the lineup of awards that they end up getting, most improved player for APA, obviously first team All-Pro, and then seeing the coaching staff of the split award, that is the one that I key into, and I know that Emily is going to immediately chime in because when you think about Team Liquid, you think about...
Lane swaps?
You better believe it.
like-
Some
Don't
of the
say that
best
word.
lane
I was
swapping
like, is this
teams.
a trick question?
Yeah, I think about a lot of different things first. But
me too.
I know
See,
she wants to talk about the lane
actually,
swaps.
I think of different
Really?
things first. Yeah.
Okay,
I think they are well coached though, and I think
Yes.
that's something that Spawn is really familiar with. Again, a lot of these players and coach them also in NACL, and we've seen his kind of coaching style transition really well into LCS.
yeah, and I've had a lot of discussion about the right team compositions in terms of people. Having some older and younger and experienced and less experienced players on a team. And I think both Team Liquid and FlyQuest share similar traits. Here's the roster journey for FlyQuest. Whippo spending those years in Fnatic, being very experienced, inspired, even though he's young, very experienced. And then Masu Busio in the bottom lane, definitely the two newer players on the roster.
Yeah, and I think I do love how every single one of these, that like FlyQuest is a surprisingly young team given the experience, especially coming out of Whippo and Inspired, as you see how early they started on Fnatic and ERLs. Here is that age matchup. I will say Impact and Core kind of dragging the average age up a little bit on TL. But yeah, it's even someone like Quad has a massive amount of experience from when he started in LCK years ago.
Yeah, going back to what Zen said, 10 years between CoreJJ and Busio. And Masu's safe because I'm sure he doesn't have like stream footage of himself when he was a child. But Busio, man, that guy was streaming Busio C playing Katarina, and that guy looked like a literal child because he was. But like, just to see the journey from that to a stage like this is always crazy to me.
A solo queue menace he was.
Yeah?
Yep,
Have
still
you
is, still is.
What's the memory ingrained to you if you ever played with or against him?
When Boozy was playing Malin, he was playing Funny Champs. He
Yeah.
still is playing Funny Champs every game. LeBlanc support, Rumble support, you name it. Anything that's funny, he will play it.
Oh my God.
And he might have 10 deaths.
Might happen.
Might have 10 deaths, yeah.
Sven, do you think that having Inspired and Whippo with more experience on this team helps this team, or do you
Yeah,
think?
absolutely. I'm not even questioning that. I think like Inspire is a great team leader, and I think that having 1 or 2 veterans in a team is better than having 5. Because then people actually listen to you. You might have like a problem with like too many people having different opinions and no one will agree how to play. But when you have one guy like Inspired who everywhere he goes, he wins, you'll be like, yeah, this guy's probably right. Same thing in Team Liquid where like Yon AP is like, I have 2 world champions. Whatever they say is probably right.
Yeah.
So I'll listen to them and then see where that takes me. And it took them to 2 finals back to back.
Here's FlyQuest as well since 2020, which was their most successful year, still not being able to quite get that title. They have another chance today, Raz.
And that's the thing. If this is the ticket, if this is what like the team building has kind of brought them to, because they tried this. They had the money last year when they brought in like Prince, of course, for that team alongside Vikla. And
Disaster.
Spring Slet, it was looking nice.
It was, until it wasn't.
It kind of wasn't. But this is the team building that really brought them to like finals back to back in spring and summer, and they want to get the job done because they've had that history, a long history, getting second place and trying to rebuild and get to that stage again. This is the time they do it.
Yeah, and we also need to mention that both this Team Liquid and FlyQuest team have had the ability to have players on their org without starting them right away, who they're then using now. So APA Yon both spent time on the Team Liquid Academy team. Also Masu, Busio.
It's funny, both teams tried the super team approach. Team Liquid with the Bjergsen, Hansama, CoreJJ, Weipo team, and then FlyQuest last year with the Prince project. And then both teams found more success when they went for the NSCL pipeline.
Yeah,
That says a lot.
I was going to say, I also don't think it's a coincidence that these two teams are the two teams that actually kept their NACL rosters, because there's a lot you can do. Like, we've talked about promoting players from their rosters, but there's also just a lot of other small practice things that you can get from having an NACL roster.
You can also get a big familiarity with the type of person the player is going to be, what type of practice habits they're going to have, what type of life habits they're going to have to know if they're going to fit on the team. So I think a lot of things that these teams have done with their org and in their roster construction is why they're here today.
It's very similar.
And also why they have been kind of the top two teams the entire year.
Yeah.
Cloud9, they tricked us multiple times, making us think they were going to be up there.
I
but
still
really,
think they'll be on stage today. They'll find a way.
But it's FlyQuest and TL back-to-back finals against each other. As we mentioned, it's kind of a crazy stat with the double elimination format. First time that two teams have faced each other in 4 best-of-5s within the same year. And they've had some of the best series, too.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for me is like every time these two teams seem to meet in a series, it's always a banger. It's always the two of them trying to outdo each other. And the players themselves have given credit back and forth between these two teams in terms of how well each of them tend to perform against each other. And they tend to remember these matchups pretty fondly.
And I would imagine that it feels that much more fulfilling raising that championship trophy when you have an actual competition, when you're not just steamrolling. And I feel like that's a question that I have for you, Sven, because
I don't mind either way.
You don't mind?
It's fine, yeah.
It doesn't taste that much sweeter? Because like these two teams have been like neck and neck, just being basically just fighting each other from Spring Split. I talked about the bloodiest game that they had in the upper bracket. The finals itself kind of left more wanting, and we get another opportunity. FlyQuest, I know, have been like circling this in the calendar, knowing that they're going up against Team Liquid.
With how often they've played against each other, Sven, how deep does the meta actually go when you have this many games on stage against the same team?
Yeah, there's a point where you put all the cards on the table, and everyone knows what everyone has. Both teams know exactly how the other team plays, and I don't think that there will be any surprises from either side today. They will know, yeah, we're banning Black against Weibo, we're banning Lily against Inspired, we're avoiding this, avoiding that.
Yeah.
We're playing this way because of that. And these teams probably scrim each other the whole year as well. I know they did because it was C9, FlyQuest, and TL playing each other every single day, the whole split. and they have each other downloaded, right, at this point. So
Yeah.
I think they will both be very prepared for what's coming. And they played so many best of fives against each other already. So yeah, they have each other completely on the download.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be so interesting as we see this. Ever since Team Liquid had that 4-peat, we've been in this era of parity, it feels like, where Sven, you were like the only person to have a 2-peat back-to-back between the summer and spring of the same year, but to actually have a back-to-back repeat has become extremely rare ever since the 2020 season.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that blue logos are really good this match.
It's really nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue in there.
How hard is it usually to be able to string victories like that from spring to summer?
It is just hard to be on top for a long period of time because you don't have anyone to practice against that can teach you. It feels like you're shadowboxing for the most part. You're trying to like get better while playing against teams that are worse than you.
Yeah.
So you're always like, it feels like when you scrim someone, you are helping them more than they're helping you. Kind of like the G2 problem of EU, where they are the best team in the region for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And then they're just helping other people get better, but not getting anything in return.
And Emily, I know you have a lane swap point for us.
Oh, no.
I do.
I'm down. I'm here for it.
Okay, so I thought TL's lane swap against FlyQuest last week was really good. As you see, Core is going to be ganking mid, and the other important thing here is that Yon is already top. So as Core ends up blowing Quad's flash here, which is going to set up a good lane for APA. This is kind of a new variant on when we would send top laners mid. And here you see Core is just going to be a massive problem because he's also going to stop Whippo from being able to do a lot of stuff on the top side. Another thing to point out as we see Core just continuing to be a pain with Whippo is that both junglers actually started on their weak side. So a lot of times with lane swaps, what you'll want to do is try to get your jungler to your stronger side as soon as possible. But here, because FlyQuest didn't know that this lane swap was happening until it happened, they weren't able to scout it. It means that Inspired is going to take a while to get down into place to help where FlyQuest wants to go, right? So APA is in a good lane. He's going to be able to shove this out back and be a part of the play later. Now, Inspired is slowly making his way down, but Core is here. He's going to end up coming in and hitting level 2 at a really crucial time off of the wave here to end up collapsing and contesting this. So again, Inspired started on his weak side of the map, so it took him a while to get down here. Core is already here, kind of getting some experience off of the wave, which is another thing we've seen TL do, is kind of put more resources into Core. Like I mentioned, APA was actually able to shove out that mid wave back and then TP in, so he's gonna end up getting all this farm. Meanwhile, Yon is in the top side just chilling. They are going to end up stopping this back from Whippo, so he's gonna have to TP back to the top side. APA's flash is blown, but it ends up being fine. So he's gonna end up TPing top side, and all of this is in service to Impact being able to go mid, catch that wave, and they're all in a really good spot across all 3 lanes with their carries, just being able to get experience and minion waves. And as we look at the tri-lane thing, I want to also point out that here is massively ahead of Inspired, because Inspired, again, had to go from his weak side down to the bot side. On this Lilia ends up being so far ahead of Inspired at this point in the game. He's basically had time to just completely free farm while all of these map shenanigans are going on. And oh, here's CoreJJ again on the top side. They end up killing Whippo for first blood. And I just thought this was such a smart adaptation. We've seen TL really evolve their understanding of how to play with lane swaps from just swapping out of bad matchups or trying to get turret plates.
Yeah, and they did a couple things there that I've seen a bit around the world. The support doing the experience catch when you might just int and get dove by 4 people. Yeah. It's better for the support to die than the top laner, so a bit of guaranteed experience. And then Team Liquid is just the best at the dynamic nature of those lane swaps. Like, how many teams do you end up at 4 minutes having your top laner in mid lane getting experience? And it's funny that they only did that in Game 5.
This whole split against Team Liquid, when we scrim them, they never lane swap. Then you go on stage, they lane swap. And I think it's because they don't want to teach people how to lane swap. They've been through so many iterations of this lane swap. They were playing them in Spring Split, they were playing them at the EWC, and playing them the whole Summer Split, and they only use them when they have to. But they don't want to teach people how to lane swap, because lane swap is like a game of variables. One thing happens, you have to adapt quickly. And Teal's been through so many of those variables that they know how to deal with each one of them. Yeah. While other teams haven't been that far into the sauce, so they don't know what do I do now when CoreJJ is bot in the tower farming alone and my top laner is here getting nothing top? What should I do? Dive? Then AP TPs, because he knows what they have to do. Then you're like, oh, what now? And you're lost, and they're not. And that's why TL is so much better in lane swaps than everyone else, because they've been through so many of these different swaps.
It's actually crazy, because even when you were just having some time alone with CoreJJ, he's just thinking about, I remember he was on the desk with us in the lounge. And then he was already thinking about another variation, or like talking about his thought process in the last one. You're like, this is ridiculous. Like, you as a team will be aligned. It's the enemy team that has to catch up to you. And in the enemy team in this case is FlyQuest. And at least FlyQuest, I think FlyQuest, if we talk about their identity, it is their strong team fighting. I feel like that has been the thing when FlyQuest, in fact, Whippo at the end of yesterday's series, he talked about, if we're going to win, it's going to be based off of team fighting. If Team Liquid's going to win, it's going to be based off of just overall map play. And it has been the Team Liquid, or FlyQuest team fighting that is, in the upper bracket that made life really hard for the Team Liquid squad.
I think you're absolutely right. And if we look at the types of team comps that FlyQuest has played throughout this entire playoff run, they've mostly been the scaling team comps. We've seen a lot of Ivern from Inspired. We've seen more tank and utility junglers from him. They're putting a little bit more trust in Masu and Quad to actually be the teamfight carries, but it's the fact that they're all committed to the same style and they really all know their job and role in teamfights.
Yeah, while C9 and TL are flashy in the early game, they're really far ahead in gold. FlyQuest is a really good early game team, but they don't win early game. They play to not lose the early game with skill and champions like Ivern, like the AP Kai'Sa we saw yesterday, the Smolder last week, I think it was. And they just play very controlled and slow and don't let the enemy team run over them while they're playing champs that just are better late game and then better in teamfights.
And it's really funny. This team, I'm specifically talking about Inspired. It feels like him as a person, he's a great leader. And a lot of it is because when he actually plays solo queue, he's just not playing jungle. He's playing other roles. So every time you talk to him or hear any of his interviews, especially on pros, he's going to be able to talk about a matchup in great details, better than some of the solo laners themselves.
Yeah, this guy, it fits his personality that he plays all these, because then if he's criticizing his bot lane, he says, no, you do this in the matchup.
And there's a certain point where, like, you can't really improve pro play jungling in solo queue because the game is just so different that you might as well just he's yawning on stage. You might as well just learn how to play bot lane at that point, understand how the waves work, understand like the base timers or whatever, right? Learn something from that. It's better than just playing jungle against, you know, some random Shaco one trick or like what do I know, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Also, this is the finals weekend. There's been a huge fan fest outside in Raz. You went to see it. I want to see what you did.
It's nice, but it was hot.
I mean, the Fan Fest has been amazing. I'm right next to the Kia booth. We got Cloud9, FlyQuest in that direction. It is burning hot, so if you guys are here, first of all, I apologize. Second of all, keep yourself cool and hydrated. Let's move around here and sign some fans, find a few people, because this place is busting. I had not imagined it. I apologize, brother. I apologize. We're like shoulder to shoulder at times with people. So the cosplayers, by the way, got a picture with them. Fabulous people, and they put a ton of work into their art. So, and you could probably hear Travis Gafford already. That man right now is on stage with our commissioner, Mark Z. Mark Z decided he's going back to his old work. Understandable, honestly. So, actually, we got a few fans here. Let's see if we can get a question with these guys. How are you guys doing? You guys have time?
Hey, man, yeah, good. Hey, Raz, what's up?
How are you guys doing? So, first of all, how's the Fan Fest been for you guys?
It's really fun. There's so much to do, and I didn't realize how much we could actually do. It's like so many different booths, and then having that little quest. I wish I had enough time to do everything, but you know, meeting all the famous people, you know, like seeing Voyboy here, we didn't expect to see him here, and then all of a sudden we got him to sign a shirt.
Yeah, I got it somewhere around here, the shirt sign. But
what's your favorite signature you got up in there?
Right now, I remember watching him play a long time ago, but yeah, it's great here. The lines are long though, man.
It just shows how many fans there are here, right? Because everybody's excited to do everything.
That's true. I don't want to take too much of you guys' time. Love you, appreciate you, enjoy yourselves, all right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, take it easy, guys. Let's see, we got a few more people out here, actually. Let's take a look out here. Damn, we got names out. Actually, we got some names. If anyone wants to talk to me, if anyone wants to chat, you know what? You guys, let's bring you guys in. First of all, condolences with the Cloud9 jersey. I apologize.
It's okay. No worries. We'll come back next year stronger.
What are you looking forward to most in today's series? Both of you. I'll start with you, brother.
Okay, so I think I'm looking forward to Bwipo Impact. I think Bwipo kind of stomped Sniper yesterday, and if he's coming in really hot, maybe there's going to be a really fun, top lane to watch. If there's no swaps today, so that's kind of sweet to be interested in.
You said the S word. Look, only Emily will appreciate that. How about you, brother? How's like this entire environment felt for you?
This whole LCS Fan Fest, my first LCS event in person, coming all the way from Tampa, Florida, long flight. It's been hot here, not as humid though.
We'll take that.
Yeah, we'll take that, of course. And of course, unfortunately, I booked this trip before Cloud9 lost, unfortunately, so I'm still here, but I just want to see a really good best-of-5 series, represent North America at Worlds. That's all I could ask for.
That's what I'm talking about. At least you're holding it down, all right? At least you're holding it down. I appreciate you guys. Don't want to take too much of your time.
Thank you.
Hell yes. It has been a good vibe out here, guys, and I think we got a few more people. How are you guys been doing? You guys okay with taking a bit of your time?
Yeah, of course.
What's up, man?
I'm doing pretty well. How's FanFest been for the both of you? I'll start with you first.
Well, so far it's been great. This is my first experience, and I absolutely love it, and I would definitely be coming back for sure.
Hell yes. Show the sign off one more time. You came in here for APA. I actually saw APA's parents like walking around a little bit here first.
Right there, signed it, yeah.
Oh, you got them to sign it?
I even got a chance to personally thank them on behalf of NA for what they're about to do at Worlds.
I've always said the 2014
I already love that. You guys are killing it. I appreciate the both of you. You guys keep having fun, all right? You guys take it easy. There is so much here to do at FanFest. If you guys aren't here, I apologize. Hopefully this gave you a little bit of peace, just a piece of what we have to offer here. So you guys take it easy. You guys have a fun one. We'll send this one straight back to the desk.
It is time to present our Kia MVP award to our winner, Impact. 축하합니다.
Top die, support die, mid die, any carry die, and Impact is all over the map right now. Impact just dancing on him again. One big hammer right over the top of the head. Impact is an absolute raid boss. He already popped a Mega Gnar, and Impact pops him like a balloon. Oh, Impact jumps right back in and stuns him up here with a counter strike. There's a double kill back for Impact.
Impact goes over the wall, the claw to pull Blabber back in.
Oh, baby, count it. That's up to 5, baby. That's my boy. Impact goes godlike. It's a triple for Impact this time around. Coming around from behind, the slicing Maelstrom wants to make it happen, and yes, sir, he does. Team Liquid back into the fight even longer, but a beautiful flame spinner from Impact. The man with the most games in the LCS just showed you why he's still doing it all these years.
And here to present the Kia MVP trophy is Kyu-Min Shim, National Manager of Brand Partnerships and Events at Kia America. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a great honor to present the first Kia MVP to Impact. And congratulations, and hope you have a great next season too.
Final two.
Final two.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Impact.
Thank you.
You've had so many strong seasons in your career, but this split has been particularly amazing. What do you think was the difference for this split?
I mean, maybe I play better, but like, okay, I think my teammate helped me a lot to focus myself. I don't need to like help them other teammate to like, so I can focus myself more. And I mean, just Jake and Lane were helping me a lot too. Like, how can I play better in the side or play the game? And yeah, that's it, you know.
In the summer finals video, you mentioned how much fun you still have playing League of Legends. What helps you keep your passion for the game?
Passion. I don't know. It's like anything. This one is most fun to me than other, you know. So I cannot imagine that I'm doing other things. That's why I get passion from that, I guess. And yeah, I think that's how I can keep playing that.
And then you've gained so many loyal fans throughout like a really long career. Is there anything you'd want to say to them, especially now that you've won LCS MVP?
I mean, now I played 12 years. In my whole career, like, I didn't get anything about like MVP or like this kind of thing. So thanks to guys to give this MVP. I appreciate it. I mean, before start interview, I was almost cry because, I mean, imagine just I'm 12 years. I try my best every year, and I didn't get MVP. And finally, I got it. You know, that's incredible. So, thanks, guys. And yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, I love you guys.
Thank you so much, Impact. It's been an honor watching you play all these years. We will throw it back to the lounge for now. Congratulations.
Oh, also I have to say thank you,
Wait, what did you say?
He said thank you, Honda. The classic
Beautiful.
Team Liquid.
Beautiful.
I love that guy. And I think it's amazing that what he mentioned there, the pure longevity of it all. Like, you could never imagine.
12 years.
If you think of when he started esports, back in 2013 as a 17-year-old, back then people were saying, like, as soon as you hit 20, man, your hands fall off. And, like, you're not going to be able to play. And then the fact that he's now getting his greatest individual award this long after playing is unprecedented, really, in esports, but also a proof to all of the more experienced, older players out there that you can still improve and you can still succeed and you can
Like
still
me.
excel. Are you inspired?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get him in there. It's so beautiful because every year, like you and players in general, like, you know, you guys bust your asses out there to be a better player, to actually be on the stage again and again. And so the fact that he said that he was going to tear up because this is the first time he was able to hold something like this, it's incredible. And when he said, "How do I keep passionate?" It's like, that's the only thing I can see myself doing.
I felt that.
Yeah.
Yeah, truly.
Yeah, made me a little emotional. Also, those are our thoughts on the Impact MVP interview. Let's hear Bwipo's how he feels about going up against Impact today.
You know, speaking on my top lane matchup especially, I've always been kind of the runner-up, you know, in my whole career. I've been the runner-up, and I've kind of come to terms with that, you know, and I'm happy, honestly. I get to be the runner-up again, you know, like, Impact's the #1, he's probably got an MVP. That's a great bullseye right on his forehead. I'm aiming for it, and we'll see, you know, because I feel like he's a really good benchmark for what is greatness.
Yeah.
I think that you have the best players in a region, like, not the best necessarily, but you have good players in a region, and then you have great players in a region. And I feel like Impact's like right there up with the great players in a region. So if you can go above him, if you can beat him in a best of 5 and like outperform him in a best of 5, that's a great benchmark for fantastic international success. And that's why for me, I'm always very happy to be able to play against him because it really sets the standard of where I'm at in terms of my own performance. And I have nothing, there's nothing left to be desired as a competitor, you know?
I mean, awesome to hear from Impact. Emily's going to be joining us right now. She just came from the interview. Let's talk about Impact a little bit and just his legacy and his accolades throughout his LCS career, Raz. And even his League of Legends career.
Yeah, because just thinking about the fact that he's won an OGM Pro Championship, World Championship, 14 All-Pro, 6 titles, like the career that he has had has been legendary. And every team that he's touched, he's kind of felt, you can felt that impact. I didn't try to do that, but it happened. And so, yes, just take a look at it. I mean, he's right now tied with Xmithy and Bjergsen for second in terms of LCS championships. After this one, he's the sole holder of that. If he wins.
If he wins. I was going to say, yeah, are you predicting today's series already?
You might see that in the prediction.
But yeah, I mean, I think it also just means so much. Like, the thing that strikes me, especially from that video and just talking to him on stage, is how much fun he still has playing the game. And like, I'm sure you can kind of speak to this, Sven, a little bit. Like, as you go through your career, the grinding of solo queue becomes like more and more difficult every year from talking to a lot of pros.
Yeah, there comes a point where grinding the game and playing outside of the scrim hours becomes more of a job than a passion for some people. I never had that problem. I don't think Impact does either. He's a guy who works really hard. I've talked to a lot of people that work with him, and they always say nice things about Impact. So I think just the pure passion and love of the game is what makes someone that won Worlds 10 years ago still play the game to this day. Because a lot of people, when they reach the top of the mountain, it goes downhill only, right?
Yeah.
Impact doesn't feel that way.
No, he just seems to be getting better and better. Also, appreciate Impact for breaking a little bit of the MVP curse. The fact that we've only had 4 of the MVPs make it to finals since 2020, Impact being one of them. And then also this with Team Liquid and Impact. He mentioned this after the spring final when he won again. He's like, I'm the only one who's ever won with Team Liquid. I was gone, they didn't win. I'm back there winning again. I think he brought some of this confidence into this split to be so dominant.
God, it's actually crazy. Every player that you end up talking to, you already mentioned it, no one really has a bad thing to say about Impact. Even the aspiring pros coming in, I was watching Surdy stream, and he was talking about how when he was on the Evil Geniuses like Academy lineup, he's like, he always thought about trying to be as adaptable as Impact at that time. And that's kind of what Impact has kind of been known for. He's incredibly adaptable for what the team requires of him. He always knows what his job is, and then when it comes to review time, he's going to speak, and he's going to make the team better. So that's what it really takes to be a champion, and he's pushing it every day.
Okay, we're going to see Impact today going up against Bwipo. I wonder how much we're going to see Bwipo's Renekton, because in the last series they played 4 times Bandit in Game 5, and he's been pretty dominant on it so far. But also, Sven, talk to me about Bwipo so far this playoffs.
He's been up and down. He had some games here and there where I think that was not so good. Yeah. Rumble game, he actually played really well. I was surprised that he actually picked Rumble, but I don't think he'll be playing any Crocodile today. I think it will be the first ban of every single game that Teal plays today.
You think it's going to be the opposite?
I really
of what
think they should be
right
banning it. They've lost so many games to this guy on this champion and won so many games against everything else. At this point, they must have learned the lesson.
Well, we'll
Just
see.
pay a tax.
We'll see. There is a possible record at stake if he were to get 4 more Renekton games in this best of 5, because we have, throughout LCS playoff history, the most times an individual player has played the same champion.
Oh,
He's at 10 Renektons.
I'm there twice, bro.
Hey,
He can pass you. He can pass you. You're tied for first with Doublelift there.
Barris, wait a minute. What are you doing? I mean, it's 80 carry champion pool. It is what it is.
So the Kaisa in 2018 to me is actually most impressive, because that wasn't double elimination. That was just a single elimination.
Yeah, I don't remember that year at all. It's funny. that year just vanished in my memory. I don't know why.
Oh my God. We talked a bit earlier about how much these teams have played against each other. And that gave us enough information to give us a guessing game. We haven't seen this game.
Oh.
But it's essentially, the way it was described to me was, every game Team Liquid has played against FlyQuest this year, these stats are from those games. So that's all 3 of their series in playoffs. That's their best of 3. That's the 2 best of 1s they played in spring. So let's get to question 1 here. And we got some player faces. I think we have to agree on these.
Oh, okay. So we have to
Masu
come
versus
to
Yon. Who has the higher KDA, Yon or Masu?
Wait, give me the stick.
Are you going for Yon already?
I'm
going
Masu.
Okay, I'm going to...
I actually
Well,
think
you
it's
have
Masu.
the Yon stick.
I mean, Yon's won more games.
I'm going Yon. Simply because his team wins more games.
I looked at a stat earlier that makes me think
That's
Emily's
fair.
right, but we're gonna roll with it.
Masu.
You know what? We're going Yon.
Whoa!
It is Masu. Yeah, so
wasn't close
in
either.
this playoffs, Masu has only died like once a game, and Yon's died twice a game. So that it's hard to overcome.
I remember Masu had like 5 that just on 6 in the last game. It was like 0-4 at some point.
Yeah,
So I thought
imagine
maybe
how
that
great
would
his
like
KDA was before that. Next question. Who has the higher counter jungle percentage, Umpty or Inspired? Again, that's just from the games they played against each other.
I'm going to say...
I used to know this. I think it's still this guy.
You're going.
He loves being in your enemy jungle by like 3 minutes.
And I remember the Lilia game 5. That's going to juice it a lot from the last series.
True. From the lane swap.
Because of lane swaps.
Yeah.
You often end up in enemy jungle because of that.
That's a cheat sheet right there. Boom.
There we go.
That's close, though.
That's really close.
And that's a pretty high percentage, by the way, because it's the percentage of time from 3 to 50 minutes you're actually in the opponent jungle, so it's pretty high. Next question is about Quad versus APA. Let's see what it is. Who has the higher damage per minute, APA or Quad?
God,
Quad is more the dirty AD carry
a lot
mid
of
laner.
AD carries.
I'm going Quad.
I'm going Quad.
Yeah?
Bring up Quad.
Wow.
I'll
Anyone
go
for
with
APA?
you guys.
Okay, no.
Nope.
We're unanimous.
It's a beautiful
and
stash.
we're wrong.
Yeah. Why are we even here, bro?
I should have gone APA. Then you broke my.
Okay, last question. Busio and CoreJJ. Sven mentioned the 10-year age gap between the two of them. Who has the higher CSD at 14?
What? Oh,
I think we need to
on.
phone a friend. The crowd.
Production.
Does the crowd love the support CSD stat?
I think some people like
Who has
the
a higher
support
CSD
stat.
crowd?
No, no one cares.
Yeah, nobody cares about the stat, but it is going to be CoreJJ. That's my guess because of the lane swaps.
Oh, yeah, actually.
He catches the
You're
CS
right.
under the
He catches
turret.
CS.
No, Busio.
Oh, wow.
Is it
because
just
he
Senna
played
games?
like enough Nautilus games with
Nautilus,
Senna?
Yeah. I think it's
Exactly.
Senna games. That's
I
disgusting.
hate.
There's always the asterisks.
I hate this game because
And Emily should know better.
You get one run. One
I was
question?
1 of 4.
You should know
I
better.
carried your ass on the first 2 questions.
Yeah, I just lost the series 3-1. Okay, let's get back to the series. Mid laners, APA going up against Quad. APA has had such a meteoric rise to be considered one of, if not the top mid laners in the LCS.
Yeah, and the big thing to me about APA, again, even his biggest cheerleaders when he came in, the emergency substitution last year, were like, we're not sure if he's LCS ready, but his brain about the game is amazing and he is willing to grind. And I think you can see his overall map awareness and how it's lent into him growing as a player, because it was really just about getting down a lot more of these matchups mid, and his League of Legends brain is already so big.
The league brain.
The league brain.
Yeah, I used to remember APA was considered a mage one-trick last year, a Thalia, Asol, 6, OTP, 3-trick, whatever. But one-dimensional player, essentially. Couldn't play Jace, couldn't play LeBlanc, was banned every game in playoffs last year. But now he's playing Gorky and Tristana every game, really good at both of them. He's playing different champs, it feels like, in every game, and he's expanding his pool. So I think he might just be, at this point, a really good player.
Yeah.
Yep, easily. Being able to be first team All-Pro and most improved, and a lot of that was, I remember there was an off-season in which the one champion that he was criticized on was Azir. Then he goes into Korea, just grinds basically only Azir. The stories in the back that you would hear from the Team Liquid guys, where it's like you kind of have to stop them from playing too much, because then it gets to the unhealthy range, is crazy. And that's real growth there. The fact that he started his time in the LCS on that Tristana game and was confident on day one, you kind of knew that he had, I would say, the mentality for it, to be able to move from the bottom to the top.
Yeah, the thing that impresses me the most about APA is his ability to get gold on the map. Just play side lanes and not die while doing it.
Yes.
I think that is partially because Team Liquid sets up the map so well and everyone knows their job with it. Sven?
Yeah, very often, around 10 minutes, second TPs, APA will always end up against someone he beats in side lane. The top lane or the AD carry usually, and he will always be in a position where he can farm more than anyone else on the map.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens today. He's going up against Quad, who has also had quite a glow-up from the first game that people had their first impression of him in the LCS, actually getting solo killed by APA, into becoming one of the premier mid laners and getting the equivalent of the league cycle in this pentakill against Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, Emily calls him Quadpocalypse. Other people call him the Quad Father. A lot of it has just been on the fact that he's been unleashed. I mean, when the AD carry meta was a thing in the mid lane, and kind of still is, he was the first one really spamming those champions, and the team has really been doing a great job in being able to give him resources on side lanes, and his team fighting has been excellent, the Zeri games. But then when he went back to this tried and true, his control mages mid lane, especially the Aurelion Sol, he's been making magic happen. So first in a lot of these metrics and a lot of in the playoffs has just been him being one of the best mid laners in this league.
I think I'm down with Quadfather.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I like
that. Quadpocalypse is fun.
Yeah.
But Quadfather, the graphic sells it.
That's
I mean,
true.
also, yeah, I pointed this out yesterday on Cast, but I love that Inspired is just sitting there whispering into his ear, you know?
It's very fitting for their team.
Yeah,
especially.
exactly.
Yeah, and Emily, tell us a little bit more about Quad.
Okay, I'd be happy to. This is Draw and Paint, my LCK Challengers, NACL, and LCS Life Quad. Song Quad Soo Hyung began his pro career with DRX in 2019 on the same team as Keria. He actually lied about his age to get on that team. His ID at the time, his in-game ID, was Solka, which actually stood for Solo Cassiopeia because he was initially a Cassio one-trick on the ladder. Due to the mounting stress of becoming a pro, he retired to stream at the end of 2021, but after continuously reaching rank 1 on the solo queue ladder in Korea, he returned to pro play on Nongshim Red Force for 2023. In his first split with FlyQuest, Quad won the NACL title and then joined the LCS team for 2024 summer. Quad has been an instrumental part of their run to qualifying for Worlds and Championship weekend. And he recently became the first major region pro, I know we keep bringing this up, but I think it's a cool stat, to get a pentakill, a quadra-kill, a triple kill, a double kill, and a single kill all separately in the same game. And I think the big thing for me has been he was so hyped when he first came off the ladder, right? Like him and Keria on this DRX team were seen as really, really good players. And it was like, okay, how are they going to work out? And then when he didn't work out initially, people were like, maybe he's washed. He retired. He was streaming. He came back. On this FlyQuest roster, he's been performing so well for them. And it's made me really happy as someone who's watched his career for a while.
Actually, I gotta ask you, because hearing stories like his or Quid's when it comes to stage nerves and being able to conquer that, when you first came in, did you ever had that? And I'm sure you had teammates that experienced it. Like, how was it just being able to conquer something that he's able to do?
I don't know. I just did it. I just pulled up and played. Like, yeah, I don't know. When you're in the zone, you're locked in. You just don't think about it. Sometimes when the stage shakes and the crowd's really loud, maybe you think about it. But honestly, it makes it so much better. I don't know. It makes me better. I feel like I love that feeling of like the nervousness. You know, it makes me. I need that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well. And Emily, I love that you told the story this way, because comparing him to the hype back with where Keria has gone versus where Quad has gone, versus compared to what I think a lot of fans knew about him in the first play, where he was just like this Korean player who's replacing Jensen, and that's what he came into. But you can see, even if at first you don't succeed, being able to stay at it and still climb and maybe get closer to that potential that he originally showed is really cool.
And hearing from him on stage, when you interviewed him, that feeling of, hey, I was in a 9th place team in Korea, and now I'm going to Worlds. Like, that is an incredible feeling, and a lot of that has just been off of what he conquered as a player and what he's continuing to do on stage.
And someone who has been one of his biggest supporters has actually been his jungler. Inspired, he said nothing but great things about Quad, but we do want to focus on Inspired because this guy is a huge leader for this FlyQuest team. He was 2nd pro, Team All-Pro, and Umpty ended up being 3rd, but these are just accolades from the regular season. We're in the finals now.
And here we see all of his accolades. I think the biggest thing for Inspired for me is still how flexible he's been able to be with this team. Again, going from CEO of Full Clear to playing things like the Ivern. I really loved his Amumu yesterday. I thought his team fight targeting, his ability to start fights was really, really good. And he just sets up so much for this team, regardless of what type of jungle style he's playing and champion he locks in.
Yeah, we used to call Inspired very selfish because of his heavy farm jungling style. But he's playing like Ivern, Maokai, Amumu, Jarvan.
Yeah.
These are not selfish champs that farm a lot. These champs that gank and play team fights for your teammates. So I think he's kind of beating the allegations a little bit here.
He is. And I mean, just last series where he was basically just throwing ganks to be able to both help Quad and Whippo. Like, that's kind of what I'm expecting today. Similar styles from both the junglers. What I'm like kind of interested in is like the next generation of 80 carries in the league with both Yan coming through, Masu coming through. Both of these players have been instrumental to their teams.
It's really nice to see, especially both these players being domestic talents, both coming from the NACL. And Yan was Rookie of the Year last year. Masu was Rookie of the Year this year. Got the award presentation yesterday. Played great to move into this final. And they've really been the backbone of these teams team fighting for the majority of the split.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is how much their teams have grown to trust them, right? Especially these are two players in particular. I think Yon came in where people are like, his laning is great, but his team fighting might need work, and then Masu was the opposite. I think both of them have gotten better at what their perceived weaknesses are, and now TL trusts Yon, and particularly FlyQuest, especially as the playoffs have gone on, it's clear that they trust Masu so much to be a star carry in so many of these team fights.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, a big part of why you want to play champs like Ivern and Maokai is because you have confidence in your carries to carry.
Yep.
And that's
Good.
thanks to people like Masu and thanks to people like Yon.
And just seeing that growth from Masu in particular.
Why is it always me?
You're actually just a highlight reel.
It's
actually happening.
It's just like me losing 1v1 to everyone in the whole league. Montage. No, please stop. Stop the tape. Stop the tape.
No!
Okay, but to be fair, I had him. It was unlucky.
Another one?
Dude,
why is it always me and my
team
Jat
being
did
stomped
this on
by-
purpose.
Dude, is this personal?
I don't know. What did you do to Masu that he wants to kill you so much?
I actually didn't expect that. The growth
God.
that Masu's had, I feel like he's been the consistent player since MSI, and it's been fun to see him. Yon, on the other hand, has been a killer for some time. He's been so fun to watch. I know for like years it's been a question on the consistency. The consistency is there.
Also, Yon is from California.
Oh,
he's in his hometown.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
There was all this TLCK stuff last year. No, Yon is a Los Angelino playing here in his final.
Home turf advantage?
I think
I
so.
hope.
Maybe. I think the big thing with Yon, again, it's shifted away from this a little bit, but when he first really started to shine for this TL roster, a lot of it was from like Kalista, from the Lucian lanes that he would play with Core. Now I think the way he's been able to adapt to lane swap
Yondon
has been really good. He's shown up in their team fights. He's obviously a core carry of this team, and it's been great to see. Like both him and Masu have had massive glow ups from when they came into the LCS from NACL to now.
And we're already seeing kind of the trajectory for Busio, their lane partners. Busio, I think, has had, the last series was incredible. His Leona play, Nautilus, I think it's been great from him. I think people will remember the MSI being a downward spiral, but like when he came back, you could tell it really meant something to him. Because there's a gap. There's a gap.
740 versus
You're looking at the
118.
gap.
Yep,
The
that's a
performance
10-year
is
gap.
there.
That's a lot of games.
How much do you think that's going to play in the series today? Because Busio, 118 is still actually a lot of games. 740 is just a gargantuan amount of games.
Yeah, I think that Busio had a kind of a rough time at the spring finals. I think he had a really bad first game on Nautilus especially, and I think that his MSI appearance wasn't very good either. So I think the more experience he gets, it will help him more. So I definitely think he's starting to get there.
Yeah, that was our rundown of the lanes, and Sven, you also caught up with the junglers ahead of today's series, so let's take a look at that.
Hey everyone, I'm Sven. I'm here with today's junglers, Inspired and Team. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing fine.
You complaining a little bit about low sleep today?
No, not low sleep, but like I
Come here too early?
like to take a nap before the game, and I'm forced to come to you.
Forced?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna ask you, you haven't beaten this guy since March.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
He's just too good.
Is it he just too good, or is it the team problem?
I think he's just too good.
Okay. Do you feel really confident against this guy in today's matchup? Since he hasn't beaten you in almost 6 months.
It doesn't matter, I guess, like because I still think Inspired is a very good jungler right now, and especially at the LCS when I face him, he's actually good. So it's gonna be a fun matchup, you know.
You guys are way nice to each other. Can you just like fist fight a little bit or something for content purposes?
I'm sorry, like I'm being real. He's just too good.
Nothing but respect for each other. I like that very much. Thank you guys.
Well, now FlyQuest loses.
They're so boring.
I feel like you interrupted his pregame nap.
Yeah, my bad.
You took it personally.
Sven did it. We have 2 minutes, 45 seconds before we toss down the opening ceremony. Let's get the predictions up on the screen. I think Team Liquid is considered
instantly.
the favorite. But now with me being the only Team Liquid prediction, I feel like I have to defend myself.
Yep, you do.
So here's how I see it.
Okay.
They have been neck and neck the entire year.
Neck and neck.
They've gone to Game 5 multiple different times, and the last time in spring, after Team Liquid lost to FlyQuest, they did slingshot back to beating them. I think it's not unlikely that it could happen again, but the main person I'm looking at here is Bwipo. because I think in the last series, the series before that, he's let the game come to him and he's not tried to overforce. That's where they've honestly got into most of their issues. And with the way Quad and Masu are playing, if Whip was able to just neutralize Impact, even though Impact's normally the neutralizer, I think they have a very good chance of winning late game team fights.
So usually with these predictions, we have like a Discord vote or something that we can hear from the fans. I personally feel like this might be a little bit too FlyQuest heavy. First of all, for the fans out there, if you guys are here, you're all beautiful people. How many of you fans believe in Team Liquid? Do we got some FlyQuest love too? I want to hear some FlyQuest love. There's got to be FlyQuest fans that believe in you, right?
That was pretty close.
That was pretty close. I mean, like the Team Liquid side seemed a little louder. I'm on the Team Liquid side. I said 5 games because we deserve 5 games. We've gotten it before. If we don't get it in the finals, I'm about to fight somebody.
Who are you gonna fight?
But Sven, all of us said 3-2. What are you looking forward to seeing the most in this series?
The ball matchups. Hopefully some 2-2 laning. I think that Yon and Masu are the 2 biggest carries for this team.
Okay. Well, we got a minute for the opening ceremony. Emily, you got 20 seconds to tell me what you're most excited about.
I am most excited about to see how they match up just overall. Like, I actually don't think the teams need to lane swap to beat each other. I just think these 2 teams are both very map-oriented. They know each other super well. And, yeah, I just want to see it.
These teams have been battling all year. It will all come down to this matchup. The MasterCard opening ceremony starts now.
Hey, been a minute. Remember where this whole League esports thing started? 14 years ago. I'm pretty sure it was in Freak's basement. 3 years later, we launched a full-blown league for NA fans called the LCS. This pressure cooker of an esport evolved from 5 guys in a dream to a superstar-generating machine, producing the next crop of dreamers.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the one that work while they all play.
Since then, I've witnessed it all. I've seen 3 Peters, 4 Peters, MVPs, and world beaters. I'm seeing a new breed of split-talking talent carry the NA banner, and next year they're going to evolve and battle the best of the Americas. My favorite thing to see, championship season.
You'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream.
It's time to go back to back. You have to start calling me Captain Americas, because I'm about to take over this entire region. I can't wait to put up my first LCS trophy so I can finally shut you up once and for all.
From dust.
Turtle on the triple, turtle on the quadra. He's stolen away by control. Team on with a 5-man Sejuani ultimate. Liquid will not withstand the power of the glorious EOB.
I knew that if I made it to the final, Double F was going to be the guy on the other side of the stage.
Takes the kill! Takes the crossfight!
We both know like this is the most important thing ever to us. It's just this. It's competition. That's what we want.
So just tilt him.
Just tilt him.
Kills everybody! Soak in the embodiment of the LCS. Past, present, and future together to celebrate everything we are. The evolution continues right now. Please welcome FlyQuest and Team Liquid!
The final battle for the LCS title is about to begin. It's FlyQuest and Team Liquid! On support, Lucio! Versus CoreJJ! In the jungle, Inspire! Versus OT! At AD carry, Masu! Versus Yon! In the mid lane, Juan! Versus APA! And finally, in the top lane, Whippo! Versus Impact! One last time, make some noise for FlyQuest and Team Liquid!
Facing Team Liquid in the finals is just a straight up win. I think they're a phenomenal team. I played on TL, didn't have the results we wanted. I lost to them in spring.
The spring season final, I remember. I was thinking I'll go home fast before start game. I was looking pretty boy, and I said good luck happen. He said yes, but he not looking my eye. I know he's scared. And I was thinking, nah, I will win no matter what.
There ain't no running from the best top in North America.
Top set.
I definitely want to win in BTL, but it's more than that. I think a lot of people, when they watch the LCS, are like, okay, it's the NA LCS, it's their own thing, like, whoever wins NA, great. If you manage to win NA, especially against Team Liquid, everyone in the world's looking at you.
John can't get away just yet. Team Liquid's running him over.
Impact put him into the bouncy house there.
That's something that it motivates me to play our best game.
Team Liquid running to the line as APA is going to get cut to pieces.
I hate being mediocre. I think that's the same for them. Just being good enough, just being there, just being another player. Not enough.
When people are thinking about Team Liquid, I just want to make sure Team Liquid is always the winner, always the best.
Look at APA, the re-engage, the CoreJJ, the best team in the LCS is staying on top. This might just be what APA's looking for. He goes in, pentakill, APA!
When the going gets tough, it's do or die, and I'd rather die trying than sit there and lose.
Whipple goes to the middle, survives the third stage. Impact is about to die to monster response for firing. Team Liquid is ace!
이기면 상대팀 울상될 거고, 그거 재밌겠지?
상대팀 지는 거 보고 좋아해요. 저도.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Summer 2024 LCS Finals. FlyQuest and Team Liquid have worked the whole split, the whole damn season to get here now, but only one can be champion. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Azael. Gentlemen, let's do this.
It's going to be such a good series today. These two teams, this is the fourth time they've met up this year alone in playoffs. We have had banger after banger between these two teams. They just went 5 games recently this split. I'm hoping for another 5-game banger.
APA called it out himself. This is the premier rivalry of the LCS. In its current form, it's Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. We already saw the improvements as well. The last time these two teams played against each other, FlyQuest did so much better, made the series so much closer, and now they get another try.
This is gonna be exciting, man. The last time we saw these two go head-to-head, it was so explosive, it was so back and forth, blow for blow, all the way into the 5th game. And I'm ready to hopefully see that 5-game rematch here today. Team Liquid has been on a tear throughout the LCS this whole year. They have looked like the team to beat, and it's really just been FlyQuest who's been trying to put up that big fight against them. They seem like the only squad that might stand a chance.
Absolutely, and they look closer than ever in their last series. That one went the distance, was incredibly competitive here, and we have to see if FlyQuest can really get over the hump here. As you said, TL is the bar for greatness in the LCS. That is who everyone has been chasing. But even if you lost all those other times, if you take them down here today, that is what people are going to remember. FlyQuest also going for their first ever championship as an organization, have never been able to raise that trophy. Would love to stop TL from doing it here today.
Okay, we got to kill these lights. They're going to block.
And in order to do that, we're going to jump right into the draft phase here. Remember last time around these two teams were playing, Team Liquid still kept up their focus for Umpty having either Sejuani or Maokai, one of these frontline tank jungles. The Amumu has entered the arena along with the Sejuani, along with the Maokai as that front line. And Inspired's been the one really leading that charge in North America. FlyQuest truly embraced it. But all of them are up now, so they really will get their pick. And in the last series, we saw Maokai take the lead and become the priority there for their choices.
All right, Smolder, Renekton, Zeri, all banned out by TL. FlyQuest removing the Nasus, the Ziggs, and the Rumble. First pick of the draft, no surprise, we got Corki locked in immediately for APA.
Yep, going to be locking in the Corki here. Ivern is available, has been a priority pick for Inspired. Going to be interesting to see if he goes towards that or towards the Amumu that you've been talking a lot about. Those have been two really big ones for Inspired. He has been so adept at fitting whatever role the team needs. When you think about Inspired in the regular season, it's power farmers, it's Lilia, it's Brand, it's Zyra, it's these sorts of champions. And in playoffs, it has been way more about the supportive role. But here he is locking in the Lilia, which does beg the question, what is the AD pairing going to be mid for Quad? Right. I'm expecting, something to come out there to really fit with it, but Zeri would be the obvious one. That's been banned away. Smolder's been banned away because that has been some of the big strengths for Quad.
Yeah, Quad has been very good on the AD carry mid lanes. As well, though, we know he can pull out the Yone, can pull out a lot of the melee versions as well, as far as attack damage threat. So we'll wait and see a little bit deeper. APA hovering some of his past successes. The Kled, by the way, he indeed was a mid-lane Kled main, and so always gets the shout out here. I love it, some of the history, but we don't expect that to come through. No. Of course, it's a Corki plus something in the bottom lane. This just looks to be the very standard kind of classic Team Liquid, and honestly, most teams around the world where you go double AD carry with the Maokai Cassante as your front line.
Yeah, if we're talking classic, standard, par for the course, Cassante meets that description in every possible way. That'll be Impact's pick here in this one. And Impact has just been such a standout player throughout the whole split. I expect him, even on something as foundational as Cassante is, to always impress. But Whippo's got an answer, and it looks like FlyQuest is breaking out the Olaf for game one.
And what a game he had on it yesterday. There it was paired with the Ivern. He was against Sniper, really ran over that game. Had an incredible series, honestly, both on the Rumble and on that Olaf. Really stood out.
And what I start to think of is Enchanter supports now. Since jungle is already locked in, Olaf always does love having some Enchanter on his team. Senna is kind of the premier one, though, and FlyQuest actually ban it out themselves.
And do you worry, though, if they go towards an Enchanter, are you going to have enough hard engage? Are you going to have those go buttons, right? You have the Ash Arrow, but so many players are just rushing towards Mikhail's these days that it makes it really difficult to rely on as your solo form of engage.
With Senna off the board, I think there is now no chance of Enchanter in the support.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for the side of Team Liquid here, they are banning away the Braum. So, you think CoreJJ is probably going like Leona or Nautilus. Those are some of the melee engage supports that do get countered by the Braum. So trying to get that out of the way to really open up Core, who has been nothing short of magnificent for Team Liquid, let's be honest. Yeah. This guy on the Nautilus or Rel specifically, both in lane and in lane swaps, does so much to control the map.
I mean, it's incredible to say, but both Core and Impact are just having such career years, it feels like, where there's been so much talk about them so deep into their career, reaching even another level. They've been in a year full of lane swaps, and they've been such difference makers for the team. They know exactly where to be on the map, when to find those fights. They know their limits precisely, and they have been incredible at setting up the star carries here for TL, APA and Yan, who have really risen to the forefront as those young superstars.
All right, second half of the bans are done, and it's 3 out of 4 focus on the support role. The Braum, the Senna, the Renata all banned out alongside the Trist. Team Liquid removing the possibility of that being the mid lane choice for Quad. We saw Corki Trist so often back at the beginning of this split. Tristana falling out of popularity more recently after multiple nerfs, but FlyQuest on pick number 4. They're going with that additional engage. They're going with that extra CC. They're going with Leona.
I'm just so interested to see, what are they cooking for mid lane here, because they've seen Corki through the whole draft. They're obviously waiting on a conditional pick here. They're leaving it for that 5th pick mid. They're going to be waiting to see what the entire composition is to try to have something that really rounds out the comp for FlyQuest. If he did want to go towards an AD, there's still things like Lucian, like Ezreal, which are obviously lower priority than those big ones we do see, but still quite strong.
Meanwhile, Jan is thinking, how do I survive Olaf and Leona coming for my head right now? And so they were hovering the Xayah for a very long time. They opt for the Rakan first here for Core to get that very quick engage. Of course, he has his world champion skin on it. And we'll see if they complete the Lovers duo here or if they go with the other option, the Ezreal, the poke plus the safety.
I like this. It's also potentially a little bit of a takeaway there for Quad if he did want to go to one of those ADs mid. This is one of the remaining ones and is a tremendous amount of safety. As you're saying, they have good peel, they have good engage, they can kite back and try to focus down champions like the Lilia, like the Olaf here. They're going to need some consistent DPS on the FlyQuest team. They need something to round it out, and it is going to be Dive instead. It's not going to be an AD. It's going to be that mid laner for Quad. Yone coming through, help with the dive alongside the Leona, alongside the Olaf, get in the back line, try to zero out these 80 carries.
So this is going to be a fun one because Team Liquid, they have the classic Corki and Ezreal long range double Muramana transformations. Wait for a couple items here with your Trinity Force plus your Muramana to transform to have peak power spike ready to go. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, with their double melee solo laners having the split push options, but having very, very, very good hard engage. Yeah. It's the classic like counter to poke is going all in, Ash arrows plus Leona ultimates to create room here for Quad and Bwipo to follow up.
And I think that's a pretty fun story to follow here to kick off this series, because if we remember, when FlyQuest has been in these big moments before, we talk about them, they've never won an LCS title. They've been in the league since 2017. They want to change that here today. When we look at their attempt just last split at making it happen, it was Busio, along with the rest of the team, falling short in some of those clutch moments. And now they're putting Busio in a spot where he's got the power for that trigger pull to set things up and go for that hard engage. It's a great moment for him to be able to step up and find those angles so those melee carries can shine.
It certainly is. The moment is now, Flowers. Finals on the stage, FlyQuest versus Team Liquid. Your whole year coming down to this.
And right out the gate, the trash talk has already begun from APA. Game 1, Yone, are you sure?
I love it.
He seemed pretty sure. Slammed the lock here on the Yone. Did save it for 5th pick on the red side to fully make sure that they really needed the rest of this hard engage. But you just have so many layers with Ash Arrow and Leona ultimate into the Yone combination here. It's going to be explosive whether it works or doesn't work for the side of FlyQuest.
And there you all go, in case you didn't believe us. You know, they say that you got to practice like you play, and if you look at the whole season up until this point as practice for the finals, well, APA likes his trash talking, so we'll follow that throughout the series as well, see how that stacks up for these guys. But Masu and the rest of FlyQuest aren't trying anything crazy here at level 1. Neither are Team Liquid. Just line of scrimmage back and forth across the river. Maybe we'll get a very late invade. As Busio and Masu step up here, they're going to find Yon there in that brush, and he'll retreat slightly.
And we were talking about it, the amount of history that these two teams do have. These orgs have been going at each other over and over and over again in playoffs. TL largely coming out on top, but it's actually the last time that TL lost a series was to FlyQuest in the LCS. It was all the way back in spring in that upper bracket playoff series that they did lose them 3-2. TL has been getting the better of them since then, though.
They certainly have, and getting the better of the entire LCS up until this point. Team Liquid took the upper bracket route in order to get here, not dropping down and needing to fight their way back for a rematch here. Meanwhile, FlyQuest have trained, and they've had to fight their way through the rest of the LCS to earn the right to challenge TL again here.
So, Kobe, let's go ahead and go into one of your favorite places. Let's go into some jungle talk, all right? Where are we expecting to see Umpty and Inspired focus their time and attention early on in this game as we're getting to look at all 3 lanes?
I mean, I definitely am expecting multiple clears towards bottom side since both of them start on the top here, which is pretty good news up there for Bwipo on the Olaf. You can see him pushing very early on to get lane control against the Cassante here with his counter pick. And both of the jungles ending up on the bottom side is going to put some pressure on the warding here for Masu and Busio, since FlyQuest have 2 side lanes pushing for themselves. Yeah. It does make it so much easier for a Lilia to try and go mess around with the Maokai, but usually you're going to have to wait until a couple clears into the game to actually play off that.
Yeah, and with those junglers on the bottom side of the map, it is proxy farming time for the Olaf there in the top lane, as CoreJJ could be in a little trouble down here bottom side. Masu and Busio, the duo on FlyQuest. The flashes were simultaneous. CoreJJ escapes as Busio wanted to go for the flash stun to lock him up and guarantee the kill.
Yeah, he had to use his heal as well, and Busio still held on to the Ignite, so there's going to be a lot of kill pressure down there potentially. Core will have to play safe for the next couple minutes. APA does get interrupted there by Inspired, so the base is stopped. A little bit annoying for him, and is going to help Quad in this lane where he had definitely been behind on pressure.
APA Valking aggressively there to continue the trade with the Yone. Both of these guys likely to head back to base at the earliest possible convenience, take that first recall, heal up, use the early teleport to get back in lane and have more presence there. You can see APA running a little bit low on mana alongside the health. Quad also pretty low due to that loss of pressure that you're already talking about, Azale.
And the ward that was on the FlyQuest Raptors now disappears, expires, but is still going to be Inspired himself with the earlier recall since he had bot lane priority and got to go bot lane Scuttle Crab. So you're the one you get to get out much quicker onto the map, and he will see the delayed recall here. Oh. Bowling ball, not quick enough.
Yeah, that was really close to actually interrupting him there. So far, just power farming for both of these junglers. Going to be interested to see who makes the first move. You know, you do think with double melee solo laners here on the FlyQuest side, there's more pressure on them to try to make something happen. TL is very comfortable to play it slow, to scale, and to have Umti just answering the plays that FlyQuest looks for.
Fortunately for Blippo and for FlyQuest, because they did get the exact recall timer on Umti, they should be able to track him and know that he's resetting up to this top side. Since they are aware that he did a top side clear, Whippo now knows he should have reset after that recall and be back on his Gromp. So comes down, blows his own Scryer's Bloom through the jungle to be able to see the wolves have not yet been taken, and that should be the continued path. So just every like 30 seconds ahead of time, continuing to track where the jungler is going to go and opening up Inspired here to be able to move.
And Bobo has been showing so much respect over to Impact. You know, this is his opponent in the series. He's coming out hot with game one. You know, a very aggressive pick here as Inspired is going to get pushed back. And he's going to have to show up because Impact is the great neutralizer. This guy has made an entire career of shutting down carries, of neutralizing picks, and taking over with incredible team fighting.
Certainly is. And counter pick for Blippo on his Olaf. That was so big for FlyQuest. In their final game yesterday. I mean, that was a really dream scenario to R5, the Olaf, and definitely did pay them back. But it's the little things that we kind of mentioned. You saw on screen there, you know, during the graphic popping up that Inspired was able to take advantage of the vision they got on Umti and the tracking and take away a single Raptor camp. For these jungle matchups, every Raptor camp really does count when the Lilia starts to pull ahead. So continue on tracking here as he works his way towards his Leandries.
Okay, another engage from the FlyQuest duo here in bottom side, though. Busio, again, always looking for those angles and opportunities. Meanwhile, APA under pressure back in the mid lane as Quad will force him back. And now Quad and Inspired will have control over this top side river. You could see that Umti was hard at work grabbing the Void Grubs. He secured the first two, but the third one's not his. As the Ragnarok to Olaf will not be able to secure a kill onto the Cassante. Back up in the top side. That remaining grub being challenged, being taken by Inspired. Bottom lane, the 2v2 stays spicy, but nothing. Nobody dead on either side. Almost 7 minutes into the game. Everybody's playing it cool.
Yep, they do trade the Ghost there and the ulti from Whippo for the Flash of Impact. He did force that out. Of course, the heal is now back up for CoreJJ in just about a second, so that window is closing on the bottom side for FlyQuest to look for a kill there to utilize the summer advantage that they got in that 2v2.
Meanwhile, Team Liquid, because Impact was able to save his ultimate, you actually have some very rare like kill windows on an Olaf when Olaf doesn't have the ultimate available and it is so early on into the game. If he does have his ultimate, you know, this Olaf is going to be a 2v1 machine, basically, whenever you have tank jungles that have very low damage and rely on CC, like the Zac yesterday, like the Maokai today. But when the Cassante does have ult advantage, there are some small angles you could go for. Umti's actually just hovering here to make sure that Lilia isn't coming to punish Impact, since Impact has no flash and will continue pushing in. And now they actually find him and stop Whippo under the tower, and they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they want to go for that angle you're talking about, Kobe. Immediately, Impact's ready to start it off. Its first blood over to the LCS MVP.
It's something when you think about it and you're like, well, the flash is a much longer cooldown, so that's a good trade, right? Yeah. My ultimate for his flash goes for the flash, but in saving a Cassante ult, he turns into damage dealer, and you can actually kill an Olaf, and they do it. It's just really nice stuff from TL.
CoreJJ immediately with a flash engage onto Busio. Yon wants to follow it up, and Team Liquid gets a 2v2 kill bottom lane.
That was perfectly played there from Core and Yon. The ulti timed as Core comes out of the brush. No chance to react from Busio, and then he's so low. He knows there's no point in flashing. You're going to go down. It's a great set of plays across the map there for TL.
FlyQuest trying to get something back here. Blippo pushing very quickly to get a turret plate. At least does get that little bit of money, but you're absolutely spot on with multiple TL plays on both sides of the map popping off. And this is because not only did they get their dive successful on top side, but they saw Inspired up there too. So Jan and CoreJJ, they've been alerted. You can go ham on your 2v2 right out of the brush. We've seen it. We saw it yesterday.
Okay. So, I'm so strong too. Look at my items. Yeah. Let's play.
Multiple times these bottom laners doing those brush plays when you think they have recalled, and surprising.
He's so strong too. Look at his items. FlyQuest now trying to force Team Liquid back. A lot of CC and a CoreJJ. Inspired picks up the first kill of the match for FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest able to hit back there. That was critical for them because not only is it the kill, it lets Inspired start up the Dragon here and look to try to take that first big objective for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest did get a single grub earlier after the first two were secured by Umpty. So 1 grub plus 1 Drake definitely going to put them at an advantage in terms of these neutrals. It's still 60 seconds until that second pot of grub spawns, so FlyQuest will not have to worry about Team Liquid taking that while they're busy down here. And Busio and Masu still maintaining control over the lane, over the river, to guarantee that Inspired gets it safely.
Yeah, really nicely done by Inspired. The timing window there to go in and punish just after the reset of the TL bottom lane on getting their kills and pushing out their lane to keep this game very interesting. The first game yesterday, I was like, oh man, this is starting to feel fairly similar, where it was like, FlyQuest makes a successful play, and then they make another one on the other side of the map, and they just snowball the game out of control. But this game, already you're seeing the counter punches.
Don't mind me, just going to bring up a nice little graphic here where Impact got first blood. And let's take a look at how TL has done with and without Impact. The MVP not just making a big difference this year with Impact. TL has stacked up the titles, 6 international appearances, 5 titles, 0 without him.
Oh, Masu with the double summoner spells down here underneath the tier 1 turret, cleanse into the flash as soon as CoreJJ went in for the quickness engage. So Masu lives, but now that Ashe is very vulnerable. FlyQuest going for the second set of grubs. They've got a 4-man attempt while Masu is still down bottom lane underneath the tier 1 turret. First grub already secured. Inspired still with total control. Should be able to find the second now without much to do about it from the other side. Okay, no contest, no problem, no issue. That's going to be all 3 of the second set of grubs for FlyQuest. They will have enough for the Void Mites.
Yeah, and the only possible punish there was for the TL bottom lane to try and punish Masu. And since CoreJJ used his flash, they do get both summoner spells off Masu, but critically, the Rookie of the Year stays alive, is able to deal with the rest of the wave as well. So FlyQuest, they get away with sending Busio to those grubs to get their 4 grub buff, their Void Might spawn for later in the game, which is critical because they're the team, remember, that is running the double solo melee laners, trying to get that split push, and trying to get the map under control.
So far, so good for TL. It's a calm game, and I think that's the style that they really excel at. And this is a team that plays the map so well. Everyone around the league gives them so much credit for this. You can see Inspired and Busio trying to hover quad here in mid lane, but Core does show up first to help make sure APA is safe.
Yeah, Quad seeing if he might have been able to set something up there with a Q3, but that one will not connect. And I think it's interesting how you can see Team Liquid is slightly ahead in every role except for jungle. But Inspired has been farming up a Storm here on the Lilia. Both of these players in the jungle do have their first items completed, but it's a support item, a Locket for the side of the Maokai, the full Leandries for the Lilia, while the engage from Umpty finds Busio, but that's a pretty tanky target. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot more to get out of that one, so Busio can just walk it off.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised he actually committed the flash there, obviously underestimating how tanky he was, but now they're going to look to try to threaten the dive. There's no cleanse.
Yeah, they are not done yet. That Ashe still has no summoner spells. The True Shot Barrage flies out. They need a little bit more lockdown, but they ain't gonna find it. Team Liquid with a sloppy dive gets nothing.
Yeah, not able to actually punish there on the dive. They hit the Maokai ulti, but Busio did a good job actually peeling, and Umpty didn't commit fully to it. He just held the tower aggro, but they didn't have enough damage because Busio was just blocking these Ezreal Qs that were coming through from Yon.
Again, the FlyQuest bottom lane defending here. In the end, they do have to recall, so they're going to be at least 1 tower exposed. You rotate Quad down to bottom, which means Inspired rotates over to handle the wave on a mid lane tower, which APA actually got in there, but they don't give up an extra turret plate. So nice little rotation to cover even the loss of pressure there. With their bottom lane being forced to recall, they're still able to keep TL off those turret plates.
All right, gentlemen, we got about 30 seconds before the Rift Herald spawns. We've got a little bit over a minute until the next Drake spawns. I'm hoping we get to see some fights over these because it's been a pretty low kill game, but the gold is neck and neck between the two teams.
And from the side of TL, you know, they have one of their Trinity forces. They're still waiting on the Ezreal Trinity force. And then, of course, they're really looking towards the Muramana transforms a bit later into the game. But, you know, Bwipo, he loves scaling on Olaf too. He went with the Cull. He has actually already popped his Cull into the full stride breaker completion as well. So that game plan will be fully operational shortly.
Yeah, TL really setting up vision here down on this bottom side, taking away this quadrant in preparation for this dragon that is going to be up here in 30 seconds. Busio trying to defend his make, but not able to do it. TP's coming in.
The TP from FlyQuest. They want to catch Umpty. They know that he has no flash because he tried to use it earlier on Busio down in the bottom lane. There is no way out for this Maokai. It's just up to who they want to give the kill over to. Umpty's still just trying to spend as much of their time as he can, but Inspired takes him out.
FlyQuest don't have TP on quad though either, so with Bwipo teleporting down, they're actually going to leave open the top tower, and you can see in the picture-in-picture here, Impact is getting some payment, but still, that is a very, very free kill for FlyQuest into a timer that is on second dragon.
He gets a full tower though. He has his Iceborne completed, so he has that Sheen proc. He's actually working it down. Yes, it's a Cassante. Yes, it's not the fastest at killing those towers, but you give him enough time, he'll get the job done. So it is the TP, it is that one kill and the dragon, but they lose an entire turret to Impact on the top side.
And once again, our gold is right back around that even spot. 15.5 minutes into the game. FlyQuest, however, does command the lead of the 2 Drakes and 4 Grubs. So coming out on top in the neutral game so far, as the Rift Herald is still alive on the map. You can see that Team Liquid is getting the push in mid. They have the push in top right now. We'll see if they can convert that into a Herald take, as Bwipo and APA are both still posted up down here in the bottom lane. Bwipo popping the ghost, going after APA. Ragnarok is used, but APA flashes out, so now Bwipo's also looking to make his exit. CoreJJ locking him up. Umpty following up. APA shooting him down, and Bwipo will fall.
Nice trap from TL, and notice that they do have teleport on APA, so the top tower, they won't make the same choice of actually giving up top tower. They can just teleport the Corki over there. Nice trap from TL. They defend APA, they play off the aggressiveness of FlyQuest, and immediately punish.
And this is that tough part about playing a champion like Olaf. You have to hard commit to these types of plays to be able to get anything done. You can't just play it slow and play it cautiously at all times. He does go in for the kill, but gets heavily punished for it. At the very least, they got the flash off of APA, and that could be something they can look towards at this next dragon spawn, because TL probably doesn't want to give up 3 straight dragons. Maybe Busio or Inspired can look for some sort of a flash onto APA to set themselves up for that 3rd dragon.
Rift Herald will be a very useful tool in taking down that mid lane turret here for Team Liquid. Again, trying to work up their double AD carries that will be poke menaces towards the mid game here. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, that fed Impact. The very fed Cassante, a little bit stronger than usual, so you have to be a little bit wary, but Yone's not worried. As soon as you have Blade of the Rune King, you're kind of a god into tanks.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is going to be tough, I think, to deal with him in those 5v5s. Sure, Inspired is going to deal a lot of damage. He has a lot of farm. He's gotten both the kills for FlyQuest, but Inspired doesn't want to be spending his time hitting Impact. And if Impact is just getting hit by Masu, by Bwipo, by Quad, you know, in their face, really making their jobs difficult, he's going to be a bit of a brick wall.
Well, the thing is, Inspired has everything he needs for a huge Lilia play. Flash is up, Seeker's Arm Guard is purchased, he's got his Leandries for the threat of the damage being significant. This guy could have a huge moment, and I think everybody on Team Liquid needs to be aware of that Lilia's position whenever they are preparing to take any sort of objective.
And because of their comp, the FlyQuest are kind of the drivers of the action in this game. They rotate everybody towards the top side. Meanwhile, TL looking for the dive.
Yet again, they saw Quad try to clear out the wave so they wouldn't be able to find some kind of a dive, but it does not deter Team Liquid as Yon survives the counterpunch over in mid lane, attempted from Busio and Masu. Yon still slinging those Mystic shots, trying to defend the tier 1 turret, as Shelly's going to get drove straight into the tier 2 down in bottom lane with APA for
some extra damage. Team Liquid pulling out ahead.
Yeah, it's a really nice play there from TL. They weren't deterred. Quad spent the ultimate to just clear out the wave here, hoping that would actually buy himself some time, but they had the Rift Herald. They drop it over the wall, and they just forced the play, knowing no one else can really come down there to respond.
And we have the reset in the aftermath. Really nice use of the Rift Herald. Did like that from TL to get themselves, you know, towards this mid-game spike that they're looking for. Now it's just one outer tower that FlyQuest have as far as defense. And it's going to get harder for, you know, Bwipo and Quad in the side lanes. Bwipo's ult is ready, and his flash will be up, or his ghost will be back soon. But Quad, as you mentioned, punished pretty heavily there, though he will have his flash as well. They want to be able to use it offensively. You know, dream scenario for FlyQuest is they get their Ash Arrow into Leona charge for the grouping, but we've got some jungle takeover here, and you can already see some pesky Team Liquid wards making their way in.
And this is one of the most annoying parts about TL. Whenever these guys get ahead, it's constantly just time for the two supportive members of the team in Umpty and CoreJJ to suffocate you off the map while everybody else free farms.
And it's even more annoying when you're playing against Triel, because they have the Maokai saplings in every single brush. They're the best team in the league at taking over the enemy jungle, at taking away those resources, forcing difficult decisions. Do you face check into the dark there? Do you actually risk getting engaged on by TL? Because that is how they have killed so many teams. And if you don't, well, guess what? They're taking away all your jungle camps. They're getting ahead in experience. They're getting ahead in gold, and they're creating leads that you can't match elsewhere on the map.
FlyQuest still just trying to defend their own territory here. 2 seconds until Baron makes its way onto the map, but with not even 1,000 gold separating the teams, we're probably not going to see a 20-minute Baron here in this one, as FlyQuest and Team Liquid are both setting up for this next Drake. If FlyQuest gets it, they'll be at Soul Point, but Team Liquid has control over the bot side river to start.
My eyes are on APA, 2-item power spike Corki. He's done such a good job getting so much money for this fight.
Yon taking some damage pretty swiftly here from Quad. CoreJJ trying to counterattack with the ulti. As the Maokai ult used for the defense, Busio wants to drop the Solar Flare. Bwipo coming around from the side, wants to try to get past Impact, going into the back, looking for Yon. There goes the Viking, he's on a rampage. FlyQuest just caught 3 of them. A double kill for Bwipo, and they are not done. Inspired using the ETH to reposition after they might have caught him out just a little bit. FlyQuest with a 3 for nothing. FlyQuest with a tier 1. FlyQuest going for a 21-minute Baron.
Forget the dragon, go straight for Baron. FlyQuest dive pays off.
That was such a good angle there from Bwipo. No hesitation, comes around the side. They'd already forced out early cooldowns from Yon. He had nothing left to get away from Bwipo there. And what a start to this one for FlyQuest. That's just what they were hoping for.
Multiple angles utilized here by FlyQuest. Nice engage for them. They know they have to break these double AD carries now in the mid game before the poke has a chance to take effect. And Quad from this top side actually takes all the attention. CoreJJ uses Rakan ultimate, uses everything up there, and Bwipo comes up through the jungle.
And I love that Quad saved his ulti for that moment. He did not panic in that earlier play. He flashes over the wall, Q3, ulti over the top. So not only do they kill the Ezreal, they get APA at the same time. When Teal is running this style of composition, you lose your AD carries, you lose the fight. It's as simple as that.
Beautiful stuff from Quad.
He's dead. Ezreal's dead. Okay, I'm going in hard.
Okay, I'm done. He was going in hard. This dude it was a full send from Bwipo.
And that was that flash that we were highlighting from Quad, wanting to save it, wanting to use it offensively. That made all the difference in being able to get that CC lock, the knock-up into knock-up. So Bwipo leading the charge, and the rest of the team coming over the top gets them not only the Baron, but also keeps them on pace in their dragon stacking towards this Soul. FlyQuest, this is a brand new FlyQuest. This is not the same FlyQuest that Team Liquid have been defeating.
This FlyQuest is warmed up after their series yesterday. They seem like they are locked in. Excellent team fight there to really break open the game for the first time so far in this game 1.
And one of my favorite things about a best of 5 is the adaptation game to game. You know, when you can bring out a new pick, you totally change how you have to approach the series from the other side. Bwipo obviously showcased the Olaf yesterday, but you come out against TL, you have a great game number 1. Now that's always going to be in the back of your mind going forward.
So you're telling me his 9 games of Renekton in a row was all to lull the ruse. Lull them into the false sense of confidence. And the trap has been sprung. Now, one auto on this tower. That's more money into the Olaf solo tower gold. He's already got his full team fighting kit with the Sterix Gauge completed. So plenty of tankiness there. And now with this Baron buff, we'll continue to track, but FlyQuest stocks continue to rise. As TL, they try and cross map. They know they're a little bit outgunned in the item department now, so they're giving away some of the stuff on the bottom side of the map, you know, control of their red quadrant jungle, and they're just trying to have APA at least get those minions on top side.
That being said, while the gold lead is significant, it's almost all on Inspired. So if Inspired isn't there, or if he doesn't have a good fight, you know, it's not really going to amount to that much. He does still have that Secrets available, now has the Riftmaker completed as well. So this guy is monstrously strong, and he is a known team fighter. That is the big reason he won MVP across multiple regions.
And it's the luxury of the Lilia here into your Maokai. It's 3 levels on top of all this extra
Flame
gold.
Horizon incoming.
Oof. It's so fun to be the power clearing Lilia here, but he has been very good all playoffs long with his pathing, really setting up his team's early win conditions as far as the lanes that he needs to support, as well as playing to whichever champion he is playing. If it's Ivern, don't have to farm so much, doesn't have to have his CEO of full clear title on, and plays a little bit more, but when you're Lilia, that is the goal.
And I'm really liking the fact that we have those anti-burst items on both of these diving melee carries in Bwipo and Quad. The Sterix completed, the Immortal Shieldbow completed. They both understand that their survivability is through drain tanking, through lifesteal. They also both understand that if they die, well, all of a sudden the team fight screeches to a halt. I think this is really good here.
And while we have talked a lot about impact, Bwipo has been chasing another finals, a big win for so long. You know, he did get some of them back with Fnatic, but since then it has been second after second after second after second. You know, across regional play as well as even the World Finals, he went there, another second place. You know, he is chasing that title. He even spoke about feeling that, you know, hey, you could have subbed in any top laner on Fnatic and they still would have won that title. So he wants to be a difference maker. He wants to be a reason that he hoists that trophy at the end of the day. And he's definitely being a massive difference maker here in Game 1.
Yeah, and some of the previous games in playoffs we saw from FlyQuest, some of the games that they actually lost, you know, he got a little bit over anxious, it almost looked like, and over aggressive in some of the engages. But last series, he was extremely calm, extremely collected. Well, he might be a little bit cursed now. It's fine. Is just going to walk through the river here. We were close to a caster curse, but he's able to avoid it. And Bwipo has really been a strong rock for this team.
Ooh, flash from APA. The arrow from Masu forcing that summoner spell out. APA has no QSS. There is one available on Quad on the other side, but considering Team Liquid is just behind in terms of money, they're not going to enjoy those same quality of life upgrades. We've got 1 minute left on the clock until 2 very important buffs spawning at the same time. The Baron coming back, as well as what will be Mountain Soul for FlyQuest.
I mean, this is going to be such a hard fight for APA. He is 16, he does have 2 items, that's great, but you have no cleanse, you have no Mikhails to back you up, you have no flash, you have no QSS. So there's so many tools that FlyQuest have where if they hit, you know, even a sleep from Lilia, a stun from Ashe, a stun from Leona, you are probably just dead.
And there's so many things that Team Liquid have to mark when they're thinking about the approach to this team fight. As we saw last time, you know, it's Quad from one side, Bwipo from the other side, and Leona as well. Just the range on the ultimate makes it very easy to set either of those flankers up with some CC to support their damage. So, you know, Impact, Umpty, and CoreJJ have a very difficult job in trying to mark multiple approaches to their team fight, to protect their backline.
And I think that job gets even harder when you don't have anyone on your team who can win the 1v1s against the solo laners on the other team, right? It's not like you can just put Impact there and he can just brawl it out with someone. You're going to lose that fight, so it becomes incredibly difficult.
Yeah, the Olaf just kind of can run past you, so very difficult to keep them out, and very difficult to deal with them head to head. Meanwhile, they're actually just losing objectives now at this dragon. The tower's been taken by Quad, who continues to split push.
Yeah, Quad's not backing away. That's the important part. He's putting damage into the tier 3. They are forcing Team Liquid to make a move. Quad wants to join the fight now. TL still grouped up in the middle of everybody, but they're caught in the flank set by FlyQuest. Bwipo running into the back of everybody. Quad coming around from the side with the soul unbound, ready to jump into the middle with a Fate Sealed. And APA is already down. Bwipo's on a killing spree. Umpty and CoreJJ are left to the Wolves, and the Wolves howl for FlyQuest. It's a massacre in the bot side river. Team Liquid can't compete. FlyQuest is tearing through them in these team fights.
It is just art from FlyQuest, beautifully set up. They do not rush at the Dragon. They put the pressure onto Team Liquid with their split push. Quad teleports in from the bottom, and they trap TL inside Doom.
They have been punishing these missing summoners so well. APA stood no chance. They push him back. He uses the Valkyrie. That's the only tool you have. Immediately, both of these soul laners pounce. They get right on him. He's down. Sure, Yon stays safe, but it's not enough damage to get through this FlyQuest that is so far ahead now.
And look at the attempts to peel. It's so difficult. CoreJJ is going to use everything to go and stop Quad this time, but Bwipo just pops the Olaf ultimate and he gets right into the back line. Here's another look at it. Him right on top of APA. And although CoreJJ is able to stop the follow-up, it doesn't matter. They have plenty of damage there following through. And on the other side, as you mentioned with Busio and Inspired there, taking care of the front line, it is just a wipe for TL. FlyQuest cleaning Summoner's Rift in this one. Game number 1 looks to be fully in their control.
And it's a great fight from Busio. Started off, hit the Leona all onto APA, gets in there, stops the TP out from Impact. He's performing really well in game 1 of the finals, which was one of those questions people had. People felt that he crumbled a bit in the spring finals against TL. People felt that he crumbled at MSI. And the question was, would you be able to step up to the level that's required of you on a big stage? So far, the answer is yes.
I mean, he's 0-1-8 in a game where his team has 9 kills. It's hard to do a whole lot better than that. As FlyQuest now with a nearly 9,000 gold lead, now with a Mountain Soul, now with Baron on the Rift again. This map is theirs, and Team Liquid is one lost fight away from a loss in game 1.
Nobody on FlyQuest was trash talking in all chat, so Twitch chat had to do it for them. They were trying to throw APA's words back at him. Honestly, I think FlyQuest members might have them all muted. With how focused they have been in this game. They did not respond at all. They're all business.
That is the #1 thing a coach has to do when you're going up against APA. It's not the draft ref, it's mute all.
Mute all. You gotta adapt to your opponent. You got to be ready for each individual situation, and the situation is controlled in totality by FlyQuest here in this first game. They're going to go ahead and start up the Baron. They will dare Team Liquid to try to come over and do something about it. The True Shot Barrage is going to see Baron down to about 5,000 HP, but nobody from TL is getting anywhere near that pit. It's another FlyQuest Baron as they break the 10,000 gold lead mark.
The experience difference between these two supports is so stark. Busio was the most valuable prospect only a year or two ago. He's come up into the LCS and has been making such an impact for this team so quickly. Core, on the other hand, has been around forever. Look at the total games played. 7 times the amount of games played there by Core, a world champion, even started his career way back as an AD carry. So it is pretty insane, but both of them really rising to the occasion so far.
And it's just nice to see the execution of this comp from FlyQuest. Here we go. TL looking for something.
Yeah, they fire off the Nature's Grasp. It hits Busio, and Busio alone doesn't even really damage him past a shield. That's a pretty big tool for Team Liquid to no longer have available, as immediately Bwipo's jumping in onto Yon again, but he's not going to find the mark this time. What he's doing is creating space for the Tier 2 turret to be taken out, for Team Liquid to have to scramble and try to protect their backline as FlyQuest continues forcing them back behind their own walls.
Bwipo didn't even care about the tower. He tanked about 5 shots there. Already has the Jack Show. He's so tanky, and they're looking to finish this one off.
FlyQuest going past the Tier 3. The arrow lands on APA. Busio puts up his shield to lead the charge as Team Liquid can do nothing but run. The engage continues. CoreJJ and Umpty are both down. APA forced back into the fountain. He and Yon trying to recover. Impact goes all out, just trying to buy a little bit more time, but time is too expensive. Impact is about to fall to Bwipo. He flashes over the wall to dive to the undertow as Quad goes into the fountain. He'll trade his life for the kill on Yon as the rest of FlyQuest will finish off the Nexus turrets and finish off game 1.
What a start here for FlyQuest, and Inspired finally getting involved at the end. Lilia open, LOL, hitting them with it. Letting them know, got the Flame Horizon, was a massive difference maker. Finished the game at level 18 on the Lilia, and FlyQuest were on fire in this first game.
They absolutely smashed
Bwipo's feeling it. Look at that man. He is happy about that performance.
Well played, well-deserved smiles on the side of FlyQuest.
All right, game one was a banger. FlyQuest came out swinging. Let's toss it back to the lounge to break it all down.
The paternity test is in, and he is the quad father. That was an insane game from him to not only lock in Yone, but turn up in that team fight.
And what a game from FlyQuest. We were a little doubtful of their ability to win team fights, but when they actually did turn it on, it wasn't even close.
Yeah, FlyQuest team fighting is really damn good. They fell behind the early game. They had bad items in that Dragon fight that they won, but Quad and Whippo create so much space on the flanks of Team Liquid. They can't play fights because they don't have anyone to mark the side laners.
Yeah, and I think the big difference makers to me in a lot of these fights are also Masu and Busio. On this Ashe-Leona combination, Masu is 4-2 in playoffs. Busio is actually 5-0 now on the Leona in terms of being able to set down CC in these fights. Masu's arrows, I feel like he has one crucial team fight arrow a game.
Well, that was the thing. We were wondering against an Ezreal Corki comp, how do you actually run into them? And it's just from 4 different angles.
Oh,
Ashe arrow there, Leona
I was wrong.
Yone, Olaf, they just flanked so well, and then Inspired as well.
Yeah.
He was at least 50 CS up early game. By the end of the game, he was over 100.
Not obviously a jungler flame horizon your opponent at like 25 minutes in the game.
He was 10 CS per minute on the Lily.
He was higher than everyone else in the game.
Yeah.
He was the highest in the game.
He's good. I'm not sure what we have first, whether it's the Inspired stats or the big team fight that FlyQuest won, but we're going to pull one of those things up very quickly because the way that they fought this particular team fight was very impressive.
Quad and Whippo, they both create space on different sides of the fight, so TL they have to run away into like a choke here, and that's when Busio and Masu use their ultis to find a target.
And take a look at the Ashe arrow too. So the Ashe arrow does weave straight through. I feel like it's based off instinct. Maokai just gets out of the way. But the moment it hits Ezreal, they all pile in.
It's the way Quad and Whippo kind of like flank from 2 different sides, and they force Team Liquid into a small area where they can collapse. And that's so good. They always do that so well.
131 CSD at end.
Wow.
At end.
The Lilia Maokai gap.
And you see why. Teams do not want to give him this Lilia, right?
Yeah.
I, too, like Raz, did not necessarily believe fully in this composition that FlyQuest had drafted for themselves. But I think this is proof positive of why you do not want that champion to go to FlyQuest. And across the board, they were on things that they were super comfortable on, and that led to the execution of these team fights.
Yeah, I think we have one more team fight to look at, the Soul fight as well. This is where you really saw that Team Liquid was maybe a little bit dizzy, we were saying, Sven, because watch Whippo, he just gets to walk in. And by this point, it's completely doomed because not only do you have the Olaf, Yone is waiting behind that, and they're still ceding ground to the 3 people up top with Busio, Masu, and Inspired.
Well, and here's Quad coming on the backside of this fight, right? So he's able to get in. Him and Whippo were always trying to get in for flanking angles. And at this point in the game, it's already all set as we see Quad cleaning up the bottom side of that fight as well. They're just really, really good on these picks at finding ways to separate what Team Liquid want to do so they can't actually have the straight up front to back.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about the Soul fight is that FlyQuest was actually pushing top before the fight starts. Teal is forced to start the Dragon and then run away. So FlyQuest says, okay, now you're all on Dragon. Now we can flank you from bot and from top side. And then the same thing happens again.
And I do want to look a little bit forward towards the next game as well, because these teams did play 5 games against each other already on the same sides, and they did make some ban tweaks from the previous series to this one. Team Liquid had Lilia permabanned their entire series until they first picked it. We'll see if they go back to that in the next game. But before we go, let's take a look at our LCS Connected Comms replay presented by AT&T and voted on by chat.
I'm going behind them long, okay? Could be interesting.
I'm long.
Yeah, it looks interesting. I'm behind them. It looks good. It looks good. It looks good. Just hit front.
I don't have angle to go.
That's fine. That's fine.
Ezreal goes.
Yeah, I'm going on him.
Yeah.
He's dead. Ezreal's dead. Okay, I'm going in hard.
Yeah.
Going, yo, Corki. Going next. More. Okay, I'm done. Go Nash.
Come through mid though.
Yeah, we're going through mid. Nice job, guys.
Nice, good job.
Let's rush it.
This guy might on me.
It's fine, we're gonna have one.
Nice, Quad.
Nice one, Quad. Well played, guys. How about this game? 1-0-2. So then I was OP.
You're good.
Holy Quad, you made movie. Nice one.
Well played, Whippo, in great spirits after that one. Really great to see how happy he is after that game, especially with how much he's been talking. And also, we're going to have Miss Chim Chim on stage during the break. Let's check that out.
Oh, look at this. No shot. No, he's got to try again.
You good, dude? They're watching.
Hey man, chill. I got it.
Yep. Wow. Pulled it off at the end.
Wow.
Not bad.
Not bad, not bad. Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a gagillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got gamer rocker, gamer floaty, gamer couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer bench, gamer throne, and gamer mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What is up, LCS? Make some noise! Absolutely. So thanks to our friends over at Samsung, we are about to do Samsung Trivia. And I have Brian and Joseph here with me. And they are going to answer some questions to see if they can win some prizes. Okay? Are you ready? Yep. You ready? Yes. All right. First question. Which LCS all-time record did Impact achieve this split? Is it A, most kills, B, most deaths, C, most wins, D, most games, or E, most assists?
It's, most wins. Let's see, most wins.
And you are correct. Good job, good job. Next up, last split, a player got a record for most kills in an LCS postseason. Which player was it? Was it A, our boy Yun, B, Jensen, C, APA, or D, Masu?
Masu.
That is incorrect. It is actually a Yun, but it's okay. There's a comeback, there's a comeback. Who has the most LCS trophies? Is it A, Impact, B, Bjergsen, C, Xmithy, or D, Doublelift?
I think that's Doublelift.
You are correct. Good job. All right. How many times has a team had an all-5 first all-pro spots? Is it A, 0, B, 1, C, 2, or D, 3?
2?
That is incorrect. I'm so sorry, love. But we've got one more. I'm going to give you another one. How many times has the first team All-Pro have 5 different teams represented? Is it A, 0, B, 1, C, 2, or D, 3?
Ooh, man. B.
You are correct! And you both are walking away thanks to Samsung with these 990 Pros M.2 SD cards. You don't have to have any cables in your PCs now. Y'all can hold those up. And Hype Squad, let's get some prizes out! Make some noise!
I was born in Iraq, the city Baghdad, in 2004. I think that is just around the year where the war started. Like, I was only a year old before we left. All my extended family, like my grandparents, my uncles, my cousins, they all stayed in Iraq. You might have noticed that I wear this necklace when I'm on stage. It's a gift from my uncle, who I'm very close with. It is a vintage Iraqi 10 filis, or 10 cents. an old currency used in Iraq. It just has 3 palm trees on it because date palms are native to Iraq. I wear it all the time. It's just like a reminder of my family that I've had in Iraq. It's a reminder of like the relationship I've had with them. It definitely has been some times where, especially during my first week of stage games, where I was very nervous, where I was like, my head was running like circles, my thoughts. And it would really help keep me grounded whenever I like remembered I had this necklace on.
Berserker under pressure, having a flash away, but Bucio's ready to follow. Masu makes sure he gets some both. Flash out of there. There's the heartbreaker from XU. XU trying to finish it off, but Masu is tiny out. Masu is still alive. Down. Halo's being pushed back, and the Emperor survives, and it's a triple heading on over to Masu.
Whenever I think about the sacrifices my parents made, I feel like I have to push myself forward whenever I make a goal, no matter how like tired I would feel or no matter how much I feel like it was unachievable. Just because whenever I remember how much was sacrificed for me to even have the opportunity, it would feel like a slap in the face to half-ass my effort. My name is Fahad Abdul Malik. I'm the ADC for FlyQuest, and some people know me as Masu.
What's funny is, you know, coming of age as a player, I realized that I'd rather be second than fourth. So if I could choose right now, I'd rather play internationally than win a split. Because like, I just love playing competitive League of Legends. So getting the opportunity to keep playing is something that I care about so much. That said, it does suck to be second all the time. I do want to win, and I think that really I've grown so much from those finals where I kind of wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Even the last one I played in spring, I like went from having a very committed meta view to suddenly I'm playing Urgot and Gangplank. It's like all my comfort, and I think that's largely because of my anxiety. I think I've overcome that.
I'd love to hear from Beach Bwippo. Also, during the break, both fans received a Samsung 990 Pro SSD. Upgrade your storage to load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSD. FlyQuest took down TL in game 1 by really just going in over and over again.
Full send.
Full send after farming. Farm,
Yes.
then full send.
Farm, then we send. I honestly wouldn't mind Team Liquid just doing the exact same bans, except Lilia ban, except Sari. Just the exact same thing, run the whole thing back, but one change.
Oh,
Ash.
The Ash change
Still a
is
change.
going to be what's coming in. It does make me curious to see if they either A, think Ash was the problem, or B, want to first pick Lilia for Umti, and then potentially try some sort of swap to get him super far ahead.
And that's the other thing that Team Liquid could also be changing, even if they don't make a massive departure from their team comp in game 1, is just swapping. Just making the game a completely different pace, because it was very even throughout the laning phase.
That one fan that had the Unleash the Dog sign is going to be really happy about this one.
Actually banging the Lilia away, knowing that TL might go for it. Interesting.
But now the Nasus is open, so we'll see
Is open. The
what
dogs are out.
Yeah, what quad is gonna end up playing into that.
I think he's going to play Garen.
No? Do you think he's gonna play it?
Ivern's open as well, so if they just go Garen Ivern here at some point,
yeah,
Probably gonna be playing Corki.
They're going Corki. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty incredible. I mean, going up against FlyQuest, that was the first Nasus bans that were coming in the LCS. That is, like, it was pretty much quad, that is. I made that mistake. That quad that was going for the Nasus play in I'm assuming scrims, but for sure in solo queue. And so it's a takeaway, and I'm interested to see what APA can do with it.
Line peg is interesting. Going for the good laner, but still, I'm not really a fan of Jhin against Nasus.
I mean, possibly they're just trying to kite him out a little bit in team fights, and I'm also expecting then that Bwippo or Inspired are going to have to be able to do a lot of damage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough to break through a late game farmed up Nasus.
FlyQuest also needs some magic damage in this comp already, and they have Lily taken out of the draft already, Rumble as well. So I'm not sure where they'll get their magic damage from in this draft. I don't think Inspire will play Syra or Brand.
The Callista Senna coming through, because the Senna early pick, FlyQuest did ban it on 4-5 last draft. This is a really interesting first few rotations from TL that sets up this kind of Callista pick that they've liked to play around before with a pushing bot lane, and then APA on the Nasus.
Yeah, and I mean, already from Team Liquid's comp, you're kind of afraid of it. And there it is.
There's the AP damage.
Yep.
Brand comes through, so at least that solves that. But if you're Team Liquid, or really if you're FlyQuest, FlyQuest a little bit scared of the scaling on Team Liquid side. You got the shielding, healing from Team Liquid side, and a really beefed up Nasus. So I'm interested to see how we round out the comp from Team Liquid.
Yeah, well, we're definitely getting to see how deep in the sauce these two teams are against each other, because not only is this the 7th playoff game they've played against each other on the same patch, it's the 7th game they've been on the same side of each game. Team Liquid has picked blue every time they've had a choice, and FlyQuest has picked red every time they've had a choice.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see how FlyQuest have used their red side picks in a lot of these drafts. Like last draft, we saw saving it for the Yone, for Quad. Previously, we saw in the last series, we saw them saving it for Bwipo, which is something they did previously before they swapped to kind of sometimes saving it for Busio with support. As we see both Maokai and a Mumu taken off the table, two setups.
LCS special.
Yeah.
Sven, do you go support on 4 if you're FlyQuest here?
Yeah, I think you just pick Nautilus, Rel, or Leona, whichever one TL leaves open here. They can kind of choose for you at this point. I think Busio prefers the Leona over the Rel, which is why they banned it. I think at this point he'll be like, yep, I have to play Rel here. It's not an option. Could go Alistar, it's possible. They need some engage though, no matter what.
And I've been thinking about 5-pick a little bit just because the threat of a Nasus top lane.
He's not going to play this.
Nithy wouldn't be happy about this one. And Nuke Duck. Nuke Duck especially.
He had the one game, and then they were like, never again.
We're cutting that one. Cut the tape.
I agree with Sven. It's, going to be the Rel locked in.
Yeah. You choose whatever he picks.
Yeah, exactly.
You ban Rel and Leona, I pick Nautilus. You ban Nautilus and Leona, I'll pick Rel. It's very simple.
But now we get
to see. Here we're going to have a Cassante, I'm guessing, from Impact.
I mean, I'm imagining that. We just want to see where the Nasus ends up going, because the fear is that the Nasus is just going to stack on you topside if you go Cassante. So
jungler, if it's picked. I wouldn't be surprised to see TL pick Skarner and Cassante, or like just 3 tanks, and then Senna. It's like, what do you want? Beefy front line, you heal them, and they stand in front of you. That's just a different Skarner.
Yeah, and this is interesting because Team Liquid, with the ability to have Black Cleaver on Senna if they wanted to, but more so the Armor Shred from Nasus' E, they're less concerned with being all physical damage.
50%.
It's a lot of Armor Shred.
That's a lot of armor, yeah.
I mean, he's hovering.
That's not happening
That's not going to happen.
This could happen,
happening. I like it.
There it is. We've locked in that one. And that's a lot of bursts coming in from FlyQuest. So if we're just talking about who they're going to be looking to assassinate, if it's a Senna, Callista, or something, the Urgot latches onto them, that's a great comp from FlyQuest.
A very different TL than we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
No control mage, no ranged mid laner, 3 melee champions, and a Senna.
But is it a 1-1 series or a 2-0 series after this game?
I like Team Liquid's comp, but if this brand gets out of control, he might just one-shot everyone.
We'll see. This is a big departure from what we've seen in previous games. Casters, let's get into game 2.
Thank you very much, Lounge. Welcome back, everybody. We got a lot of changes in the Game 2 draft compared to Game number 1. Not only is Team Liquid breaking out the Nasus mid, but we got FlyQuest with the Urgot top for Bwipo.
Team Liquid, they reduced their range in their composition by like 70% from game number 1 to game number 2 here. They are so all in on this short range clump. Now they're the ones with the double melee solo laners with the Sejuani synergy. So I want to see Team Liquid now. They're the ones with some early game options and try and push the tempo. Bottom lane with a Callista Senna combo and then Sejuani combos up for the top side of the map. Should be a spicy one.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And something I've got to point out is the fact that not only is this a departure from the TL norm, it is a massive one. This is the first melee mid laner the APA has played the entire year.
The whole year?
Not played one.
Wowie.
Only plays those range style champions. They are always the team fight 5v5, scale it up, farm it up. This is a very different style here on Nasus, and there is a lot of CC and annoying champions over on the other side. There's of course the Rel CC. There's going to be a Rylai's brand that's slowing you down. There's going to be Urgot flipping you. There's all these things that are going to really make it difficult for Nasus to connect with the targets he wants to.
All right. Also, this man on your screen right now with Bwipo, for those of y'all who aren't familiar with Urgot, remember that 2 big power spikes for this guy, and we'll see how well FlyQuest play around them. Level 9, when your W, your Purge, becomes a toggle instead of a cooldown, and level 13, when your shotgun knees get down to the lowest possible CD for reloads. Big power spikes for this guy.
It's always fun watching the really good Urgots too, because they'll turn off their toggle real quick for the auto attack and then turn it back on.
Exactly. Lots of little things you can do, but right now Emily is standing by for an interview with Coach Spawn.
Hello, I am here with TL Coach Spawn. So first of all, coming out of game 1, what do you think you guys need to improve on for game 2?
They just fought really well that game, to be honest. I think they were in a pretty good spot before the third dragon up 1,000 gold, and then they just wrapped us and fought really well. But they've played on the stage 3 times. That was our first time, so just getting used to the setup, getting used to the crowd, and I'm sure we'll play this game a little bit better.
And then really fun draft coming out for game 2, especially with the Nasus, Callista, and Senna first pick. So in terms of executing on this draft, what would you like to see from the TL team?
I would like us to group as a ball and hit champions closest to us.
Sounds like a good plan. Thank you so much. It's always great to talk to you, Spawn. Back to you, casters.
All right, when you're a short-range comp, grouping up as a ball and hitting whoever's close to you sounds like the recipe to success to me.
You know what Brand loves? Also, short-range clumps of enemy champions, so he can just bounce and destroy them all. So we'll see. Inspired was just so good in the first game with his Lilia pick. Bottom lane, though.
Immediately turning into a 2v2 scrap down here, as Busio and Masu trying to fire back against the early oppressive power that we know Callista to be.
I mean, this is going to be a really interesting game because Brand obviously is a nightmare for all these melee champions, but at the same time, Senna, if you get to a certain level, you can have so much sustain, can really give that staying power for those melee champions to be able to survive the initial burst to get into the back line. He's down here towards bot. He's going to try to sneak into this brush, and we'll see if he can make a play happen early.
Can they bait Busio?
Yeah. That's what they're waiting for. Wave's moving a little bit too far forward now, so Umpty's not really going to have a chance to make a whole lot happen. He'll move back into the river instead. Might be, no, just waiting on the Scuttle Crab.
And he did drop 2 camps to do this, where Inspired is just power farming here, and he's going to be spotted by this ward, I think, over by mid lane. Wasn't actually noticed because it was over the wall, so it didn't have line of sight.
Okay, Quad in some danger here as Umpty's coming up. Goes right in after him there with the Arctic Assault. One more hit for the stun. Ladies and gentlemen, Quad is done. First blood to the big dog in the mid lane.
Plus 12, stack them up. APA starting early. He hasn't played a lot of melee champs, but he has played some stacking champions. And if you get the Nasus ahead early, we have seen what Jensen was able to do with it and really just take hold of the victory in his Nasus game for Dignitas. So we'll see if APA can do the same.
And early kills are so big at accelerating the Nasus. I played a lot of this champion. The hardest part is always getting through those early levels. If you can get gifted a first blood like that, you get your items accelerated, you get your gold accelerated, you get more CDR, you're stacking faster, you're not getting pushed out, you're not getting bullied. It really changes the entire game. And a Sheen first buy is massive.
Yeah, and so he can go right up the river. This is because Umpty went through bottom lane. So this ward that sees the ramp from Raptors doesn't do anything for Quad. And Umpty's able to follow the Valkyrie very easily, stacking up no problem.
Boom. Just like that. I mean, APA, first game here on a that guy's loving it. First game on a melee champion this year and off to an incredibly good start. But he has been so impactful for TL, dominating the All-Pro votes here in summer in 2024. In spring, obviously, he was getting no votes at all last year. And this is just talking about the rapid acceleration, how good this guy has gotten, how fast he has gotten there. No votes at all to being first team All-Pro this split is just insane.
Meteoric. Team Liquid in spring this year, not that long ago, were kind of middle of the pack, and it wasn't until playoffs that they really took off. But they've got the lane swap coming now.
Okay, Impact jumps in after Bwipo here, but Bwipo is immediately just going to back away from this. Jan and CoreJJ coming up now to swap into the top lane like you're talking about. We see teams often like to do this before that first spawn of grubs happening 45 seconds from now.
And this one is pretty early, and that minion wave did not have a cannon, so a lot of those minions do die bottom, but Umpty's still sticking around on top side. They'll now see...
Oh, counterattack from FlyQuest as Busio and Inspired just dismantle whatever Team Liquid had planned.
Yeah, Yeah, TL made that one a little bit too obvious. Inspired reads the play, gets up there to the top side, and is able to make a big difference here, helping them to get that first kill. Unfortunately, it did go to Busio that last hit, as APA is going to be a little bit careful. Is running low on mana, and that's sometimes the struggle for Nasus a lot more than the sustain, because you have so much sustain from your passive. As long as you have mana, you really can stay out there for quite a long time.
And that is the second play that costs Umpty a lot. Now, even though the mid lane gank was successful, it still put Umpty behind on the Sejuani because Inspired was full clearing on the Brand. And that power clear is going to be the same situation we had in game number 1, where it's AP clear versus a tank jungle. So the Brand is being set up as Impact is trying to do his own setup on Bwipo.
I mean, just look at the experience bars. Below their levels, you can see that pink bar. That is their current experience. Inspired is closer to 6 than Umpty is to 5, right? So he is very far ahead, and Brand really can be a difference maker against this sort of composition.
And it only gets worse. And I think Sven did a very good job pointing out, if the Brand is fed, that is the worst of problems for this Team Liquid comp. So definitely will be something that they'll have to combat and kind of deal with as we get towards the mid stages of the game. They still are able to get all 3 grubs here, though, and as long as Jan is able to just walk away, they won't pay any further price.
And I mean, it's all about Riley's injuries. That's really what you want to see here, I think, for the Brand. When you're playing as all these melee champions, the slow, the burn is so annoying to actually deal with here. And getting a great start here again. Inspired, you know, back on these AP power farmers in finals. It is a departure from what we've been seeing from him throughout playoffs. So it's interesting to see that that prep really has changed when they think specifically about how do we take down TL.
And he's just such a versatile jungler. Inspired, you know, spams the Ivern. He also spams the full clear. Also put plenty of games in onto tanks. He's just very versatile. And we even, if you look at his solo queue, he doesn't even play jungle champs in solo queue. He plays a bunch of mid lane and bottom lane as well. So very, very versatile as far as understanding multiple types of roles and how to play them at different stages of the game.
Meatballs, Discord kittens, CEO carries. The man can play anything in the jungle that the team needs him to play, as Impact jumps in after Bwipo. Nice sidestep there on the disdain. Impact continuing after the Urgot. Another leap strike, flashing forward for the Empower. Impact showing everybody again why he's number 1.
That's your world champion Jack skin right there. He's got one. Never plays it, but still is able to get the solo kills.
Top die again here for Impact. And that is massive. When you fall behind a champion like Jax that hard scales as a split pusher, it is really tough to stay relevant here. And Impact just played that out beautifully, letting the Counter-Strike just land the entire time there to avoid as many auto attacks as possible. Sidesteps the disdain for the flip back. Bwipo knows from there you're screwed and you're just trying to get out.
Yeah, that's the second time the observers have shown us Impact sidestepping the attempts there from Bwipo. And this time around, Impact is able to follow through. He knows he has lethal on the chase, flash for flash, and Team Liquid now, CoreJJ linking up with Umpty to secure the vision for APA in this mid lane, who, after getting that first blood, has kept up with the stacking. Of course, rushing into cooldown reduction from both boots as well as the Sheen here to really get max stacks as quickly as possible.
Yep, absolutely. He's going to be feeling really good about that spot. And honestly, you know, when NASA starts hitting, 200-300 stacks, you have to start getting really scared just about the trades with a Sheen proc and a Q. You know, we saw earlier in the game, Quad was just auto-attacking him. There's not really any recourse for APA. It's just about farming. But you start hitting about 5 more minutes into the game, Quad starts having to be a little bit scared. You can start just walking forward, forcing out the Valkyrie, and making his game a lot more difficult to play, because that's a long cooldown and it costs a lot of mana.
All right, Team Liquid gonna go ahead, claim themselves that first Drake. They got all 3 grubs uncontested in this game as well. They're up a single kill. So pretty much by all metrics, Team Liquid is ahead. A little bit of saving grace that we've already talked about for FlyQuest is Inspired on the Brand being off to a good start personally. But when Impact's making plays like this, the side lane threat is imminent.
And again, a second sidestep on that charge forward as Bwipo has eaten someone.
Yeah, I don't think that dog's coming back. He went to a farm down the road. He is gone.
Yeah, well, Bwipo may be in trouble as well.
Yeah, now Bwipo's going to pay the price. Team Liquid ready to get revenge for their mid laner before he's even back on the Rift. Makes that an even trade.
You know what? Fair. If someone killed my dog, I'd do the same thing.
They John Wicked him. They John Wicked Bwipo for taking out APA. Sorry, Chad, it was not supposed to get that dark. But anyway, we got Umpty looking for Quad now here in the mid lane. APA with a teleport back in. Maybe a stun there onto Quad, but Inspired shows up in time to keep everybody nice and safe.
Important to look at the aftermath here, and good job again by observers here, showing Impact continuing to mine gold, because Bwipo, after getting that kill and rotating up to the top side, he has no teleport. So this tower just dies. All he can do is cry as he tries to crawl back to lane. All the minions dying. Here's a look at the replay, though. You saw the start.
That was just anti-timing there. APA walked out, saw the full vision of that side brush, then walked back, and right at that split second, without knowing, they walked in. So he didn't see anyone walking into that brush, ends up getting him caught out. But Impact is monstrously ahead. He's about to take this first tower here, wants to deny even more CS before he does it. You're about to see that gold lead explode in the top lane. 1.7K, 11 minutes in here for the Jax. He's gotten 2 kills, and he is going to be off to the races. I wouldn't be surprised if he has the full Triforce. He definitely does on base.
MVP of the league, biggest gold lead in the entire game on Jax right now, with some Void Grub power, might I add. This is going to be all 6 when Umpty completes this one. So you have a split pushing Jax, who is already ahead, in the hands of Impact.
And Nasus as well. I mean, you're going to have 2 people 1-3-1 very likely, with this composition. They both have really good pairings with Sejuani because you're playing the double melee solo laner, and then you try to take a 2v2. Well, guess what? Senna's going to ult cross map and make that even more difficult. So TL is really set up to play the map very, very well. It is a different style playing it on a melee split pusher than it is on the Corkis and the Tristanas and the Ziggs and everything that we normally see APA do. But still, that's TL bread and butter. They're so good at playing the map.
Wave crashing into mid lane with nobody ready to catch it here just yet. So a few of those minions are going to be eaten up by the turret, but Yon will move into position to pick up the rest. You can see slight gold leads, couple hundred there for Yon and CoreJJ over their counterparts on FlyQuest. The gold lead in mid lane does belong to Quad, being the ranged champion against the Nasus. That is the expectation. Inspired still ahead in the jungle, but not to the degree that he was in game 1.
And Impact did go for the steel caps because he's going to be split pushing versus an Urgot and versus a Corki. But that does mean Inspired is really set up to be the one to carry this game against the short range that Team Liquid are playing, against the steel caps there, specifically on Impact. And he is being patient with this.
Very patient. I mean, this is a long investment here. Impact sussed it out.
Yeah, Impact taking a lot of damage, though. Burning, burning, burning. Inspired slows him down with a smite. Impact, again, just needing to create enough distance, and he will survive.
You could tell Impact had an inkling that something was there, but obviously, underestimating how much damage, because they invaded up into the enemy jungle. There was no one on those camps. They're getting all these wards down. He says, okay, I'm going to check the side lane brush, but Inspired and making him think twice about that.
Importantly, that's Inspired's ultimate, committed to not get a kill. Herald is spawning in 30 seconds. The Dragon is going to spawn in about 1 minute.
Also, you're seeing them have to sacrifice the pressure on top lane there. Bwipo cannot step up to the minion wave with this Nasus. The Wither is just so scary as a chase down tool. And so this means APA does continue to farm very freely up here in this long extended lane where the tower is gone. There is no safety for the side of FlyQuest.
It's also worth noting that generally, Nasus, the standard build is you go 3 points E and then you start maxing Q. He only actually had to go 2 because he got that first blood invested. He's putting already more points into Wither, already has 2 points into the Wither, plus the 5 points on the Q there. So he is stacking up incredibly fast. He's already at about 300 stacks here, 14 minutes in. If he really wants to focus on it, this could be one of those games where it gets to that point where he walks up, presses R, presses Q, and you die.
Okay, we've got Inspired still with no ulti and Rift Herald on the map, so Team Liquid just sees an easy green light to go after this objective, secure that for themselves. That's going to mean 100% of neutral objectives thus far have gone the way of TL in game number 2. And right as that Herald falls, our next neutral objective spawns with the second Drake showing up as APA has to deal with Busio and Bwipo together. They drop the Ignite. If they get him below the threshold, they can go for the execution with Fear Beyond Death. APA wants to stand and fight it a little bit longer. He's going to be way too low. Into the grinder he goes, and Bwipo gets another.
Good job attacking a side lane here from FlyQuest. Busio down the lane, and they get the kill. They put a stop to the Nasus stacking. It's still going to be difficult dealing with the pressure, though. Quad's going to have to get back down bottom side because Impact can destroy turrets as well on the other half of the map, and the Dragon will arrive.
And it is a pretty expensive kill because it's the flash, it's the ignite, it's the ultimate off Busio, it's the ultimate off Bwipo, so they spent a lot to get him. And on the other side, Impact is taking away that tower, but look at top lane, Bwipo's in trouble.
Yeah, you've got Umpty going after the Urgot. Now, Sejuani on her own is not that much of a threat against a champion like this, but APA is coming in for backup. Bwipo wants to try to get away from it, and APA plus 12s him. Quad trying to strike back, but he's stunned up, gun down! APA's just barking at him!
And they get the flash out of Quad. He tried to flash to finish the kill on the Sejuani and can't even get that.
It's the big dog from APA, gets the double kill, gets to stack them both as well, as Quad tried to come in and bail him out, but that was all set up by played it out so well, bought so much time, never gave Bwipo away to actually exit from that fight, forced him to commit to it, and then survives, gets the double kill for his mid laner. Triforce was already done, and now he's going to be slingshot even further forward.
All right, in the meantime, it was the Drake claimed by FlyQuest, but now Inspired's got to try to get away from Impact. Busio in the middle of everybody, but Bwipo's made his TP entrance on the flank. Lots of damage back into Busio, and Yon's going to grab the first kill as it's traded back for Impact, and Bwipo continues chasing. Disdain forward, but CoreJJ and Yon are both still trying to kite it out. Umpty on the front line blocking some of the shots. Yon down to 250 HP. The piercing darkness looking to take him low. Umpty gets the kill back on Bwipo. He's still running away, but surely he must fall. Yon and Core continuing to think about a fight. Inspired is almost out of mana, and Core and Yon are still looking, but they got to be careful. Deadly Flourish roots Yon, and Masu and Inspired are dancing with death. Yon's not going to find the kill there. Masu goes in for the execution.
APA's coming.
Get it. Yon still trying to kite it out. A root onto Inspired. A spear into his heart. Quad and APA not getting into the fight just yet. It's an absolute battle.
Yon and CoreJJ playing that fight on the knife's edge, avoiding every single skill shot, it felt like, from Inspired, utilizing those heals from the Senna, utilizing their range to the maximum, and also follow Impact early on in this fight. You thought he was just going to go down immediately. Watch, he steps behind Yon, makes him tank it, leap strikes back in, gets the kill, and forces so many tools to be used out on him.
Then with the Callista ultimate, they get the peel for the rest of the members. Umpty comes over the top, and they actually get a retreat kill onto Bwipo. Senna ultimate isn't going to save Umpty, but at key moment there, Inspired flashes forward, and so now Yon and CoreJJ know they both have flash advantage, and so they're just buying time for APA on the Nasus. If you watch the mini-map, he came down from the other side, forced the extra kill, and they used their flash advantages.
Back.
So well played.
Back alive. Hold on 1 second. Umpty sliding in. Lands the Glacial Prison on Inspire, but now Team Liquid's got to be careful because FlyQuest is wanting to make the collapse.
Yay.
Reinforcements about to arrive. Inspired locked down. APA's going to be killed first. Inspired has the damage there, but Impact's looking to mop one back up on the other side. FlyQuest have lost 3 for the one of Team Liquid. Impact finally drops, making a 3 for 2. The curtain call opens, but the bullets aren't strong enough. Masu now needs to retreat as Umpty jumps forward, but he pays for it with his life. Quad and Masu still trying to fight, but Yon takes out one. He's about to get the other. The AD carry for Team Liquid stands tall.
It's Yon and CoreJJ against the world, and they love those odds. The bot lane for TL is popping off in game 2.
Let's take a look at how it all started out. After the tower went down, Umpty with the sliding Sejuani ult onto Inspired, but it is FlyQuest who flank with Bwipo and actually attack the backline. Then they dump all damage into APA to actually kill off the front line. It's just Impact's teleport that allows them to actually finish off that kill.
Exactly. APA can't get a lot done, but there's so many tools spent on him that Impact gets into the backline. And again, Yon and Core, this is so indicative of what they talked about last split, how they are going to fight you at every turn. They're going to believe their mechanics. If they think it's the right play, they're going for it.
And Umpty is always the willing sacrifice. He is a role player. He knows his job. The Sejuani goes in knowing he's within kill threat just to ensure the other 2 kills for his bottom lane.
Oh yeah, he's loving it.
They are popping off.
TL fans loving what they're seeing in game number 2. Game number 1 was tough for them, but they're striking back.
And both of these teams are headlined by these 80 carries who have been so incredible for them. Rookie of the Year in 2023, the Rookie of the Year in 2024. Both of them have really grown into a role where they are primary carries, where they can be trusted by these teams, surrounded by veterans. They're saying, no, give Jan the ball. He knows what to do with it.
Jan on his Kalista, 0 deaths this game. He came very close to dying, but flashed away multiple times, able to come out on top. And now Team Liquid, they actually have a lot of burn threats.
That one got me. I don't know.
They have a lot of objective threats on the neutral objectives, as well as having Impact and APA as very competent split pushers. But APA actually here might have his flash tested. He's at least having the vision tested. That control ward doing a lot of work there in the tri-brush. And FlyQuest this time around, not full sending through the extra vision.
Yeah, APA does have that Frozen Heart, which is great against 80 carries. You need the mana, you need the CDR. Is a really effective item, but I think he definitely needs some MR to deal with this brand as well, because the brand is going to be focusing him in so many of these fights. You have to go forward on the Nasus, and it can be really difficult to do so. You can see, though, Inspired doesn't actually have the luxury of going for the Rylai's. He did pick up healing debuff. He's going towards that Void Staff to preempt that, as they are starting up this Baron here.
Yeah, Baron has already been begun by Team Liquid, as Busio and Inspired are going to come around to check this one. Inspired now having Quad next to him as well. Looking to put some damage here to APA. CoreJJ, not quite the best Senna ulti there, but just wanted to make sure that he kept his team protected, as Team Liquid's going to be forced off of the Baron. Whippo looking for a pincer angle here, but FlyQuest realizes this is not the angle, this is not the play. They back off, they're still 5,000 gold behind.
Yeah, I mean, TL's not going to commit to that, I think, with the brand in their face. They can just go down and start doing this dragon. They could even send APA to just solo that up. So TL is sending some members still to stay around here to make sure that there's no sort of counter Baron play here, as Jan, Impact all staying there. Nasus solos the dragon. They're going to be able to win out from this position. And they want to make sure they're just not giving up any objective bounties. FlyQuest has not been able to get any objectives yet this game. No towers, nothing, but those objective bounties have spawned, so it makes it even more important to defend them.
And they know that FlyQuest is probably resetting now after that standoff, so they want to tempt them, want to test them once again, starting up that Baron. But as soon as they see FlyQuest still around, they're going to back away as APA secures the Drake.
And they wanted to force as many resources from FlyQuest continually back to the top of the map, because their bot lane was pushing, plus they have Nasus on the Dragon. So force FlyQuest to give up a little bit more each time, keep checking. They're not going to full send on this Baron. They're just trying to force FlyQuest to constantly have to send more resources over. Now with the Rage Blade Kalista.
Hold on, but bottom lane, APA and Whippo. Whippo doesn't win those. APA up to 4 kills now on the Nasus. There's no way FlyQuest wins this shortly as they try to approach the Baron down to 5K. Busio looking for a shattering strike, but he will not find it. FlyQuest still trying to poke. Team Liquid still trying to regroup, while APA split pushes down to the bottom lane. Jan pulls Core away to safety. The Baron still at 4,000. APA just chopping at the tier 3 inhibitor turret. Monster gonna take a ton of damage. He barely gets away, barely survives. Inspired's killed first. Impact gets him. Opti needs a little bit more damage to take out Masu. Quad goes back over the wall. FlyQuest goes back to the fountain. Quad will join the rest.
They can TP for the end.
Liquid are ready to end game 2. Whipple's back alive. APA is on the fade. Impact ready for the teleport. APA back in the ulti. Whippo back to a black and white screen. They still have the Void Mites. APA resets the tower aggro. Team Liquid going for the end of the game. Only Busio alive, but there is no minion wave. Team Liquid still trying to end, but the timers don't favor them. They're going to take the Hex Gate. The game goes on.
No minions, and Inspired is coming back up. The brand could destroy them all, so they have to give up the chase there. But TL, the power of Nasus, bonk, bonk, bonk. They send Whippo back to the fountain twice in a row and almost take the whole base.
And I think it was such a smart call from APA to not actually TP to the play. I think that was critical because there's no flash, no ultimate. You're going to get nothing done in that fight. So all TL had to do was make sure that FlyQuest could not base. So that's why they're staying around the Baron. They're keeping it low. They won't let it leash. They're holding their attention there, buying time for APA, who was almost able to end the game.
And the flank from Impact was beautiful. TL were able to get not only the split push, not only keep FlyQuest by Baron, Baron, but they also then won the fight with the flank onto the back line. Beautiful stuff from TL to strike back in game number 2 here after FlyQuest so handily took game number 1. TL look like they're going to do the same.
Baron still alive, Team Liquid going after it. You can see CoreJJ just running interference in case anybody from FlyQuest tries to step up. Impact waiting over the wall in the brush near the Krugs. Completely out of sight, but ready for a flank angle. He is on a ward now, so FlyQuest is going to find him out of position. Hex Flash from Busio goes for Shattering Strike on Impact, but it ain't going to work. APA in a 1v2 down to the bottom lane at the same time. The team is securing the Baron. Whippo is about to die. APA needs a little bit more damage, but he can't find it just yet. Instead, he's going to take quad. You cannot deal with APA! A double kill for the Team Liquid mid laner. Seals the fate of this second game. Inspired gets a kill on Umpty as FlyQuest holds the line back in mid. Busio still in the front, eating a lot of spears, about to die, but he barely escapes with a crash down shield. APA rebuffing the bottom lane. Impact still in the enemy base. Busio still trying to escape. They can lock Impact up, but they can't gun him down. Busio still burning. Team Liquid still pushing. FlyQuest is learning that this is gonna be a bloody one yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all tied up.
FlyQuest may have taken game number 1, but APA proving TL are still top dog in NA.
And both teams, all business, immediately heading off stage, ready for game 3, ready to talk about the adaptations. APA in the side lane was a monster. Him and Impact, they didn't have answers for them both. You can't be everywhere, and TL took full advantage of it.
The TL melee carries were doing some heavy lifting. Let's toss it over to the lounge to break it down.
Coach Spawn said he really wanted them to group and run at them. This composition was so much fun, actually, ending especially in that topside kill. The Nasus 1v2, amazing.
And there were so many times where Team Liquid just decided to throw down. Like both teams opted in to risky 2v2s. Neither team wanted to back away, and time again, this game, Team Liquid basically won all the skirmishes.
I love when I see two teams like this just fist fighting and both not hesitating to go for it. And I love that 2v2 between the bottom of TL versus Masu and Inspired. It was nice to see everyone flashing back and forward, skill shots on the edge of the knife. Love to see it.
Yeah, the mid game went crazy, but at some point, and it felt like it started in the top lane when the double kill came through from Nasus, he really took over.
This part was tragic. Quad hadn't skilled W. That's why he moved forward for the creep and why he was late with that early Valkyrie. Definitely started off the dog with the first kill.
Credit to the team in the back for that animation, and this guy who's animated as well, just as animated as the team playing the game. That being said, it's actually crazy.
FlyQuest was so pinched here. They had nothing to do here. They will either lose their whole base to APA's Nasus, or they will lose the Baron and their base. So they just lost the whole game in the sequence here where APA solo kills Whippo, pushes bot, has TP for Baron fight. His team is just holding them there. Baron's alive the whole time, low HP. FlyQuest can't choose base or Baron, lost both.
But that was the story of the game, because at least early on, the kill that both Brand and honestly, it was actually Whippo that ended up roaming topside to get the kill on towards Nasus. I thought the Nasus was going to be contained and it was going to be a little difficult early on for him, but he gets that double kill like I mentioned, and then on side lanes, they cannot hold them. It really felt like it was tough for them to be able to handle him, and so that was the kill that happened on Whippo later on in the game, and then they sent 2 at him and they could not take him.
I feel like that's where Impact comes in, right?
True.
Because his Jax in side lanes was getting kills. As we see, he's had an absolutely incredible split. As we see us going through some of the accolades, he earned just this split. But in this game, he actually, and I know players always hate when I use this, was a bridge for them from the early game. Sven is already laughing at me.
No, I agree. I agree.
On the Jax. And then the Nasus came online afterwards, even with that early first kill.
And I think the Whippo versus Impact matchup took a different step in this game for sure. Because I thought Whippo was trying to do too much.
Yes,
he was face first in a lot of these team fights. And I even feel like Inspired was pressing a little bit. It wasn't the type of game we saw in Lilia where he was full clearing and then making things happen with his items. He was waiting 15, 20 seconds in brush because I feel like the team might have been feeling a higher level of stress. So really interesting game 2 here.
It could be because FlyQuest was losing all 3 lanes this game. They were losing bottom naturally. They were losing the middle after that one game happened. And then top lane Impact was playing so well. So perhaps Inspire felt like he had to make something happen or they would lose too hard in the early game.
Also, shout out to Jan. 605 in front of hometown crowd. Remember, Jan is from Los Angeles. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
Jan doesn't broadcast that much either, but congratulations for winning his first finals game here in front of the hometown Los Angeles. I think that's it from here. We're going to be headed for a break before Game 3. In case you missed it, here's the official trailer for Season 2 of Arcane.
Hell yeah.
You were right, Kate. My sister is gone. There's only Jinx now.
I want to tear that laugh from her throat forever.
I'm ready.
To return peace to this city, you must declare martial law.
Topside is the real enemy. You have the chance to rally the Undercity together. You're a symbol. So what are you planning?
Watch it all burn.
Felt it, haven't you?
The Arcane is waking up.
Sometimes taking a leap forward means leaving a few things behind.
This has to end.
Then stop me.
Corki can TP, but Corki TP. Let's look for both. Yeah, let's look for both. He's with it. Stun. Don't die. Nice. Amazing. Good job.
Yeah. When he's stuck with timing.
But he's still okay.
Attack TP behind.
There's a Uru TP. Pushing top. Yeah,
pretty deep.
I'm pushing top. Let me.
I'm okay.
I kill that. I die. Let me die.
I'm leaving.
Run. Flash. Run. Kick
Flash. Kiting.
Try to run.
Q2 seconds.
Got it. Oh, nice.
Running.
Yeah. Go.
We can still turn.
Run. No matter. Okay. Brand no flash. It's not bad.
Oh,
nice.
Top turn, guys.
Yeah,
wanna go? Slowly.
Slowly.
You have Q?
Yeah.
I don't have Q. Q3.
I'm coming from mid.
Q1.
I'm coming from mid.
Play slow.
Guys, they're all dead, okay? Nice, that's it. Okay,
play slow. We win. If they come into us, we win. We win. We're hitting back.
I'm touched it. Go.
All about Marion. Impact.
Corki no flash.
Oh,
close. It's deep. Not the bed. Try it out. Core, can you take?
I can go for core if you want.
It's not bad.
You want to go for it, okay? Okay, nothing.
I can go for it.
Q1 seconds.
Yeah, I can go for it.
Okay, I can.
Capo.
Corki.
I dead. Corki no flash. Corki, go for it. We win.
Jin no flash.
It's last. Nice. Bro, it's no TP now.
Sure.
We're gonna break
tempo then.
Good job, guys.
The best top laner to ever grace the LCS has finally been crowned MVP. Since his debut, Impact has played for 5 different LCS organizations over the course of his 9-year career in North America and more than a decade of play at the professional level. Impact started his LCS career in 2015, playing top lane for Team Impulse. He was one of the earliest Korean imports to play in the LCS, leaving his native South Korea after winning the World Championship in 2013 on T1 alongside Faker. A player known for his stability and consistency, which is excruciatingly rare for any top laner at an elite level. The different eras of Impact are all underpinned by the same consistent world-class play he has always been known for. He was an outplay machine in his top die era on Cloud9.
Even the phase dive would get you over. Hold on, we'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah, Impact going for another solo. That's the Mega Tower ultimate, and Impact just does it again.
He helped lead 2 of NA's most promising rookies to a title on EG, and was Team Liquid's sole top laner during their untouchable run to 4 straight LCS titles. In the LCS, Impact has played and won the most games. He's second all-time in assists behind only legendary support player Aframoon, and has played in more LCS splits than any active player. He's one of only 8 players to win an LCS title on 2 or more teams, and is top 10 in the world for games played and won across the major regions, MSI, and Worlds. Impact has accomplished practically everything you could ask for in the game's most demanding role at a level of consistency that is truly unmatched.
Yijin has now found himself isolated. Impact!
He is easily the greatest LCS top laner of all time, and is in the running to be its greatest ever player by the time he hangs up the mouse and keyboard. Already tied at 6 LCS titles with Bjergsen and Xmithie, Impact is the only player currently capable of chasing down Doublelift's legendary 8-title record. On the precipice of another championship and an unprecedented 11th Worlds appearance, Impact has nothing left to prove. But he does have one message. It's not that he's back, it's that he never left.
전 지금 아직도 미국에 온 게 제가 계속 할 수 있었던 이유라고 생각해요. 저의 사람들 그런 말 할 수 있는데 미국 와가지고 뭐 편해지고 그러지 않았냐 하는데 전 그때도 아직 되돌아가면 한국에서 게임한 것처럼 열심히 했었고 똑같이 그때도 랭킹 1등 찍고 뭐 계속 그랬으니까 똑같이 했는데 약간 환경의 변화랑 다양하게 사람들 만나서 얘기하고 하다 보니까 그런 게 좀 더 저한테 열정이 더 생기게 되었고 혼자 서는 법을 배웠고 왜냐면 그때는 팀원들 이제 으쌰으쌰해서 했었는데 미국에서는 제가 언어가 안 통하잖아요 잘. 그래서 이제 저 혼자 내가 혼자 뭐 해봐야 된다 해야 된다 이런 생각 많이 해가지고 그때부터 좀 주도적으로 바뀌었어요.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Summer 2024 LCS Championship. It is finals weekend. It is FlyQuest versus Team Liquid. It is all tied up. And man, I always love hearing from Impact. The guy is a living legend here in the LCS, and he just showed us why in Game 2.
Absolutely. I mean, on the back of all the Impact content, I've just got to say, I'm so blown away that I think he is having the best split of his career in the LCS. And this is 12 years into his professional career. This guy is timeless. He just keeps getting better.
And I love that his recent tweet about winning the MVP, he talked about how it even gave him further momentum and further inspiration to continue playing with that drive. He's not stopping anytime soon.
Okay, so one major difference. Immediately coming into Game 3, FlyQuest is over on blue side this time around, gentlemen. They'll ban out the Ziggs, the Senna, the Rumble, TL, gonna ban out the Smolder, the Lilia, and the Nasus.
Now the question is, what will the adaptations be? Again, we talked a lot about this throughout most of playoffs. It was more the Ivern style. It was more the Amumu style. You know, this kind of supportive role that Inspired had been playing. He's played 2 games of Power Farmers back-to-back, has been very effective on them. It's not going to be locked in first year either way, though. It is going to be Whippos Renekton, which has been a real mainstay for him throughout playoffs.
And so far in this series, both games have been won with the double melee laners and hard engage. So they have actually triumphed over the multiple AD carry comps.
Impact flashing the matchup that they had last time after he locks their neck, and he shows the Jax, he shows their god. He's like, yeah, I got you last time.
I love the little bit of subtle trash talk there. Team Liquid will lock in the Ashe and Ivern for themselves.
So they are taking it away, and I think we're going to go right back after a very big departure from TL style to their bread and butter. It's going to be double AD carries, almost guaranteed. It's going to be this Ivern with multiple frontliners from Core and Impact. That's my expectation.
You have to think the third pick from TL is going to be a Corki or a Tristana. If Corki is taken by FlyQuest, then you've got the other option to fill in there on the side of TL. Meanwhile, for Quad here, he actually does lock the takeaway, does take the Corki.
It is interesting because Tristana has gone down so low in priority, and normally you would say, okay, well, this is a Zeri angle here, but APA actually has not played Zeri at all. That is one of the picks that he doesn't really go towards, so it does get more difficult now, you know, as far as the AD carries that are popular in mid, and I wonder if this would push him towards a control mage instead.
Let's see here. What's FlyQuest going to lock in alongside our Corki and Renekton solo laners? It is a Zyra jungle. The Lilia got the dub. The brand fell short because Team Liquid was so far ahead with their melee carries. Inspired now for the 3rd game in a row, going to be playing one of these AP carry power clear junglers.
And I think that he should, and FlyQuest should stick with this style for him. He is manufacturing these large leads and having a big impact. It's just that in the last game, the solo lanes got out of control.
I have to give a lot of credit to Umti in that one too, though. He was everywhere setting up these plays, you know, finding angles. He got the first blood really for APA by setting up that game, by ramping around Vision, and was able to be a difference maker in so many of those plays. He quietly is really the role player for TL. You know, as you said last game, he's the one often throwing his body in there, gives his life for the cause, you know, sets up his carries to really take over the game.
And I feel like this is one thing that a lot of Umpty supporters, a lot of Umpty fans were saying when Umpty got 3rd team All-Pro when the rest of the squad got 1st is, yeah, well, he was never playing the AP carries. He was never being the guy who's in the spotlight, but he's such a damn good facilitator.
Meanwhile, Sven said it as well, you know, you're not going to ban out all of the engage supports from CoreJJ, so they take away the Leona. I expect the Nautilus, also such a good pairing and really good in the hands of CoreJJ, but also then you're left with Rel. So there's too many of them to take them all away. I wonder though, because TL actually didn't ban out Braum, they banned out the Tristana instead. More worried about the Tristana than any sort of bot lane kind of counter to the melee.
The Poppy ban is very interesting as well from TL. You know, obviously concerned about a potential Poppy support there from Busio because jungle is locked, top is locked, so they are worried about that potential lock in here. Can be pretty disruptive to some of these champions like the Tristana.
FlyQuest just dropping a ban that helps everybody in the audience here today as we don't get another episode of Renekton versus Cassante in the top lane.
Do you like Warren better?
The Rel locked in for Team Liquid for some engaged purposes as FlyQuest is going to mix it up a bit. Lock in Seraphine, bottom.
All right, Seraphine, I'm expecting it farming here in the hands of Masu. And this brings you so much AoE CC for your team fights. Really does help combat the Ivern playstyle here that Team Liquid showed early on.
Yeah, this is so interesting because this is going to be a farming Seraphine here for Masu, so they're going to pair it there with the Alistar, right? And, you know, will be a lot more power. I'm curious to see if he's going to go a bit of a damage build or if it is going to be full support items.
Well, I mean, even if he does go support items, you already have big cannons of both damage types because of the Corki, because of the Zyra in the jungle. So I'm also equally interested in how they're going to pilot that Seraphine in the middle of these fights. Even more so, I want to know what Team Liquid locks in. It's an old Impact classic, the Gangplank in top lane.
Impact has his counters as well. And guess what? That also counters bot line side plays here with his ultimate.
Yes, sir.
So his goal here versus the Renekton is just not to get waves built up in Dove. I think Impact here really throws down a big R5 pick because then they've got team fight scaling with Ivern. You have Gangplank scaling as well. And he has the ability to get out of that CC, even if a Seraphine ultimate comes bouncing over the top.
And this is going to be the 50th Gangplank game of his career. It is one of his top 5 most played. And he has nearly a 70% win rate on the Gangplank. He was known, you know, in these tank eras for using this as his counter pick into tanks. He can play it really, really well. You know, he plays the map so well. And you talked about it, Kobe. He can set up core for these engages, you know, play those cross-map plays. It's going to be a tough one to deal with.
I'm really, really liking the Team Liquid draft this time. This side just feels so comfortable to me. APA has been spamming Tristana ever since the meta started with Corki Tristana.
Yeah.
He has been all Corki Tristana and just kept on spamming it. Now with an Ivern, they get their double AD carries, as well as having plenty of other options for engage, especially that bottom lane. CoreJJ and Jan here are going to try and start those fights out. Let's see if FlyQuest can actually take this one. They've gone back to their Renekton first picking ways. Will the Seraphine be enough to buff it up on those front lines?
It's an even series so far. Whoever wins here, man, they're on match point. They'd be one game away from holding that LCS trophy high. Let's see who brings the heat in game number 3.
30 seconds until minions.
All right, already sending multiple people top here to try and look around for possible lane swap scenarios. They're backing up Impact in his aggressive look. Gangplank level 1 is extremely strong because of the Trial by Fire passive that he does have, so.
Lots of true damage there, but no fights just yet. Team Liquid still continues to take over the jungle. Emily's standing by with Nuke Duck. Let's see what he has to say.
Hello, I'm here with FlyQuest. Nuke Duck, what was your primary advice to the guys after the loss going into this game 3?
The primary advice, I mean, we kind of just fucked up the last game like individually, so it's like no point to like talk too much about that. We just decided what to go into the next game. I had like 3 kind of like plans prepped, and then I like talked to them what they feel most comfortable with and stuff like that. Yeah.
And then going into this game, what would you like to see from them, especially with like Whippo back on the Renekton and then the Seraphine bot lane?
Yeah, this time around I just hope we don't get ran around the map at the first 5 minutes. That's the main thing here. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking the time. All the best. I'll let you get back so you can watch the guys, and we'll send it back to the casters.
Yeah, and there's already a lot to talk about. I mean, Whippo, I think maybe they thought there was some sort of lane swap going on or something, but he was level 1 down towards bot, has to use the TP at level 1 just to go up towards top lane to answer.
Yeah, his worst fears actually did come true there. They did get run around the map. It's because TL, when they had that push-up, you know, Jan actually was spotted. And so FlyQuest started thinking about the lane swap and trying to get ahead of it. And so Whippo walked all the way down to the other side. and it ended up using his teleport.
Oh, but now he's trying to put the pressure on Impact. Impact turns it right back around. Meanwhile, down in bottom lane, FlyQuest going to look for some shots of their own. As Yon flashes, but he's still stuck in the room.
Oh, the side's
down to the other side of the high note, but Inspired still buries them. 2.5 minutes into the game, and they're already off to the races.
Actually, well played by both sides. Inspired with the prediction, and then the walk back from Yon, but it's into range, and now you have a huge wave crashing.
Yeah, that is massive. But we have to talk about the fallout of top lane. That is not just a solo kill at the beginning of the game. He TP'd to go there and then got solo killed. That is horrible for Bwipo. He's going to be down so much gold, so much experience, you have to think, after that play.
It started as Nukeduck was fearing with getting run around in the first couple of minutes on this map. He said the last game, they just messed up. And so not much to talk about, but TL already giving them stuff to talk about.
And I mean, thankfully for them, Inspired did make a good play down on the bot side. This is a guy who has had such a storied career across Europe, across NA. He's won MVPs in both. He's won titles in both. He's been able to go deep in some of these international events. He's an MSI semifinalist. So has really had a lot of success and is able to go for a pretty
oh no, Yon, he doesn't have anything left to try to defend from this one. Surely Busio and Masu have enough to take him out. Beautiful protection from CoreJJ, escorting Yon to safety, flashing back over the wall, denying FlyQuest.
Yeah, Busio tried to flash over the Shattering Strike there from Core, but he got caught by the very back of it. He didn't quite create enough distance to stick onto Yon, so trades his flash, Core gets the peel, has to spend his own flash as well.
Both junglers up here in the top lane now as Impact and Bwipo continue trades. Two separate 1v1s as Umpty has to back away. Ivern does not win these fights against the Zyra. Inspired chasing after him. May look to lock him up a little bit further here. Busio also making his way up towards the top half of the map as the supports roam around in their recall timers.
Meanwhile, CoreJJ's just come back from base as well. Now he's looking to back up Umpty. Channel stop there though. Inspired's able to make him think twice about it. Always put up your brush first, then he gets his channel, able to secure it with the support of CoreJJ.
But you can see FlyQuest had to give up the fight for the River and the Crab because Quad was so low, no health, no mana, no chance to participate in that fight. Team Liquid walking away with the edge.
Critically, Impact didn't actually get a good buy after that first blood. He hadn't killed enough minions to buy a Sheen. That is the absolutely doomed situation you can find yourselves in sometimes, is when Impact can get that Sheen first buy. Instead, did not have the gold, so Bwipo hanging on for now and has been able to claw it back a little bit up in that top lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's been able to claw his way back. I think Yon actually feeling the most pain out of the resets there because he got chased off and the extra minions dying at tower. This Seraphine has been able to accrue a pretty good CS lead, and now with Inspire visiting again.
Oh, CoreJJ with a crash down on both targets that were walking up towards him. FlyQuest wanted to see if there was an angle from a dive, but Team Liquid immediately denying it, while at the same time Bwipo interrupts the recall of Impact.
Yeah, so they don't get a kill or anything for FlyQuest, but they did deny a couple of extra minions at the tower as TL have to back off there.
Bwipo just hit 6, and Impact is He hasn't got back to base. He got interrupted, so Bwipo could actually look for a risky dive angle here if he wants to try.
He's going to walk past him, go for the proxy at the start instead. Impact is very healthy, and Bwipo is very much not. This dive, there's no way this is set up for success. Bwipo's just going to clear out the wave. Looks like he should be able to take his exit here.
And now since you have recall timers for Busio, they have the options to head up to these Void Grubs. We are at the 6-minute mark with that push in and reset, and it looks like that's exactly where FlyQuest are going with their Zyra. Inspired wants to continue up on his farm here. Meanwhile, Masu's job, the Seraphine thankfully can be fairly uninteractive with waves. Just don't step up now.
Okay, APA getting stunned up, gunned down. Quad needs a little bit more damage on him, but Masu in the bottom lane at the same time. Team Liquid with a cannon barrage helping him out. Get CoreJJ a kill.
Yeah, Masu a little bit too far forward. Can't hold back at tower and just throw out his spells at the minions. Gets killed there. Meanwhile, the pressure on the other side of the map, though, for FlyQuest, they get their 3 Void Grubs and Quad gets a turret plate.
Exactly, and I mean, it's APA soaking that pressure in mid lane that kind of lets them go for the dive, because when Busio shows up there and he escapes, they realize there's not going to be any counterplay here. There's not going to be an Alistar coming in to make that happen. Impact even got an assist off of it with the ulti, which feels even nicer, and they're going to move these lanes around a little bit as we can watch this one more time. Umpty was unspotted, and they just go for this wraparound dive.
Yep, Ivern in. Even though the flash attempt with the root collar gets juked, still got it with the rel. CoreJJ's got your back, and there's zero chance of getting out. Again, the global here from Impact, as he continually is fighting off Bwipo here. Every time Bwipo moves up towards tower, Impact's looking for these extra chunks of damage, and he's stacking up his grasp as well quite nicely.
I gotta say though, I'm actually really surprised with how well Bwipo is doing in this 1v1. You know, he's actually positive in gold after getting first blooded and having to TP top at level 1. Things have gone a lot better for him than I thought they were going to. Yeah, Impact is still gonna be a problem. Yeah, Impact is gonna outscale you, but Bwipo from a difficult situation, keeping himself relevant.
Yeah, he's had total control over the lane. You can see it demonstrated in the farm differences. He's up 2.5 waves over Impact. His health bar does look a little bit dicey right now as he pops the Dominus, just uses it to force this wave in. Probably going to go for a reset here, but Impact is freezing. Bwipo with the flash Ruthless Predator. That was a flash for a whole lot of nothing.
I'm telling you, I've been on the Renekton side, and you're just like, oh no, this Gangplank is going to do so much more than me. Tries to make something happen there, but that is such a huge swing and a miss. Impact just right out of it.
You have to think that he didn't have the cooldown timed right on Remove Scurvy. You know, maybe he had gotten it out earlier.
Hit him with the question mark.
You know, if he used that earlier in a trade, maybe Bwipo kind of mistimed that cooldown, but does get punished for it. Uses the flash for really nothing.
Ooh, root collar there on Busio. Another Shattering Strike to follow it up, but there's no real damage here behind these Team Liquid CC applicators. Now we got the extra little bit. APA grabbing a kill on Busio. Inspired, forced to use the Stranglethorns as APA was ready to go to reset City. Yeah, they're not going to get the extra kill on the enemy jungler, but with the ulti down, with Busio killed, Team Liquid has control over the bot side river as the Drake spawns.
And they're happy to get even that money kind of for free there. Really nice job. Jan with the punish, hit 6 on the level on the Ashe there, and is able to punish despite the rough early game for the TL bottom lane. This is a utility bottom lane, and they use their utility there. They don't quite have the damage to actually finish this off, though, because Inspired has been farming. Again, another AP jungle clear matchup for him. Yes, it's not a tank for Umpty, but it's a very supportive jungle for Umpty.
Oh.
That was dicey.
That was scary, man. Busio might just finish it off. APA burns down the cow from all the way out in right field.
Yeah, that was just a great roam there from Busio. Has been impactful, has been playing well in this finals, and it's been cool to see, you know, him performing on this big stage because of some of the nerfs that he exhibited in some of those previous series. Jan actually talked about, you know, how he has kind of had that redemption, how much this FlyQuest bottom lane has been improving. Busio has been a really, really big part of that.
And Impact's chasing down Bwipo. Impact actually dropped minions to go for this damage on Bwipo. He's setting it up because he has Umpty here.
Yeah, Bwipo's forced to use Dominus to try to escape the cannon barrage. Nice sidestep back there against the root collar. Impact's got another arrow placed down. Trial by fire, and the last damage burns through. Impact takes another.
There's a reason you made a whole video package about Impact. Still top lane GOAT here, and this is going to be a problem for FlyQuest later. Here's another look at the rampaging cow, though. Busio gets a little revenge.
Absolutely, and you know, it's interesting. You talked about how APA, he has been on that Tristana Corki train so heavily, but as the patches have gone through, more and more nerfs have come towards Tristana, and Tristana, you know, really has fallen in priority pretty massively. When you look at Summer as a whole, it's 75–80% presence. Now on this current patch, is down below 20% presence in pro play, but APA sticking with it. It's absolute comfort for him, and we have to see how he's going to be able to perform.
Well, my friends, it looks like FlyQuest is going to Grub City on this one. 5 already secured. Number 6 is just eating plant bullet after plant bullet. So FlyQuest, this time, they're the ones with total control over the neutral game.
Those plant bullets do a lot of damage there. Full 6 grubs is really going to help out with taking these tower plates. Honestly, though, Team Liquid, I feel like even with giving up so many objectives, all of the grubs plus the dragon, they do have some really good options for themselves later on. You know, Jan and CoreJJ were kept down a bit, but so much utility that they'll still be able to deliver to these team fights.
I mean, it is really interesting as, oh, we're going to see him get caught.
Yeah, APA's in a little bit of a rough spot here. The flash gets him away, but now he's going to have to be extra careful if they try that again. Quad going for the TP back into the mid lane as Impact's under pressure from 2 up here on the top side, but it's only an Alistar and a Seraphine. There's not a ton of damage there, so the Pirate just walks it off.
Yeah, Impact stays cool, does not waste his flash. And he's able to take out the minion wave as well, put a stop to that play immediately. Meanwhile, bottom side.
Once more, the target is Bwipo, and they have plenty of damage here on the TL side. The empowered Cole the Meek will do nothing. Umpty's the one who gets the kill for TL, as Impact holds on, defending the tier 1 top side. Busio again might be looking for something. Masu doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but they might just look to gun down the turret instead. Busio, nice little bit of a combo there. Impact still standing, but the turret is not. Cannon barrage to keep himself protected. Busio's got to beware of the barrel. It creates enough distance for Impact to walk it off. Down in the bottom lane at the same time, Inspired has found APA, and the arrow from Yon is not going to save the mid laner, but APA made enough distance on his own with a rocket jump to escape back to the tier 1 turret.
It's the TL sidesteps. The fancy feet on both sides of the map here for TL. They do continue to lose gold though, despite not dying in both these situations. FlyQuest are still building on their lead.
Absolutely, and while you traditionally think, okay, Ivern plus double AD carry, that's guaranteed late game win, when you look over at FlyQuest, they have really good scaling as well, and Seraphine is a beast in the late game. So much power from the shielding, so much power as far as the follow-up on something like, the Alistar or the Renekton diving in with your ultimate going through multiple people, and you have Zyra, you have Corki. Like, this is not any sort of a guaranteed win just because we go late.
Yeah, I think probably the biggest difference maker might be Impact on the Gangplank. We'll see how good he is with his barrel chains, because those can be devastating, especially to champions like Zyra and Seraphine, who are fairly squishy in the back line.
One thing I will say is when you are playing GP alongside Ivern, it makes it a lot more difficult because you can drop these brushes to hide your barrels in, and you have to kind of always expect that there could be a barrel in those brushes. So much of the late game becomes difficult when there's high attack speed, AD carries, they're hitting your barrels every single time you drop them. Can't do that when there's an Ivern on your squad.
All right, but the Seraphine with a very nice lead here.
Oh, hold on. It's a lot of damage on APA from FlyQuest as Team Liquid wanted to try to push up towards the river with 30 seconds left until the dragon spawned, but FlyQuest were one step ahead, picking up another kill.
And the Seraphine lead gets even bigger. Masu here on the Seraphine will be massive. The Corki as well at a nice pace in this game, plus getting the Rift Herald. Again, all of these early objectives into the hands of FlyQuest now.
All right, another engage coming out there from FlyQuest. CoreJJ goes over the wall, but Quad is just looking at a 300 gold payday. Busio and Masu looking to get him even more. The high notes come through. Last little bit of damage hasn't connected here just yet, but Masu's getting that one. FlyQuest might be even in kills, but they're up over 3,000 gold.
They just gained 2,000 gold in the last 2 minutes here for FlyQuest, and another tower about to drop as well.
And that's with Gangplank printing money on the other side of the map here. This has really been a strong start for FlyQuest in game number 3. They're in such a comfortable position. TL is going to have to find some sort of a miracle, it feels like, to be able to come back in some of these fights, because this game is slipping away from them. They're dominating the objective game, and when you get ahead with 6 grubs, you kind of just get more ahead because those towers are so tough to stop. TL have about 5 minutes here until this next dragon, and you feel like they have to draw a line in the sand at some point and be able to find an opening.
This game 3 is looking tough for Team Liquid. Inspired now could be under a bit of pressure from APA and CoreJJ. A teleport from FlyQuest trying to help out the jungler as Bwipo slices and dices, looking for the damage on APA. Flashing forward to guarantee the kill. Now Impact, the victim of a flash engage from Busio. Core still trying to walk it off, but Rel is slow, and FlyQuest is not playing around. A couple of more rockets into CoreJJ should take him down, and a beautiful combo from Busio makes it a 2-for-1 deal.
Beautiful trap from FlyQuest. It's the comms Inspired in the brush, and they're talking to Bwipo. Yeah, he might have been a 0-3 Renekton, but he had the teleport to trap here, and they actually pulled APA and CoreJJ into it and get multiple kills, plus the last outer tower.
And Masu killed Yon, who was trying to come down and actually assist on that fight. Masu caught Yon as he was walking through mid lane, is able to find that 1v1 kill, and we'll probably see it on this replay.
Here's the chase that they got. It was CoreJJ and APA going right after Inspired, who kind of lured them in. And Bwipo, as soon as he teleports in, is able to finish off his kill onto APA. Here is the view of the 1v1 for the double carries.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Masu just kind of found him coming down there, and that damage plus the Seraph's proc, this got really, really close, but Masu played around the vision well, was able to find the play. You know, everything kind of went bad initially for TL because APA couldn't get that fourth hit on the explosive shot to reset his rocket jump and get out. He had to buster shot early, and Bwipo gets in and pitched him off.
You solo kill mid!
Nice.
No.
Seraphine is an AP carry, okay? Emphasis on the word carry here.
And she's building like it too, but hold on. Let's see if Bwipo and Quad are about to get another one as Impact is caught out here in a 1v2 and Quad has already killed him off. Now Umpty's in danger. The Ivern is isolated. There's nobody left to support. Yon's just the cherry on top, and FlyQuest are eating good.
It's turned into a massacre. FlyQuest here are demolishing Team Liquid. Look at this explosive gold gain, and Baron's not on the map. Team Liquid are very thankful for that because FlyQuest own the entire place.
And it's going to get so hard now. Masu going for the Rylai's deck here on Seraphine means that your unempowered E roots and your empowered E stuns. So it gets very, very annoying to deal with here. FlyQuest have opened up a massive gold lead here. And you said it, Kobe, they're running away with it.
CoreJJ wants to help APA get this kill on Bwipo. They're even going to commit the Magnet Storm for it as Bwipo tries to get away back over the wall. APA has the damage to shut him down, but it is a drop in the bucket right now for Team Liquid. They have a long way to go in this game.
True, they have a bunch of minion waves to clear. They have to look fairly far in the future to have their comeback actually become a reality. And FlyQuest are going to continue to push the pressure of this game. Minute and a half left on the next Dragon. That will be number 3 for them. They should be able to set up their vision first. And you cannot face check into a team that has Seraphine, Alistar, and Zyra here. That is just way too scary.
It's incredibly difficult, and with FlyQuest taking a stranglehold on this third game, we have to talk about their history in playoffs. This organization has never won a title in the LCS. They've been second a number of times. They've made it to those finals, never been able to really get over the hump and take down that trophy. They're looking very good, though, here to take a second game and move themselves to match point.
And we have to talk about it, you know, some of their most famous teams, their super teams that they built were some of those ones that did crumble, but now this year they have really found that formula of combining the young bottom lane of Masu and Busio, you know, most valuable prospects coming from the Challengers League in North America, and Masu, of course, winning the most valuable rookie, as well as this trap that CoreJJ and Impact are laying right now. I was getting a little bit worried for that one, but FlyQuest have combined the young players with the veteran players here for a lot of success.
Let's see if Busio gets the angle he's looking for again. CoreJJ, the initial target, trying to use Crashdown to get away as Team Liquid locks up Quad long enough to create some distance, but Busio is just waiting on cooldowns here for another combo. Finds it again on CoreJJ. The Rel is down. Daisy is also out of the picture. We're 20 minutes into the game. Baron is on the Rift. APA is pushing down to the bottom lane. He does have Unleashed TP if he needs it, but FlyQuest have Baron in their sights.
And this is the largest lead at 20 any team has had against Team Liquid this entire year. They are getting blown out of this game by FlyQuest.
Team Liquid knows they have to go for some kind of approach. The brushes trying to create a little bit of confusion here. FlyQuest knows they're in control. Now they're going to turn right back on to Impact. The Gangplank, the big damage dealer. Yon gets caught up by the Seraphine ulti as the cannon barrage is forced not on top of the Baron. So FlyQuest go right back into the pit. Umpty wants to steal, but Bwipo cuts him down. Busio locking up the rest yet again. Impact will not escape. This game belongs to FlyQuest.
TL are going to try and get something at least on the back of it and rush down this Dragon. It is an objective bounty. The Mountain Drakes are pretty tanky, but it does seem they're going to have enough DPS to at least get something.
15 kills and a 7,000 gold lead, just 21 minutes into the game. This is an explosive third one here for FlyQuest.
And what a confidence builder for this team here. You know, even with TL, going back to what is TL standard stock style here, they are getting blown out.
Barely escaping, and FlyQuest coming with this Baron buff. There's a lot of money for them to take. These secondary towers worth a lot. Here's another look at the start on the Baron. Again, those Ivern Brush are so annoying. There's so many tools that FlyQuest have to punish face checks. And Umpty, he knows he's got to pull out some miracles here if he's going to buy TL time. Wants to try and buy them time in this game. If he was able to steal away the Baron, that would slow down the push. But very close to getting within 1200 there. Not quite though. The stop on the damage from FlyQuest, an immediate turn onto the Ivern just before it got into range.
Exactly. Really good comms there from FlyQuest to full stop the damage. And Ivern is one of the worst at actually securing Baron. It's not like you have some big damage combo to go with this fight.
Gentlemen, you want to talk about combos? Let's talk about Core and APA with an Ash Arrow from downtown thanks to Yawn. Let's talk about how it's not even enough as Bwipo flashes away. APA still chases. Team Liquid is throwing the kitchen sink at this guy. But the problem is there's an issue back in the jungle as Impact is cut down and Bwipo survives.
It may have been rough early for Bwipo, but he still survives in this play while Impact gets caught in the jungle.
And Bwipo recovered so well. Azale, you said it earlier. It looked rough, but only at level 1. Throughout the laning phase, he was ahead in farm. He stayed up in gold when he was 0-3 and 0.
And that is incredibly hard to do after you have to blow your TP level 1 off of your call being they're going to go for a lane swap. You're on the wrong side of the map. You get solo killed at level 2. But to have this sort of a game after that is very impressive. Impact was just trying to clear out the wave, I think. Trying to get himself into a spot where, hey, maybe I can find an angle, trim that wave, try to prevent the push.
And it's the FlyQuest bottom lane that caught him. Busio there, no hesitation from him, and allowing another Masu ultimate over the top on the Seraphine to catch.
And I think it's really, too, just showing the power of this Rylai's on Zyra. The first thing was the Zyra spell that didn't hit him directly. The plants pop up, snap, snap, Rylai's. Big fans. Big fans, they're saying.
Bwipo was also talking about what you were talking about, even while 0-3, talking about some gaps.
Yeah, he said, I'm gapping you while 0-3 Lil Man to Impact. So
adding the little man.
Bwipo's feeling a little wide.
Feeling wide.
He's feeling a little wide today.
And rightfully so. He's been having a great series today. He was incredible yesterday as well. Bwipo was really showing up in a big way for FlyQuest after what was a bit of a down split. He wasn't performing at the same level that I think we have come to expect from him.
Meanwhile, so big of a performance from Masu, and again from Inspired, but really these two are so far ahead with the Seraphine as well as the Zyra. It does become so difficult to even control your own jungle, as you can see for Team Liquid. They're just getting pushed out of any sort of vision, and then you get to utilize all those pick tools that FlyQuest have to very easy execution.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see how close the head-to-head was between these two players. Have played just about 40 games. It's only within 2 or 3 wins there. Impact in the lead, of course. But Bwipo looking to try to even that out before the day is done.
Bwipo's jumping in after Impact down here. Again, the dominance used. Impact throwing the cannon barrage back, looking for the solo kill. Maybe Bwipo shouldn't have been talking so soon. Impact takes him out.
Yeah, Impact, you made him angry, and you're not going to like it. Gets the kill there over onto Bwipo.
Calm down.
These two teams are going at each other, man. They are feeling it here on the stage. FlyQuest, though, 9,000 gold ahead. Team Liquid is going to need a lot more of those if they want to claw their way back.
And look at the inventory of Impact. Serpent's Fang. That does massive damage to the Sterix. That makes it so much less effective. Seraph's Embrace is going to be telling the same story alongside all of her shields that she's normally casting. I love this pickup as Yawn is not loving this mid lane situation. Masu's on a rampage.
That's that vision control we talked about. When your jungle is dark, it is dangerous. CoreJJ, what can he do to take back vision? He's got some wards. You see him now trying to get a pathway at least to the Baron. They're really hoping for like another miracle attempt at a steal to delay longer, to allow them to make up some of the gold difference.
And Yawn has just been kept completely out of this game. He's not even on 2 items yet. His counterpart on the other side has already completed 3. Yes, Yawn is close to the second, but he is miles away from being relevant in this one. And even APA, who has at least the 3 items completed, is still 1.5k behind. And then you realize, look at the jungle. Inspired is massive, has been quietly having a very good game, farming it up incredibly well. He has as much farm as the mid laners, basically.
It's a huge, huge gold gap in those 80 carry and jungle rolls for FlyQuest. 15 seconds until the Baron spawns. 119 farm to 254 in the jungle. I think that's a pretty telling number.
Inspired has had a lot of Flame Horizons, a lot of these AP jungles though, versus tanks or versus support style jungles. Let's see. Very difficult for TL to deal with the low vision, but they do have a lot of tools that can give them kind of free vision. Iron Brush we already went over, but also the Hawk Shot from Yon. So if TL are able to use their 3 Scryers that they have gone with, plus the Hawk Shot, to try and stay safe, that is their hope, to buy them time for more defense to even up this item differential.
Yeah, and the question is just, are they going to have enough time? Because Dragon's going to be taken here by FlyQuest. That puts them at Soul Point. Mountain Soul, I feel like it's so difficult to come back when teams are way ahead and they get Mountain Soul, because usually you're saying, all right, you just got to burst someone down, get a quick pick. That makes it that much harder to accomplish.
All right, Team Liquid at least pushing back up into the topside river long enough to establish some vision here, but they know that FlyQuest will look to sweep it all away yet again as soon as they are back out on the map. I feel like this has to be the Impact and APA show if Team Liquid wants to have any chance of coming back into this one. Umpty just got caught. There's no way out. Beautiful 3-man knockup from Busio. Yon's your next target, and Bwipo's joined the fight. He slices, he dices, he forces a flash back at Yon, but APA's in the back line of FlyQuest. He's found one, but he needs a whole lot more. Bwipo can't get anybody back here just yet. He's trying to finally kill APA, and Masu's gonna grab the unstoppable there. CoreJJ dives to Inspired. Team Liquid are simply too far behind. It was a good effort, but 9,000 gold is such a mountain to climb. Impact and Yon will run as far away as their legs can take them. Inspired forcing the flash back at Impact, who wants to try to use his TP to stay alive. He's not gonna do it. Bwipo, the ruthless predator in the top lane, takes him out. Baron for FlyQuest.
That's going to be FlyQuest. You have to believe with the reset after Baron going straight for the base. TL, valiant effort there, but unable to get the extra kill. I feel like this Seraphine sustain here through the jungle was a lot. Bwipo did not go down, very, very close there, but FlyQuest now, with the extra siege power a Baron buff affords you, they actually should be able to get those minions past the barrel change. Usually it's really hard against Gangplank, clearing out all of your minions, but with the extra power of Baron, they should be able to do it, and Bwipo cuts him down one more time. Just in time.
Yep, just barely able to get there in time to actually knock him down.
Nice. Is it just Ash?
Yes, Ash. I'm spawned, by the way. He's coming. Oh my god, that was like an evil villain laugh, you know, the little maniacal laugh there from Bwipo. He's feeling good about that kill, man. That is fantastic.
That was great. I feel like that is every FlyQuest fan in the building right now in this third game.
Diabolical.
As they are pushing forward. We've got minions crashing into the tier 3 turret in mid lane as Team Liquid scrambles to defensive positions. Bwipo, Busio, and Masu. It only takes 3 to force down this objective. Inspired is right behind them, while the bottom lane is under pressure from Quad. First inhibitor gone. Busio for the engage. Beautiful follow-up from FlyQuest, and they've already killed 2. Daisy summoned up, immediately killed. APA and Impact trying to fire back as FlyQuest has some low health bars. The flashback, the jump away from APA. Yon and Impact still trying to stand and clear, but it's a full 5-man push with a Seraphine from FlyQuest. It's so hard to survive it. Impact can't do it. APA's forced back again. Bwipo jumps in. Ladies and gentlemen, with a stomp in game 3, FlyQuest are on match point.
And Bwipo is loving every second of it.
He is popping off in-game, out-of-game. He is loving how this series is going, and all the FlyQuest fans are also feeling incredible about it. Match point here for FlyQuest, not the position that Liquid thought they would be finding themselves in here today. They came in definitely as favorites.
All right, let's toss it back to the lounge to break it down for us.
What a weird game that was with the Seraphine. We're now 2-1 up for FlyQuest in this series on championship point. We also have Golden Glue, the head coach of 100 Thieves, joining us on this desk segment. How have you felt about the series, Grayson, but more importantly, this last game?
Yeah, the series has been really fun so far. I think that last game was kind of weird, honestly. I was like kind of confused. Impact got the solo kill on Renekton and had a really good start, but still, Bwipo had so much presence in the game on Renekton, and the Seraphine ended up getting really ahead. Inspired got really far ahead. I like the idea with the GP to deal with all the healing that Seraphine had, but they just didn't really hit that point that it worked out.
Having gone up against Bwipo Renekton yourself, even when he falls behind initially, right? Like, he ends up being such a force in lane and then especially out of lane. What is it like to play against that? And, like, before you banned it, how did you prepare your team for it?
Yeah, no, he definitely has, like, aura on Renekton. Like, he definitely is always a threat, even if he's behind. Usually he's really good when he's usually also ahead a lot of times, and I think it really fits his style because Renekton, you can really like talk about your plays ahead of time, build up your Fury, stack that wave, and make a dive. And I think it just really fits his like very active style that Bwipo likes to play the game. Obviously, we also were banning it when we were playing against him yesterday. He was able to get it this side. So I'm excited to see what Team Liquid does about it next game.
I just wish I could know what he was thinking when he dies level 1 like this. It wasn't even close either. And then he, at level 6, just ults for the wave and flashes in and runs away.
I didn't understand the recovery either because he thought it was a lane swap, TP's back to lane, has that happen, goes back, ends up dirty farming, and then is magically in the gold lead.
Yeah.
So.
And the crazy thing to me about this game 3 is I almost felt like I looked up and FlyQuest was ahead by 6,000 gold. Yeah. Because when I originally saw this draft, I thought that they might actually just not have enough damage to break through Ivern shields, but then it ended up being Team Liquid just couldn't get farm or pressure on the map for the entire game.
I think that's where the bot lane comes in, right? Like, they were able to get ahead early, and then this Seraphine was a problem. And also, Busio's engages, some of them to set up these fights were really, really good.
And it also just looked like the most disoriented I've seen Team Liquid in mid-game, because when they were trying to get vision around River, I think this is second Dragon, like, they started to really get picked off again and again. And then after when APA got picked off the first time, they tried to do it again without APA, and they were getting basically encircled from bot lane, and then they died again. So I was like, that's when the gold lead really started to stack against them, was that like back-to-back mistake.
Yeah, I also think as we're moving in towards Game 4 of the series, it's important to look back at what happened in Games 1 and 2, because all of those are still going to be a little bit in the minds of the players. So the start of this series in Game 1 was actually FlyQuest jumping out to that early lead.
Yeah, and I mean, here, again, I already talked about Busio and Masu on this Leona Ashe combo. It's something they're both super, super comfortable on. Like, I feel like Inspired was the story of this game, but I also still do want to call out the bot lane, especially for how they ended up setting up this fight and landing the arrow onto Yan.
Yeah, the arrow ends up landing. Of course, Umpty take that sidestep. Then they all come in at the same time in that corridor that you were talking about really early on, Sven. But like, I actually want to talk to you, Golden Glue, because this is a Yone that I didn't expect Quad to be picking at all. Not a pick that was in my radar. Is that something that you expected going into playoffs, especially going up against them just yesterday?
Yeah, honestly, I was kind of surprised to see Yone this game too. I mean, we definitely know that Quad does play Yone. I mean, they banned it away from us because we love to pick Yone for Quid. But it really matched the style that they wanted to play, just to like dive comp onto Corki. I mean, it isn't the easiest game to dive through Cassante and Maokai, and the carries you're diving Ezreal and Corki. They're pretty self-reliant, but they still were able to make it happen, as you saw in that one team fight, by like pincering them really well. And I am interested to see what the draft's going to be like, because we had the Nasus in Game 2. I imagine Team Liquid's going to go back to blue side. I really like watching Nasus. I think it's just fun to watch that champion stack up. I imagine it's going to get banned this game, but we'll see.
Inspired's been huge. In that Game 1 and also in Game 3, he was over 100 CS up ahead of Umpty at the end of it. Game 2, Sven, very strange game. FlyQuest, to me, felt frantic in Game 2.
Yeah, Umpty went for an early game bot. It didn't work. He got bailed out by a mid game that actually worked for him. This is the one we just saw here, where he kills Quad with the bunk. It felt like
he's hyped.
When the junglers aren't allowed to play their game, it goes wrong. When Inspired just farms in a straight line, a lot of camps, he's really far ahead, he makes plays in mid game, that's when FlyQuest plays the best. But when he's forced to gank because they're losing lane, that's when the team falters the most.
Yeah, and then I guess it was, even though it wasn't in the replay reel here, the fact that Nasus is able to get 2 kills topside and then is pretty much unbeatable on a side lane. These fights, some of the most fun fights I was able to see, especially this one and the 2v2 fist fighting between like Masu and Inspired that were just battling down their bot side, and then Inspired gets killed. I was like, oh my god, this is the back and forth I was expecting out of the finals like this.
Yeah, and when these two teams, whenever they meet, they seem to always want to fight each other a ton. Another thing I do want to point out here, as he comes in to try to assassinate their carries, Impact went massive in this game as well. He got ahead early, and it was really hard to contest him in the side lane.
He really needs to use his Jack skin. I've never understood. He has a world championship Jack skin and he never decides to use it. Core as well with Samsung Rakan just doesn't seem to use it. Okay. Now we're at a state where that's an amazing tweet.
Ridiculous.
Now we're at a state where FlyQuest up 2-1, 1 game away for Whippo winning his first LCS title ever, FlyQuest winning their first LCS title ever, and here's the drafts from games 1, 2, and 3. We need to figure out what's going to change.
Yeah, FlyQuest are on match point, and it's really interesting to me to look at the drafts across all 3 games, because typically in a lot of series, we've seen teams sticking to one core and then just rotating like 1 or 2 things. But we've had very different and varied drafts from game 1 to game 2, and then again from game 2 to game 3.
So I know, Grayson, I just pulled you out of the stand, so you're not necessarily doing a huge amount of draft prep here, but what do you think is going to happen here in Game 4?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that stands out from the past couple drafts is that Corki's been the most contested mid-pick. Obviously, Team Liquid first picked in the first game. This time they're on the Tristana side, and it didn't really seem to have the same oomph that Corki had. So I'm expecting them to put APA either on Corki or Nasus if they leave that open. Other than that, like, I think if I'm FlyQuest, I'm definitely putting Inspired on a champion that's a Mumu, Lily, something that can farm, just like Zinman was saying earlier, just keep farming, keep getting ahead. And you know, has been playing on the Ivern. It wasn't really able to get it done last game. So that's what I expect out of next game. Definitely trying to get Inspired to carry.
All right, thank you very much, Golden Glue, for joining us. We'll be covering draft here from the desk for Game 4 right after the break.
I'm Mariah from the LCS events team. My favorite place at the Riot Games arena is the LCS arcade, where fans get a chance to play like the pros. We want to offer the same seamless gameplay experience that the LCS pros expect on stage, which is why each PC is upgraded with the Samsung 990 Pro NVMe SSD. Blazing fast read-write speeds and superior power efficiency are super important. I think that playing on the same hardware as the pros is enough to bring out that competitive streak in all of us.
For the GP.
GP, no oranges, no oranges, no oranges.
I can't flash, only roll.
Flash. We can just get her flash, maybe.
Oh, no, I go more,
GP,
2 seconds.
GP.
Big slow. Maybe I can reach. Ivern as well.
Calm down, we'll kill them.
You solo kill mid? Solo!
Nice.
3 set TP, guys.
Yeah, we are coming.
He's slow.
Kill this guy.
No flash.
No flash, Ivan. I'm looking Ash. Come me. I will come to you, Alan. Come down.
Nice.
Okay, I'm calm.
That guy's griefing.
Oh, Ash too.
Yeah, Ash next. Oh, that's good. Go GP together, okay? I'll go GP.
Kill everyone.
I'll go GP, okay?
Yeah.
I'll go GP. He can't play.
Look at Tristana here. Tristana jumped in.
I'm dead.
We lose.
Guys, I got my thingy. You guys losing on this side? No, we're fine. They're low.
Look, Tristana.
Trish dead. I'm low. I'm gonna be fine, okay? GP is low.
Just we're chasing.
Chase him.
Honestly, when I first started the LCS, I didn't think anything like this would happen, or there would be like a G2 Fnatic version for NA. But honestly, ever since we played TL for the first time in playoffs, every time they came back stronger, and then they would beat us, and then we would come back and we would be stronger, but then they still beat us this time. So it's kind of created like a mini rivalry that I didn't expect would happen, but it's just been really fun, and it makes the hype around our matches a lot bigger.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS Summer 2024 Finals. It is FlyQuest versus Team Liquid, and right now, FlyQuest is on match point after a dominating Game 3 against the reigning LCS champs.
I'm not shocked that they're at match point. I am shocked the way that it looked. That last game was absolute domination. Masu was able to get so far ahead with those early ganks from Inspired. It felt like he was starting to really run away with the game. It became such a problem because Jan was a non-factor in a way that we haven't seen from TL this whole year.
And the strongest pattern that has been true for Team Liquid over the course of this roster has been on supportive or tank jungles, and they decide when they're up against the wall again, they're going to put him back on the Lilia. The Lilia games from him are rare, but they have both been wins.
And I remember, Azael, we were talking a little bit about this after game number 1, and I said, I'm fine with Team Liquid leaving the Lilia open if they steal it away.
Yeah.
And this time, they're doing just that. It's Smolder, Renekton, Ashe, Nasa, Ziggs, and Rumble all banned out. Lilia first for TL, Corki first for FlyQuest.
Also remember the last time they put Umpty on Lilia, they lane swapped, and he got a very, very, very large lead in jungle out of the lane swap, taking away several camps. So that is going to be something that FlyQuest themselves have to be cognizant of.
And I mean, Umpty has a bit of a chip on his shoulder. You know, he was third team All-Pro. The rest of his team, entire team, was first team All-Pro. And this is something where it's kind of, you got to prove it. You got to put up or shut up, because you're going up against Inspired, who has been having back-to-back-to-back really strong AP carry jungle games where he's getting massive leads. If you cannot do the same thing, well, people are going to be looking at that jungle pretty hard.
Inspired has been the biggest gap so far in this series. He hard carried game 1, he hard carried game 3. Even in game 2, when Team Liquid was victorious, when you were looking at the scoreboard the entire time, Inspired was the only one who was ahead in gold for FlyQuest. It looks like Team Liquid is going with the Tristana and the Cassante in these solo lanes, and FlyQuest will put Inspired on the Ivern.
Back to an Ivern +2 AD carry comp for FlyQuest here. He basically mained Ivern earlier in the playoffs, and so now he's going to be on the other side of it. Now, I will say still, too, early in the series, Umpty did so many good setup plays for his team, so it really is a very big difference of the role that you play, you know. Once you're classified on that champion, yes, you are going to go down and farm, and your goal as either the tank setup or the Ivern is to support your lanes.
I'm going to be so interested to see where FlyQuest goes with their 5th pick, counter pick here on red side. You can see Olaf already getting banned away. That definitely is a concern here for TL. We've seen a couple Olaf games from Bwipo this weekend, has been really, really good on it. And, you know, is it going to be that last pick here for Bwipo, or are they going to look to try to hold their AD carry a little bit longer and maybe go for something a bit surprising again?
Yeah, I mean, especially with an Ivern on their team already, and if they want to early pick the Cassantes, that is something you have to ban away. Something that FlyQuest definitely would be able to throw.
Oh, Garrett.
Instantly locked. This is one of those solo queue counters to Cassante that we often ask, why aren't pros willing to do it? Bwipo is willing to do it.
Well, it's one of the fun ones that always came up, because Cassante, everyone's memed on Cassante for multiple years now about how OP he is, and they're like, why don't you just drop the ultimate on his head? When he transforms on you, go ult for ult and try and get those kills. We're going to see it in action now.
Yeah, I mean, there's armor pen on the E, there's the execute, you go all out, you go down because he's going to be dunking on you. But we did see this come out from Quid once earlier in playoffs. Of course, different matchup, was in mid lane, different player, but it did not impress, did not really work out. So definitely the Garen can fall short at times. Yon going to be on a Kai'Sa, a classic for him. Definitely an ability to dive into the back line, and we're looking for that engaged champion here from CoreJJ. It will be the Rel to be able to set up these fights. This is a critical game here for TL. No more losses left to give. You lose here, it is over. FlyQuest will be champions, and this is the draft that they're going to try to prolong the series with.
All right, final pick of that draft for Masu. What will he pilot alongside this Leona into the Kai'Sa Rel combo? Zeri is a champion that we have seen all over the Rift so far this split. We'll see if they want to lock that in, and yes, they do. Zeri Leona versus Kai'Sa Rel in the bottom lane.
It all comes down to this. Team Liquid, they're back on blue side, and they invest their blue side pick into Umpty to take away the Lilia to try and create that farm distance in the jungle.
And this is Bwipo's first pro Garen game, and I'm also looking, it's the first Zeri game for Masu this entire year. So a couple of firsts here coming out for FlyQuest. Obviously, Zeri is a common champion. Masu will have experience on it, but they have been so confident to experiment, to bring out different picks, to play different styles, and it has really been a boon to them, both yesterday against 100 Thieves and today again against Team Liquid.
Masu going from Seraphine carry to Zeri carry. Very, very different champions. Very different intensity levels as far as the mechanics go as well.
I love the family tree poster there. That's a good one, but it hasn't been the case so far this series. Bwipo has definitely been stepping up, been able to really hold his own here against Impact. But it's a match point, and it is the grand finals here of the LCS Championship. FlyQuest looking to get their first ever title as an organization.
An organization that has been around since 2017. Azale, you already talked about it in the previous game. They've come close so many times, but they've always fallen at the final hurdle. And now, yet again, they are only a single game away.
You can tell how much it means for both the organization and for Bwipo, who has been so outspoken about how many second places he has gotten in the past years. He is giddy. Right now, we are on stage. We can see him. Bwipo's right next to us. His leg is shaking under the computer right now. He can't wait to get into this game and spin to win.
He's already spinning versus Impact up here in this top lane. Worth noting, a lot of times you can see different summoner spells on Garen. Flash and Goth, both viable. Teleport, Ignite, both viable. It is going to be your pretty standard teleport and flash combination alongside Phase Rush for extra mobility in the fight versus the raw damage of Conqueror.
And one of the really nice things about the Phase Rush is it also allows you to use your Q to enter fights, because you then have that Phase Rush to be able to execute, get out of the fights, you get in, you proc, you can back off if you need to. It's really, really strong. You see a lot of options.
And I simply think it is necessary if you're playing versus Lilia and Rel.
So
it's actually a must to play against this comp. Now we have Masu slinking in for the lane swap, hugging on that top wall, just in case there was any sort of ward earlier.
And you were saying it, Flowers, in the break. We got to watch out for this lane swap. But TL, they're going to get the bad news.
Yeah, TL knows now that Masu and Busio are aware of what's going on. Yes, they got a little bit of damage onto Bwipo, but Garen's natural regeneration, he's going to feel fine going bottom. But again, it's the second game in a row. Bwipo starts level 1 with no TP.
Exactly. Last game, I thought it was going to be the story of the game. Did not end up really being a big deal. He was able to battle back from that position. We'll see if Impact can take advantage of it this time. You know, if they can try to do something, maybe a little bit of jungle pressure, something to really try to put this Garen down, because Garen from behind, you have no utility, you really don't offer a lot.
And it's really when you get your stride breaker that you become a menace. Currently, though, he's spinning in the minion wave to get his level 2 first.
And he did get it. Finds the silence there quickly onto Impact, with the third Intofo strike knocking him up into the air. Makes that trade a little more favorable than it otherwise might have been.
Yeah, it's just so interesting. You know, TL have been so good at these lane swaps, and potentially just trying to avoid this top lane 1v1 matchup with this lane swap here. But I want to see how these next couple minutes do go. Masu's under the tower.
Yeah, Masu taking a lot of damage there, but Yon now also down to 200 HP. Got him! Yon with the first blood, stepping up in game 4.
We have to see the beginning of that play. How did he get there?
Rel.
Team Liquid bottom lane. They come up huge.
It's got to be a rel engage. Flip him off, the mount it up, throw him back into the tower, because he took a tower shot there, and that made all the difference. Had Yon gone down, there was such a massive wave that was stacked up there. He would have missed so much experience, so much gold. Instead, he comes away with first blood. That is huge in this pivotal moment for Team Liquid.
There it is, walking up with the minion wave. Oh, he dashed right in. He dashed right in.
You
can't do that in the face of CoreJJ.
No. I guess he just thought, hey, I'm level 2. They're both level 1. We can go for this quick trade and back up. Core punishes him massively. Masu with a big error there in this pivotal game gives the lead over to Yon, who is going to be pretty darn happy about that. The wave obviously is stacked and pushing towards Masu, though, so it didn't look like Yon was able to collect a lot of that wave that was there. So the gold difference is not going to be as big as you would expect. Masu's going to collect this wave, and it's going to even out a little bit.
So much focus, on the story for Masu, and rightly so, with him being Rookie of the Year. But Yon was really kind of that story a little bit ahead of time, with Team Liquid investing so much time into both him and APA, building them up through their challenger team, and Spawn, the current head coach of Team Liquid, coaching them as well on that team for so many years, and really trusting in them. And during that time as well, it's not just Spawn, the coach, but CoreJJ would mentor the academy players very heavily as well, spending so much time in scrims, in-houses, creating a lot of opportunity for Yon himself, and now playing together on this big stage in a finals, in a must-win game.
And this has been a trend we've seen for years now in the LCS, going all the way back to, I think, really started with Danny and JoJo, and this team that Inspired and Impact were playing alongside. These really extreme veterans who can teach so much to these young players who are really talented, accelerates their growth. And we're seeing that same kind of formula here on TL and on FlyQuest with these young players that are getting to really reap the rewards of all the knowledge, all the years of pro play that we've seen.
And remember, Team Liquid, despite the fact that they have the longest consecutive winning streak for championships in LCS, of 4 of them back-to-back to back-to-back, those are the only championships Team Liquid has won before. It was a massive dynasty of wins. They would not want to just fall short with only Spring on this one. They want to string these two together. They want to go all the way, hold that trophy high, and feel strong heading into Worlds.
Well, and especially when it has really been all about them this split. They have not lost a single series throughout the regular season, throughout playoffs. They're trying to go for this undefeated series run all the way, something that no one really has been able to do before.
Well, right now, they're off to a great start. 600 gold, nothing crazy. Other than that, here in the early game, we got Grub spawning in about 15 seconds. So far throughout this series, I feel like early neutral objectives have been very one-sided, one way or the other. I'm curious if we're going to see more of a divide between those now, with the lanes being flip-flopped a little bit, or if it's going to continue the way it already has.
Yeah, and basically with Ivern and Lilia, your Lilia is 99% of the time going to go for the grubs and get those grubs, while Ivern focuses bottom lane, and you have Ivern actually going for a gank now, pre-Dragon.
Yeah, FlyQuest looking for impact here. He goes all out, and the root caller doesn't hit, so there's no chance for some Demacian justice.
Really nicely played there by Impact. Bippo needed to not give him the angle, and now Umti has an opportunity to look for a counterplay atop.
Yeah, but they find Boost waiting there in the brush. Makes it a lot harder to accomplish than just the 3v1 dive. You can see that Umti even pulled off of the grubs early. Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, it's APA versus Quad, but Quad again going to be reinforced by Umti's jungle presence, as Busio is now engaged on CoreJJ with a crash down with the 2v2 up here on the top side, not turning into a whole lot more. Meanwhile, back over towards the river, you got Umti wrapping around, and Inspired's in danger. There is no level 6 for the Ivern. APA is stepping up, the Eep to pop the sleep, and APA only needs one more shot. Now Quad's in danger. He bounced back over the wall. Umti cannot finish him, so he's got to be careful to use that movement speed to try to get away. Quad with a flash. It was late from Umti, and he pays the price, as Busio now ready to maybe into the fight too, but no, they're just catching the wave.
Oh, so close right there. And then Umti actually going down for the counter kill. It actually means with CoreJJ coming over, they're going to continue pushing. Busio not going to go fully in here, but the tower plate still stands. I have to say though, still, Team Liquid, they invested their first pick blue side into taking away the Lily into Umpty, and he got his level 6 first, and then they actually get the little pincer movement here onto Inspired. It's just the counter kill that really hurts.
Yeah, the death really hurts there. It puts him behind tempo. He could have been taking even more camps away, and Core maybe in a little bit of trouble here, but is going to be able to back it up, being as annoying as possible, stopping that recall with the Ignite.
Yeah, and that's an investment here that will be worthwhile. Delay that Corki recall. Here's another look at the roundabout way it happened. Umpty coming from the jungle side after invading to be able to find him here. And with the level 6 advantage, puts him to sleep. APA's allowed to finish it off.
And good job by Quad just getting so much damage in. The big one hit both members. The Frost Bomb hit both members. He pushes them back. He gets his HP advantage that allows him to get in the spot where he can go for it. And you've got to flash early from that spot. As soon as they flash, the auto will always follow you. It's definitely a mistake there from Umpty that lost him a lot of tempo and means that he's actually down on gold temporarily to Inspired.
And it is very easy to flash away from the Frost Bomb. He let the Frost Bomb hit. That is the big part of Corki there. Once the Frost Bomb hit, Quad knows, yeah, I'm going to be able to follow this no problem. No respect there for the Corki damage.
Pretty even game in the first 9 minutes. 3 grubs for Team Liquid. The second set of those not spawning for another 3 minutes or so. The first Drake just left all alone by either side. Since that's now the top lane of this game, as top lane is, it must be ignored. And that means everybody is scrapping on the other side of the map instead as the 1v1 just continues. But until these guys whittle each other down a little bit further, there's no real threat until they decide to commit those ultis. As CoreJJ is standing on top of that Pixel Rush ward, trying to clear it out, but FlyQuest do a good job forcing him away before we can get the last hit. APA stepping up for the control ward to try to just remove some of that vision even further, but FlyQuest has more men in the area.
Yeah, FlyQuest know that it's probably going to be bottom side transition now as Umpty is going down to counter jungle. So FlyQuest are trying to overload this top side where APA has been positioned. Umpty actually, after this Gromp, also going to harass Whippo a bit. Does hit some poke under tower, finishes off the counter jungle, and even calling Yawn for a bit. I would say focus on this dragon, get the objectives really stacking here, since Garen can be very annoying to finish off dives.
I mean, the W makes it so difficult. You know, the CC reduction, the shield, it's really tough to actually pull off a dive unless he's very low or you just have an overwhelming amount of damage. T going to be able to grab the scuttle and hasn't actually started up the dragon just yet, and now Inspired is in the area, so there is potential for that to just get postponed.
So he's really focusing on that farm lead, you know.
Oh, they're going to go.
Yeah, they immediately set their sights on Quad with APA and CoreJJ, knocking him right back into the brush. No chance to vault to safety, and that's more money for Team Liquid.
Doesn't matter which AD carry he plays around. CoreJJ is going to set him up and get the extra kills there. Another surprise play from him. Every pro always talks about how annoying it is to deal with. CoreJJ popping out of these brush, surprise gank, and surprise kill.
And I think that's one of those situations that really shows you why TL can be so good in these lane swap situations, right? You're not necessarily expecting him to be there at that moment. They're moving around the map more. It's less standard play. He's very creative with his engage angles, with where he is on the map, and that's what makes him so annoying to play against. As you said, Kobe, people always feel like he's there right when you don't want him to be. When you're like, I need to push this one wave and it'll be fine, Core's in the brush.
Now he's holding the wave. He's doing so much for the team. Holds wave for mid lane. Get these AD carries as much gold as possible.
CoreJJ just here to hold the wave until Yawn can show back up here on the Kai'Sa. Yawn looking for, I think, a big redemption in this 4th game compared to his performance in game number 3.
Meanwhile, I'm still looking at Umpty on the Lilia. Has really been power farming, counter jungling effectively, and that earned him an early Leandries for this fight.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to get anything from that. APA just pushing Quad back for now. Inspired always been in his back pocket here. There at the right time when he needs them, but Umpty is around here as well, and could be a scrap over the next grubs.
I think they're going to continue to force. I mean, Umpty knows he's got his big item advantage with his Leandries done, so they're getting very aggressive with their positioning. CoreJJ dropping the ward over the back, and the other 3 grubs have arrived to the map.
Okay. Let's see if Team Liquid's just going to hard force this or not. Looks like, yes, they are. Lilia doing her Lilia best at just knocking these things down so very rapidly. FlyQuest on the approach, but nobody's here just yet. First grub already secured.
Zeri's going bot, so I don't think they have any intention of actually contesting this, but there was pings over, so I think Zeri did get spotted out. Now FlyQuest is trying to come back, and they can see Zeri in mid lane, but it is going to be all 6 grubs here for TL. That is very big, especially for APA, who has already been pushing heavily, loves to play through the side lanes on the Tristana, and this is already a champion that excels at killing those towers.
Team Liquid with the first 6 grubs. The last set of them gets killed pretty late, so it's only a little bit over a minute until the Herald is going to spawn now, bringing everybody back to that same spot. And the first Drake is still alive. Not a single Drake taken with only 1 minute to go until turret plates fall is pretty rare, but it's the case here in game number 4 with these switched lanes with both marksman and support duos being in the top side.
It's also worth noting it is going to be Berserker Greaves here for Bwipo. Obviously, you need the attack speed. You know, it is really important to get that damage out on the Garen, but at the same time, this is double AD carry. He's not going to be that durable unless he can start picking up kills and getting ahead of the pace of the game. You know, getting things like that Sterix as that second item, and they're going to try to threaten a dive here and keep him down. 5 members here.
Yeah, Bwipo trying to turn right back into CoreJJ and Impact as he's spinning to escape. The Garen's so tanky, just like you guys were talking about before. It's very difficult to kill this guy unless you just overload on the damage. Team Liquid might not have got the kill, but they are taking over the enemy jungle. They are pushing FlyQuest back.
And you don't want to race against a team with 6 grubs. And notice how all of TL backed away from the tower to make sure all of the local gold was given to APA. They have the faith in this guy to carry on Tristana. They're trying to set him up for success, and they're going to keep making these sort of team plays. If you can just be threatening one tower on one side where they're on the other, you're always going to win that race.
And we've seen them do this so many times with APA. A lot of the more recent times have been on the Corki because he's had so many games on it, but they love just saying, all right, everybody else can slow the game down. Umpty and Core, keep the vision, Impact, Yawn, farm up whatever you can, but priorities on APA. They set up the waves, they let him rotate, they play around his teleports, because once he gets farmed enough, they trust him, exactly like you're saying, to be that cannon and come through clutch when it matters.
Captain America getting rich again. We'll see if they're able to win another fight off of it. Umpty is here with the Rift Herald spawn, ready to start it up, and it will just continue the destruction of these neutral objectives. You already have the 6 grubs, so you'll get extra Void Mites if you drive it in. Very easy for TL to control these minion waves. This is something they have been applauded for all season long, is their methodical nature with these exact comps. Once you get ahead, then using every objective as the next stepping stone.
Exactly. Take out those towers, be able to move between the lanes faster and faster, then take vision, start to encroach in the enemy jungle as APA trying to get baited there by Quad, who does have a couple members behind him and did spot someone.
Ooh, that solar flare only getting the slow means APA buffers out of it with a rocket jump. Busio ready to follow it up, but now Umpty jumps in. He puts the sleep on Quad. Team Liquid thinking about fighting back, but as Bwipo reinforces with the teleport, Impact does the same, and both sides walk away.
Okay, so Umpty invests Flash plus Lilia ultimate here. That might give FlyQuest a window.
Did get flash off Quad, so that's something a bit of a trade there, but definitely did look aggressive, and I think TL just weren't in position to respond, but FlyQuest didn't know that. They were worried about the potential follow-up.
Masu getting a little bit aggressive here against Yawn in the mid lane, does force out the killer instinct from the Kai'Sa.
They've split into a split push here for Team Liquid, so it's FlyQuest making a hard push. They know that these side lanes are going to get out of control, so they just want to siege up mid and make use of their numbers here. All 5 members, while you see the Tristana very deep on side, as well as the Cassante will get up to tower, but FlyQuest will secure the tower first.
Exactly. FlyQuest with tier 1 turret mid. They knew that Yawn was low. They knew that Core was low, and they knew Umpty had no ulti, so there was no way for the 3-man squad on TL to hold it. And yeah, apparently we've got a little bit of a fan fest up here in topside.
It is, like, you see the big difference as far as the experience when you make trades like that. FlyQuest putting 5 people mid, you lose out on experience from both waves, topside and a bit of the one from bottom lane, because they don't get there. And then you get these domino effects. Because you gave up the side lane pressure, the minions are pushed so far up, you have to then go collect, and allows TL to move into river and pick up their dragon.
I will say, you know, for FlyQuest, they have incredible scaling with Corki, Ivern, and the Zeri. And TL has not put the pressure on through a Soul Threaten, right? That's the first Dragon of the game here, taking almost 17 minutes in. So Soul is going to be so far off. They have to really be able to continue extending these leads. We'll see if the TP comes in before Shelly charges.
Well, Masu's already down to 1/3 HP. Shelly might not do enough damage to force the entire turret death on her own, but she'll get it close enough. Only 150 health left. As CoreJJ is going off-road
going for tier 2 bot,
on
maybe.
this one.
We'll see if he can actually find the angle to get it all the way around.
I don't know how much
to bring it down towards APA.
I don't know how much gas is in Shelly's tank, though. Okay, right into the ruins of the turret, and the minions take Shelly out.
You deny the kill credit onto the Rift Herald there. Nice job. They say they took all the denial out of League of Legends. Not true.
True.
Meanwhile, top side here, Umti with Yon making the power move, and they have been pressuring Whippo. They have not taken down the Garen, but they have continually pushed him out.
All right, Whippo needs to clear the wave out, try to stop Team Liquid from accomplishing their mission. APA zoning inspired away from helping out the top laner. Whippo makes his escape. The decisive strike giving him the extra speed with a phase rush to escape as the tier 1 turret falls in front of him.
Yeah, it looks like that root caller as well, helping out from Inspired. I think he nailed that onto APA, so he can use that little dash. You click on the root caller target, you get to jump out, but at the end of the day, TL do get the tower here. They need to keep extending this gold lead, though, keep putting on pressure, because again, Soul is not really a threat this game. FlyQuest are going to have so much time unless you can threaten the major objectives, things like the Baron, that are going to force FlyQuest to contest you, force them to come out and fight perhaps before they're ready.
And we know there will be guaranteed value for having your Cassante later on. But will there be guaranteed value from this Garen?
I see what you did there.
I think that is a little bit less sure.
Somewhere in the building, Freak just smiled.
I think the Ivern might allow Whippo to play a little bit more what Garen wants to, but it does get harder to pull off the objectives of Garen than it does to pull off the objectives of Cassante later on. That's why Cassante has been so popular in pro for so long.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if he can find that one moment, sometimes you just flash in the back line, you silence up a carry, and you can burst him down. That can be a big difference maker when you're playing these style of compositions. And you know, when those carries are threatened, APA, Yon, they're going to be the main targets. You need to see Umti really step up, right? He has that Seekers now. He has his playmaking tools. We need to see if he can actually make it happen in a 5v5. You know, he definitely has created a decent gold lead for himself. He's farmed well, but he's got to be that X factor in the 5v5 if TL are going to be able to bring this series back.
Team Liquid 3,000 gold ahead, 20 seconds until Baron spawns. Remember last game, FlyQuest was so far ahead at this point. A couple of picks, a really good fight that went their way. They were grabbing Baron before 21 minutes. Really, really accelerated game state. And while Team Liquid does have a lead, I don't know if they're there quite yet. As CoreJJ and Umti, yet again, securing vision in the enemy jungle, looking to steal away resources. The red buff of FlyQuest is contested, but Busio and Inspired are close enough nearby to just push them back. Team Liquid does not want to overextend and put themselves in a spot to throw the lead that they've spent the last 20 minutes building.
Especially pre-Rageblade for Kai'Sa. The Yon was going back to base at that moment to go complete his Rageblade, so until you get that second item, you're not trying to force anything. Now that they have both the Tristana and the Kai'Sa on their 2 items, they could look for some like Rel engages from CoreJJ, and then you get these snap killer instincts from Yon to follow. But have to have your teammates up and ready to go for those plays. Umti himself, I'm assuming, has some good gold in inventory, has been farming pretty hard. Not actually that much, but is definitely ready as well to follow up on these plays. When Core and Umti both have flashes available and both have their ults, you could get one of those picks in the jungle. Team Liquid have been very good at methodically moving up their vision into FlyQuest jungle and trying to take away a camp here, a camp there, and increase that Lilia lead.
They really have been, but at the same time, I think Busio and Inspired on the other side have been good at retaking vision and not allowing that lead to really snowball out of control. And again, it comes back to the Dragon. You know, 30 seconds is going to be the second Dragon of the game. You're not going to be threatening Soul until after 30 minutes when Corki and Zeri are both going to have 3 items, and that's where they really will turn online. That's where I think things are going to get potentially very tough for TL.
Well, we have 20 seconds until that next Drake spawns. Isaac, you already mentioned how, man, it is a late soul game. So Team Liquid, even if they secure this next one, it's still going to be past the 30-minute mark before they would be able to threaten a soul, as Quad jumps in for APA, who tries to use Rocket Jump to get out, but now Bwitpo's here with a Stride Breaker into the silence. Demacian Justice strikes true.
All right, Garen value right there. Meanwhile, it's going to cost you your second dragon, but you can put pressure on the Baron and try and force TL to come check.
They're just going to go for the Baron. They're starting it right now in their face. They want to at least get the TP out of Impact here. APA is not up for 30.
FlyQuest, 5 men strong in the Baron pit. CoreJJ, Yawn, and Umpty. Keep your eyes on Umpty and Core with the flashes, with the engages. Yawn and Impact ready to back him up. Busio trying to interrupt everybody as Daisy, Busio, and Bwitpo all dive into the front line. Impact is already down. CoreJJ on the run. Umpty's going to retreat as well. Team Liquid evaporate under the might of FlyQuest.
The silence from Garen was actually huge, and FlyQuest, they've earned themselves another attempt at the Baron. APA's back up, but now there's no front line for Team Liquid. They cannot check.
And just like that, I think FlyQuest takes full control over this game. The gold lead is going to be nothing after this. But even before that, the gold lead wasn't big enough, I felt like, for TL. This FlyQuest comp scales so incredibly well. One pick on the side lane here on APA was all it took. And APA, he's going to have to back off. He doesn't win this.
APA down to 50 HP, and Bwitpo's not happy with that. He wants a little bit more. CoreJJ with a Shattering Strike to stop the Garen pursuit. FlyQuest team fighting has been immaculate this weekend. Yesterday, 100 Thieves stood no chance, and today they're doing this to TL.
And once again, Ivern brush usage. It's so good in these team fights. Allows Busio to just go right up. They stun Impact into a root onto Impact, into the silence onto Impact, and they kill the Cassante on the front line. Look at this from the back line. Zeri and Corki free firing as they were continually set up there. Easy chase down. Good CC layering. Busio starts it out, makes it easy for Inspire to hit his skill shot, and they follow through as a team.
All right, this game is about to get suplexed, boys. Team Liquid have been in control for so long, and now Bwitpo going in for the execution on Umpty. There is no flash for the Lilia. There is no hope for the Team Liquid jungler, as Quad might just fall in trade, but he takes APA with them. Beautifully done from FlyQuest.
TL are trying to get something on the other side of the map, but you're racing a Baron, and Quad gets a 1v2 outplay, taking down APA. After Umpty got killed in his own jungle. FlyQuest are starting to really pull away with this game.
They've really retaken the gold advantage here, just barely, but it's about the pressure on the map. So many towers destroyed. Bottom side also goes down. So the Zeri and the Corki here are going to be fearsome.
And this whole time, we were talking about Team Liquid controlling the jungle, Team Liquid controlling the vision. That's Masu putting bullets in the red buff of Team Liquid, stealing that away. We're seeing FlyQuest take all the resources from Team Liquid's side of the map as they make their exit, and we're seeing Bwitpo do stuff like this.
Out of the brush, it's the Garen with the phase rush over to the blast cone, and you're only delaying the inevitable with that Zhonya's.
Yeah, and I think he knew he was there. He just kind of greeted for it. He saw him coming out of that brush.
Nice. We're getting bot 2-2.
And Bwitpo pumped up after that one so many times, has been second place over the last quite a few years, from 2019 all the way to 2024, has been chasing that title, has been looking for it. Really wanted to be the difference maker in a series where he was able to win, and absolutely has been a huge difference maker for the team here today. Has 2 items, working towards his third already, looking for that mortal reminder. And FlyQuest, this Baron buff's about to expire, but it gave them over 3,000 gold. And they have a scaling comp to boot. I talked about the 3 items. They're already done for both Quad and Masu. IE completed on both of those carries. You have a 3-item Ivern backing you up. You have Busio, who has been so consistent on the engages so far this series. And now it's TL, who have got to find some sort of X factor. Umpty has not been able to get anything done this entire game.
That pick around 23, 24 minutes that led into the Baron, that is the moment in this game that everybody's going to go back and watch. 2 minutes until a dragon spawns, but it's just not relevant at this point in the game. 2.5 minutes until the next Baron, and the map is looking awfully dark right now for Team Liquid as FlyQuest groups up and looks to push some pressure onto the Tier 2 top.
Pressure overloaded here. Ivern Brush go up, Daisy goes down, and Tower goes down as well. Team Liquid, they can't fight them off. They can't clear this wave. The tower goes down, even with Daisy as the sacrifice. More gold here for FlyQuest. More room to work with as well.
FlyQuest putting on the pressure, but the pressure is so much on these TL carries. They know one more mistake is likely the end of the series, the end of your shot at repeating here, at getting that undefeated season that they have been chasing this entire split long.
They had the Seraphine carry in the last game. Masu now with the Zeri carry, a lot of gold as well. Nice little lead for him. It's the triple items with, as you say, a team comp that makes it very easy to play Zeri. Your front line constantly going forward, and your Ivern keeping you safe, so you get to have these dashes forward. Remember the beginning of the game when in the 2v2, he actually jumped into tower, into CoreJJ's range, but that ended up not even mattering. And FlyQuest here, they have been able to overcome that lead that Team Liquid built. Now coming out to the Dragon spawn, you have to think that it's going to be FlyQuest territory.
And back when Zeri ran the meta, remember, she always had a pocket Lulu or a pocket Yumi. Leona's not going to sit in your pocket like that, but Ivern will gladly fill the role. It's just the pocket on the other side of your pants as Umpty is caught behind enemy lines. A little bit more damage. Quad doesn't quite have it just yet. Umpty can hop away from this one. That was almost tragic for the Team Liquid jungler. Dragon is on the map. Bwipo is clearing out the enemy jungle, just stealing away everything he can find. He's got 3 fully completed items, as does Impact on his Cassante. APA waiting in the brush to see if there might have been a chance for a punish there on Quad, but Quad knows better. Bwipo is on Dragon duty, and it looks like FlyQuest gets that one for free.
I mean, you just have to give so much credit this series, I think, to Inspired, to such a difference that he has been making for this team. He's playing, both sides essentially of this similar matchup. When he was on the Lilia, he was creating a 3 to 4 level advantage. He was getting a Flame Horizon. They are actually behind in experience on the Lilia to the Ivern.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Inspired has been very good. Get you a jungler who can do it all. The Ivern or the AP carry. Meanwhile here, FlyQuest, this Garen pick, I feel like they also deserve credit for the picks that they have used. The Seraphine was actually such a big issue in the previous game, successfully used, not seen very often right now. The Garen pick from Bwipo also very successful towards the mid game. And so FlyQuest are doing it while also flexing here in Champ Select a bit.
Yeah, and I think that the takeaways of the Corki have been really good for Quad. The Tristana has not looked nearly as effective as that Corki does, especially as you get towards the later stages of the game. And Quad has been able to grab that away every single time. Still no soul for a long time here. TL are spotted on that war, but they don't know it. Now they find it out. We're going to try to look for some sort of a risky play here, and you can tell they're feeling a little bit of desperation here at this point in the game, thinking about starting up that Baron at 30 minutes.
And I want to go back to what you were talking about earlier, Isaac. The scaling power on FlyQuest. This 1,000 gold lead is a lot stronger than it might look on paper as FlyQuest barrels down mid lane. The tier 2 turret is the target. Daisy's happy to tank it up, and FlyQuest picks up a little bit more.
This is the second time they've done this play. When they have Daisy available, they just 4-person strong push. Last time it was even 5 people. They send Daisy in. You completely zone with the Daisy moving them off the tower, and you just get an objective right there. That's a secondary turret they've acquired. Just walk up, take that money.
And you can see Masu even has a Seekers now on the Zeri, so the chance of 100-0ing him just got a lot lower there. You've got an Ivern in your back pocket. You've got Stasis available here. Jan is working towards his 4th item, does have 3 now, so is going to be having that upgraded W, for that evolve poke. If he can really soften some people up prior to a fight, maybe that gives you some sort of an angle in. But it's just feeling like TL are not confident to start out any fights. They realize their situation is pretty dire in this game. So I think they're kind of waiting to see if FlyQuest will make a mistake. But FlyQuest has been playing such a bulletproof series here.
They've got the minions already aligned towards mid lane. Team Liquid getting chased out of their own jungle.
And look at bot. There's no one answering the Garen. They've got to go now. Either you need to start a play or answer the Garen because you're going to lose your base.
Whippo's onto the tier 3 turret. FlyQuest's 4-man is just regrouping. They're playing it safe. They're creating some space for Whippo and nothing more. Whippo now backing away. The minion's not quite going to finish off the tier 3 turret here just yet as CoreJJ escapes the solar flare from Busio, but it costs his flash. That is a massive team fighting tool no longer available for TL. And look at Whippo. He's staying in the brushes. He's staying out of vision. APA could be the bait. They know that Busio does not have the solar flare. Whippo goes in for the flash engage on APA. He caught him! He's down!
Yappa down! Whippo finds him! The flank comes in! The flash comes in! And APA goes down!
And it's a solo kill for Whippo there, both times finding APA, leading towards a Baron. This one is going to be FlyQuest as well.
And we were talking earlier, all you need is the one moment where you're on the flank, you silence a carry and you take him out of the game. He might have just taken Team Liquid out of this series.
Look how much Whippo is enjoying this. He is bouncing in his chair. He is vibrating right now. Goes in from the bottom lane, and there's zero chance you get away. Once he flashes on you, phase rush proc.
Was that Tristana flash? I'm pretty sure she flashed.
Yeah. I think I heard it, yeah.
Yeah, she flashed.
Best they did.
He knew the answer to his question.
Yeah, he knew. He just wanted to hear it. Oh, did he waste his flash after getting solo killed by me? Oh, he did.
Yes, he did.
What a nice little bonus.
Yeah. Whippo is having so much fun.
He's got an Infinity
right
Edge, by the way, on Garen.
Yeah, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, and Mortal Reminder. That's 75% crit.
And the Tristana flash is down, in case anybody didn't notice that one.
Yeah,
got the timer on that one correct. Honestly, he has been a menace. And he's actually hard to pin down in the split push, especially with this phase rush here. So it becomes very difficult for Team Liquid because in the 4-person strong, you're facing an Ivern. And Ivern just makes it so hard for you to engage on their team. But then you also can't really chase around the Garen on the side lane. And so the Ivern stop plus the Garen pressure is just been too much for Team Liquid to deal with. Now the Dragon is approaching, but really FlyQuest are like, we don't really care about that one. Siege continues here, and our Garen has teleport, so Whippo can handle those minions at base.
Tier 3 turret is already down. Impact soaking damage here in the front line. Busio now taking a couple of shots there from APA. Whippo teleporting in to join the rest of FlyQuest as they push into the Team Liquid base and crack the first inhibitor. The other lanes are not primed with minions, so now they gotta look for something more. Whippo going in for Umpty. He falls asleep, but it ain't even gonna matter. He's ready to chase after. He won't get the kill there as Impact teleports in to try to save his team. Team Liquid again scrambling in the face of FlyQuest.
Yeah, that was so close, but that's the flash down. That's the Zhonya's down for Umpty. He needed to be one of the ones to try to make a play here. Now there's no flash on Core. There's no flash on him. There's no threat at all. FlyQuest could just walk up and seize the towers in your face with these Imer shields. They could be on the precipice of taking the series.
The second inhibitor falls. Only top lane remains, but the wave is very far pushed away from the Team Liquid base. 35 seconds left of the Baron. Maybe FlyQuest goes for a bait play with this brush. Yes, the Void Seeker is going to find that one out. Whippo spamming a couple of emotes. FlyQuest still maybe looking to take the fight here as Team Liquid pushes up mid lane.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down. FlyQuest have supreme control of Summoner's Rift. Baron buff, push them out, go back and actually collect the Dragon. They chase!
The Solar Flare forcing CoreJJ to use the crash down in the opposite direction. He's cut to pieces, to ribbons. FlyQuest with a 5v4 with the enemy Nexus in their sights. APA still stuck away from defending those Nexus turrets. Masu and Whippo are doing the job. APA barely surviving as Impact and Yawn try to reinforce. Busio just occupying APA, who finally kills off the FlyQuest support. Daisy drop next. FlyQuest still in the enemy base, still going after the Nexus. Whippo does so much damage. He'll finally be traded back, but the Nexus turrets are gone. Yawn trying to defend. but the Kaisa does not have enough firepower to kill everybody in his own. Team Liquid still pushing him back for now, but a TP coming in. APA wants to rejoin and cut him off. Quad trying to escape. He gets back over the wall, but FlyQuest crashed into by Core. Inspired, knocked back by the Intofo strikes. APA goes on a killing spree. FlyQuest is aced.
Team Liquid hold the line at the Nexus here. They get the ace, they TP for it, but that is an exposed Nexus they're gonna have to deal with for the rest of the game. APA surviving in that 1v1, getting the kill on Busio, being able to reset, TP back in was so critical. Core respawns, immediately finds the engage with the flash there. Team Liquid do hold on, but they are so close to losing this game, to losing this series. FlyQuest just need to regroup and find one more good fight.
Team Liquid not done yet. They will not go down quietly in this finals, but as you say, it's still such an overwhelming map for them. The gold lead is not overwhelming, and now they do have 3 dragons, so they're still looking at the possibility of a longer game. They did give quite a bit of money over to the Team Liquid carries in this chase down, and it starts here.
Yeah, I mean, he got the kill on Busio. He gets the kill onto Garen as well. That's a 750 gold shutdown. He's now nearly full build on the Tristana, just like that. They know that they have to commit for more. They know they're in dire straits, so they call for the TP from APA. He comes in from behind, and then Core arrives here. Flash, crash down, finds the Magnet Storm across 2. They get the kill on the Zeri as he's retreating over the wall as well.
And the bomb exploded on his head.
30 seconds. Guys, we should cover.
Okay, FlyQuest again, invading Team Liquid's half of the map. Contesting for the enemy blue buff. Team Liquid on their last legs in this game. One more lost fight. It is an open Nexus. It will be the end of the game. It will be the end of the series. It will be the end of the LCS championship as now Yacht in, but he doesn't find the assassination on Masu. Busio trying to get away as APA is free firing. He gets the rocket jump to try to escape from Purple and execution. Team Liquid 2-0, and they want to look for more. They got to be careful about their own Nexus.
The base! Masu's going
for the base race. You've got to keep your eyes on Masu. And APA is ready to run interference. FlyQuest scrambling now. Quad trying to get away from Impact. CoreJJ ready to help lock him up, lock him down. Quad's in the middle of everybody. Masu's going to be killed first. Quad at nothing. FlyQuest at nothing. Team Liquid from the precipice comes back, and they're marching down mid.
It's a clean wipe! Team Liquid with all 5 members alive retake control of the game!
There is just no way they did that! The plot armor is crazy! Team Liquid are marching on the base!
They're going straight for the end! Only Busio alive!
Look at their Nexus!
Got to try to end it! The Team Liquid
the Supers!
is going to be killed by Super Minions! They've got to go fast!
They lost!
Super Minions against Team Liquid at the very end of the day! The is done! FlyQuest, for the first time in LCS history, conquer their demons! They are your 2024 LCS Summer Champions!
Are you kidding me? The Winions! FlyQuest Winions working overtime here!
That was one of the craziest ends we have ever seen in LCS history.
happened there at the end? How do you feel winning another LCS championship?
Bro, honestly, I was just thinking about the Game 5 draft. and then Quad says, look bot, minions. Bro, like, I don't know, I'm too excited right now. It was just crazy.
Absolutely insane. Whippo, come over here.
How can I help you?
6 long years since the last title. How do you feel?
I'm really happy. I'm really happy. Man, today, every time I got to see the blinding lights and I walk on a stage like this, I have to think back to the moments where I used to play. And I really felt like today I could be myself and that was going to be enough. Thank you.
We got to hear so many of your comms during the game, laughing, staying jovial, even in a tense Game 4. Talk to me about maybe the difference of this energy to energy you've had in the past.
I mean, for me, Garen's obviously like one of the funniest champions in the game. Like, he just rolls up and one-shot too. So whenever I was one-shotting people, I was just laughing, you know, because honestly, I really love League of Legends, this game, and getting to share what you guys experience at home on a stage like this, it doesn't get better than that for me.
Talk to me about your team.
My team's quite fucking good. They're fucking good. Like, woo!
Let's get Masu over here. Hey, Masu. Masu. LCS champion. Couldn't get it done in spring, but still your rookie year, 2 finals and 1 finals championship. How does it feel?
Honestly, it just feels amazing. It still doesn't feel real, so I'm not sure.
In terms of not feeling real, how likely or unlikely when you came over and even were on FlyQuest Academy 2 years ago, imagining this moment?
I did think it would happen eventually. I didn't think it would happen this fast. And I'm just really lucky to have such a good team behind me.
Amazing, thank you so much. Let's give it up for Masu. Busio, we had a stat here early at the start of the day. CoreJJ was 10 years difference in experience, but you're the champion today, 20 years old. How does it feel to win your first title?
Amazing. Really thankful for my team and that minion, you know? So
about the ending of the game, what was going through your head before that moment even happened?
I flashed to try to kill the Tristana and completely griefed, so I'm like, oh no, I just started a bad spiral, but then that minion helped us out, so like, shout out to that minion.
Did you see the minion, or was it only at the last moment did you realize the game was ending?
I knew nothing. Quad was just yelling, minion, minion, minion. I'm like, what do you mean? We lost. And then we just win. I'm like, okay, that's chill. So, yeah.
Amazing. Let's get Quad over here. Inspired. Quad. Congratulations on winning an LCS championship. How does it feel?
I have never been Team Liquid in summer, but eventually we win.
What was the difference today that let you win?
I feel like when we were Team Liquid, I think draft is important. I thought I can play Smolder or Jerry like scaling mid time. I think it's really important today.
Amazing. Congratulations, Quad. Inspired, I need to get you one more time now that you've had about 2 minutes to process the series. Talk to me about beating Team Liquid this time around. I mean, you guys played them 4 times in the playoffs. They got you in spring. You had their number here in summer. What was the difference?
I think they were pretty nervous. Like before the game, I felt like the crowd was maybe cheering a little bit louder for Team Liquid. So I wrote to APA if he's getting nervous, and then he started typing a lot of stuff to me, so I could tell he is. And I just kept typing back to him because he's known for typing. So I felt like I would use it against him, and it seemed like it worked.
Also, I know in Game 1, I think you were 131 CS ahead of Umpty. In Game 3, you were 125 CS. But then in Game 4, you play Ivern. I mean, I'm just always really impressed with your versatility and how often you're on a top team. How do you feel like you grew as a player throughout this year?
I don't know. I always could play anything, and I just felt like if I would be on AP junglers, I will carry, and if I will play Ivern and Umpty will be on AP junglers, he won't carry. So I was pretty confident going into the matchup, and I was trying to make sure that we are all on the same page and being calm in the game, which we couldn't really do in the Game 4. I was like trying, calm down, and everyone was screaming when we were sieging their base. So I'm not sure. I just felt confident going into the game that I will be the difference maker today, and I think I was.
Amazing. Congratulations once again. I need to get Nuke Duck, if you can help grab him for me. Because, Nuke Duck. Nuke. Because, Nuke Duck, I'm not sure if you realize this, but we love your interviews because you manage to say almost nothing every time. Now that you've won, now that you're the LCS champion, what do you have to say? How'd you play?
No, that was absolutely crazy. Yeah, I usually don't want to give away any information because I know like other coaches are watching and they want to like understand how we're thinking. But this win was absolutely crazy. Me and Mithy were drawing up the plan for Game 5 because we were watching on the spectator, and then Andrew just screaming like the minions, and yeah, it was crazy. It feels very good.
Yeah, I was running up to the desk for a segment, and I was like, oh my God, the minions killed it. Yeah. You've had a long career as a player, and now a burgeoning career as a coach. How does this feel, winning the championship as a coach?
It feels very good. I mean, obviously, I never won when I was playing. Yeah, it feels like I got rewarded for hard work. Obviously, I would have never won without my players and the rest of my staff. So they helped me a lot. But it feels like our hard work paid off for everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Nuke Duck. I'll let you join the team and continue the celebration. That's it from here at the stage. FlyQuest are your LCS champions. Once again, give them a round of applause. We're going to send it up to the lounge to help close up the day. Congratulations, FlyQuest.
Thank you, Jet, and congratulations. FlyQuest are your summer winners as we see them go for another team trophy lift. Where's the minion? The minion needs to be in there, guys.
They need to be lifting that trophy, too. That was probably the most insane ending I have ever seen. That was the most fun series I've had to watch.
I thought maybe there was a bug with the camera. When Nexus started flying on Nexus of Team Liquid, I was like, what happened?
Yeah. Where's Chad? We need him for a segment. Never mind. The game is over. The series is over. And FlyQuest are the LCS champions. What a growing period for the team to be able to lift the champion up. Man.
Well, and it almost feels like a reverse of spring, right? Because here, I was on the desk with you guys. We were all like, FlyQuest is going to win. We saw how they won in their first game. This time, it's the exact same thing, but flip. TL won their first match, and now FlyQuest triumphs over them in the championship.
The lower bracket has won a lot of championships recently.
That's true.
A lot of them.
A bit of a buff.
Last 3, in fact, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, NRGTL and now FlyQuest. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
A lot of props to the coaching staff and the general managers, like just the entire management team for FlyQuest that truly believed in them, and the players. The journey from the beginning of the playoffs, it felt for me, till the end was a lot. The first player I was looking at was Quad. Quad just really stepped up, and the team around them gave him resources and put him in positions to carry. He was somebody that I felt like was the real big sticking point, and then it was one after another. Masu had his games, Busio had his games. Blippo showed up big in this series as well.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's still inspired.
Yes,
right?
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely. Like we heard him, Sven. He kind of cheated you out of a good interview. That's probably what he wanted to say this morning, but he felt like he couldn't until he played.
It's funny because in Spring Split, after Team Liquid won, Jan and APA especially had a lot to say about, Blippo and Inspired, how they've been talking shit the whole split and how they finally got back to them and it feels so good. And then now when FlyQuest won, Inspired had a lot to say about APA especially as well. And I think this is the start of something great, a nice rivalry here between the players and the orcs, and it's nice to see, no one's afraid to talk shit to each other.
And just exuding confidence from Inspired, like talking about, like, give him an AP or a carry jungle, he won't carry.
I'll carry, he won't.
Yeah, he was like typing back to APA saying that, like, I got into his head. These type of things, that's what you want out of a rivalry, and it's a really, like, a budding rivalry in this league.
Yeah, and as we see, I think Busio and Masu were also massive in this contribution. Their team fighting in particular, which is a hallmark of FlyQuest, you already pointed out, was amazing.
It's nice to see that FlyQuest took turns carrying. I think Blippo had a massive Game 4. I think Inspire was big in first game and the third game on his AP carry junglers. And I think Masu had a great Seraphine game. I don't think I've ever seen anyone soul kill someone on Seraphine. But I think, without doubt in my mind, Inspired needs to be the finals MVP for this series. He had such a good series overall.
Yeah, he was so important to me in every single one of their drafts. As we saw the draft evolve over the course of this series, you heard him identify the AP jungle, kind of problem for TL. And we saw both sides of Inspired, right? We saw the CEO of Folklear, and we saw the intern, Ivern, meowing for my bot lane.
Yeah. And
you gotta do.
He's like, I could always play this. It just was, you know, based on the team. That's what confidence that I expect out of him. Saying that, like, you know, growth over the year, I don't really feel like I grew over the year. I felt like we were just, like, as a team, we kind of grew. And that's fun to see from the squad. Masu, like, I remember, like, I would say the most impactful moments from each player. Masu in particular, that Ashe arrow that caught out Yon and then turned into, this is a game one, the Yone ulti into the Olaf run down.
That was
those type of moments.
Team fight.
Exactly.
Really showing like how much they progress as a team. Their team fighting in this series, in this split as a whole, has been really great. And the way they always pincer their opponents into a bad spot is how they win most of their team fights. And that's live thanks to Whippo and Quad, but also Masu and Busu for seeing the angle once they've pushed them into that chokehold.
Yeah, and even just taking a step back and thinking about the split as a whole. I mean, they got 3rd seed during the regular season. A lot of the hype and fandom was around Team Liquid and Cloud9. They were the team that was always, you know, very confident about them. In any interviews, they would be able to, like, talk themselves up. But it was really during the playoffs when we got to see, like, other aspects of themselves. That it wasn't just going to be a, you know, Inspired and Whippo carrying, or Masu having the carries during the regular season of Summer. That we get to see every aspect of it in this series, actually. When one person was failing, when Whippo had a bad game, Quad stepped up. When Quad was struggling a little bit, Inspired stepped up. A lot of this is what makes such a great team, and they are bound for Worlds.
Yeah, and it also makes sense. This is why you had identified team fighting as such a huge part of their identity, and we've saw that here today in this entire series.
Looks like a little victory lap here.
Yeah, I know. We're taking the trophy up so the fans can see. But yeah, cool. I mean, I think we had identified how they would be able to win, and everyone contributed to this victory. That is it for the LCS in 2024. Tune in to watch FlyQuest, Team Liquid, and 100 Thieves at Worlds. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for joining us for an amazing year of LCS. Thank you, LCS. Thank you, fans. Thank you, FlyQuest. Good night.
Just in front,
I don't have angle to go.
That's fine, that's fine.
Ezreal go.
Yeah, I'm going on him.
Yeah.
He's dead. Ezreal's dead, okay? I'm going in hard. Corki. Going next. More. Okay, I'm done. Go Nash. Yeah, I'm going on Corki. I'm going Corki hard, okay?
Yeah.
Corki's dead. Play for yourselves, guys. Play for yourself. I'm fine.
Yeah, we're in hard.
Yeah, nice job, guys.
Asante with no ult already.
Yeah. We kill everyone here. Well played, guys.
I'm okay. This guy's in team. Yeah. Bring guys up in.
I'm ending the game.
We are ending game.
Just end. Yeah, try to end, guys.
They look flash.
We can look for killing him. Yeah.
Good job.
I'm ending.
Good job. Nasus was crazy. Good job.
GG. Big slow. Maybe
I can reach.
Ivern as well. Nice.
We'll kill them.
You solo kill mid!
Nice.
Bad guys, griefing.
Oh, Ashe too.
Yeah, Ashe next. Oh, that's good. Go GP together, okay? I'll go GP.
Kill everyone.
I'll go GP, okay?
Yeah.
I'll go GP, he can't play.
Look at Tristana here. Tristana jumped in.
I'm dead.
We lose.
Guys.
I got my thingy. You guys losing on this side? No, we're fine. They're low.
Tristana.
Trish dead. I'm low. I'm gonna be fine, okay? GP is low.
Just we're chasing.
Chase him. Nice job, guys. Bye, guys.
Okay. Nice. Start the fight. Just fight.
Seeing him, silence. It looks good. Yeah, he's dead. Next guy.
No flash.
Yeah, go. Yeah, I'm going Trist.
There's no jump.
Nice. Go to Nash, go to Nash.
I'm gonna go to downside, okay?
고르키 don't W 고르키. Sorry. Ivan. You got goalkeeper. What about midway?
Yeah, we need to save the... Try.
We should try.
We have it. Next it.
I'm up, but I don't think I can do much. Let's see.
이거 터렛, 너? 넥터.
I'm to being.